Section 49 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, by Cao Xueqin, translated by Henry Bencraft Joly, Chapter 49, Part 2. Pao-yü thereupon came to look up Tai-yü. Albeit I've read the record of the western side room, he smiled, and understood a few passages of it, yet when I quoted some in order to make you laugh, you flew into a huff. But I now remember that there is, indeed, a passage which is not intelligible to me. So let me quote it for you to explain it for me. Hearing this, Tai-yü immediately concluded that his words harbored some secret meaning. So, putting on a smile, "Recite it and let me hear it," she said. In the Confusion chapter, Pao-yü laughingly began, "There is a line, couched in most beautiful language. It's this: What time did Meng Guang receive Liang Hong, candlestick? Meaning, when did you and Pao-ch'ai get to be such friends?" These 5 characters simply bear on a stock story, but to the credit of the writer, be it the question contained in the 3 empty words representing "what time" it said so charmingly. When did you receive it? Do tell me. At this inquiry, Tai-yü too could not help laughing. The question was originally nicely put. She felt urged to rejoin with a laugh, but though the writer said as gracefully, you asked it likewise with equal grace. At one time, Pao-yü observed, all you knew was to suspect that I was in love with Pao-ch'ai, and have you now no faults to find? Whoever could have imagined her such a really nice girl? Tai-yü smiled. I've all along thought her full of guile. And seizing the occasion, she told Pao-yü with full particulars how she had, in the game of forfeits, made an improper quotation, and what advice Pao-ch'ai had given her on the subject. How she had even sent her some birds' nests, and what they had said in the course of the chat they had had during her illness. Pao-yü then at length came to see why it was that such a warm friendship had sprung up between them. To tell you the truth, he consequently remarked smilingly, I was just wondering when Meng Guan had received Liang Hong's candlestick, and lo, you indeed got it, when a mere child and through some reckless talk, and your friendship was sealed. As the conversation again turned on Baoqing, Tai-yü recalled to mind that she had no sister, and she could not help melting once more into tears. Pao-yü hastened to reason with her. This is again bringing trouble upon yourself, he argued. Just see how much thinner you are this year than you were last. And don't you yet look after your health? You deliberately worry yourself every day of your life. And when you've had a good cry, you feel at last that you have acquitted yourself of the duties of the day. Of late, Tai-yü observed, drying her tears, I feel sore at heart, but my tears are scantier by far than they were in years gone by. With all the grief and anguish which gnaw my heart, my tears won't fall plentifully. This is because weeping has become a habit with you, Pao-yü added. But though you fancy to yourself that it is so, how can your tears have become scantier than they were? While arguing with her, he perceived a young waiting maid attached to his room bring him a red felt wrapper. Our senior mistress, Lady Jia Zhu, she went on, has just sent a servant to say that, as it snows, arrangements should be made for inviting people tomorrow to write verses. But hardly was this message delivered than they saw Li-wen's maid enter and invite Tai-yü to go over. Pao-yü then proposed to Tai-yü to accompany him, and together they came to the Daoshang village. Tai-yü changed her shoes for a pair of low shoes made of red scented sheepskin, ornamented with gold and hollowed clouds. She put on a deep red grape cloak lined with white false fur, girdled herself with a lapis lazuli-colored sash, decorated with bright green double rings and 4 scepters, and covered her head with a hat suitable for rainy weather. After which, the 2 cousins trudged in the snow and repaired to this side of the mansion. Here they discovered the young ladies assembled, dressed all alike in deep red felt or camlet capes, with the exception of Weiyuan, who was clad in a woolen jacket buttoning in the middle. Hsüeh Pao-ch'ai wore a pinkish-purple twilled pelisse lined with foreign ba fur worked with threads from abroad and ornamented with double embroidery. Since Xueqin was still attired in an old costume she ordinarily used at home, without any garment for protection against the rain. Shortly, Xi Shangyun arrived. She wore the long pelisse given her by Dowager Lady Jia, which gave warmth both from the inside and outside, as the top consisted of marten head fur and the lining of the long-haired coat of the dark gray squirrel. On her head, she had a deep red woolen hood made a la Jiaojun, with designs of cloud scooped out on it. This was lined with gosling yellow, gold-streaked silk. Round her neck, she had the collar of sable fur. "Just see here!" Tai-yü was the first to shout with a laugh. "Here comes Shun Xinjie, the monkey walker. Lo, like him, she holds a snow cloak and purposely puts on the air of a young bewitching ape. Look here, all of you," Xiang Yun laughed. "See what I wear inside." So saying, she threw off her cloak. This enabled them to notice that she wore underneath a half-new garment with 3 different colored borders on the collar and cuffs, consisting of a short pelisse of rosette material lined with ermine and ornamented with dragons embroidered in variegated silks, whose coils were worked with golden threads. The lapel was narrow, the sleeves were short, the folds buttoned on the side. Under this, she had a very short, light red brocaded satin bodkin, lined with fur from fox's ribs. Round her waist was lightly attached a many-hued palace sash with butterfly knots and long tassels. On her feet, she too wore a pair of low shoes made of deer leather. Her waist looked more than ever like that of a wasp, her back like that of the gibbon. Her bearing resembled that of a crane, her figure that of a mantis. Her weak point, they laughed unanimously, is to get herself up to look like a young measure. But she does, there's no denying, cut a much handsomer figure like this than when she's dressed up like a girl. Lose no time, Xiang Yun smiled, in deliberating about writing verses, for I'd like to hear who is to stand treats. According to my idea, Weiyuan chimed in, I think that as the legitimate day, which was yesterday, has gone by, it would be too long to wait for another proper date. As luck would have it, it's snowing again today, so won't it be well to raise contributions among ourselves and have a meeting? You'll thus be able to give the visitors a greeting and to get an opportunity of writing a few verses. But what are your views on the subject? This proposal is excellent, Pao-yü was the first to exclaim. The only thing is that it's too late today, and if it clears up by tomorrow, there will be really no fun. It isn't likely, cried out the party with one voice, that this snowy weather will clear up. But even supposing it does, the snow which will fall during this night will be sufficient for our enjoyment. This place of mine is nice enough, it's true, Weiyuan added, yet it isn't up to the lush pavilion. I've already therefore dispatched workmen to raise earthen couches, so that we should all be able to sit round the fire and compose our verses. Our venerable senior, I fancy, is not sure about caring to join us. Besides, this is only a small amusement between ourselves, so if we just let that Hsüeh Feng know something about it, it will be quite enough. A tale from each of you will be ample, but send your money to me here. As regard Xiangling, Baoqing, Weiyuan, LiII, and Xueyan, the 5 of them, we needn't count them. Neither need we include the 2 girls of our number. who are ill, nor take into account the 4 girls who've asked for leave. If you will let me have your 4 shares, I will undertake to see that 5 or 6 taels be made to suffice." Pao-ch'ai and the others without exception signified their acquiescence. They consequently proceeded to propose the themes and to fix upon the rhymes. "I've long ago," smiled Weiyuan, "settled them in my own mind. So tomorrow at the proper time, you'll really know all about them." At the conclusion of this remark, they indulged in another chat on irrelevant topics, and this over, they came into old Lady Jia's quarters. Nothing of any note transpired during the course of that day. At an early hour on the morrow, Pao-yü, for he had been looking forward with such keen expectation to the coming event that he had found it impossible to have any sleep during the night, jumped out of bed with the first blush of dawn. Upon raising his curtain and looking out, he observed that, albeit the doors and windows were as yet closed, a bright light shone on the lattice sufficient to dazzle the eyes, and his mind began at once to entertain misgivings and to feel regrets in the assurance that the weather had turned out fine and that the sun had already risen. In a hurry, he simultaneously sprung to his feet and flung the window frame open. Then, casting a glance outside from within the glass casement, he realized that it was not the reflection of the sun, but that of the snow, which has fallen throughout the night to the depth of over a foot, and that the heavens were still covered as if with twisted cotton and unrivaled flaws. Pao-yü got, by this time, into an unusual state of exhilaration. Hastily calling up the servants and completing his ablutions, he robed himself in an eggplant-colored camlet, fox fur-lined pelisse, donned a short-sleeved falconry surtout ornamented with water dragons, tied a sash round his waist, threw over his shoulders a fine bamboo waterproof, covered his head with a golden rattan ring hat, put on a pair of shatang wood clogs, and rushed out with precipitate step towards the direction of the LiII pavilion. As soon as he sallied out of the gate of the courtyard, he gazed on all 4 quarters. No trace whatever of any other color but white struck his eye. In the distance stood the green fir trees and the kingfisher-like bamboos. They too looked, however, as if they were placed in a glass bowl. Forthwith he wended his way down the slope and trudged along the foot of the hill. But the moment he turned the bend, he felt a whiff of cold fragrance come wafted into his nostrils. Turning his head, he espied 10 and more red plum trees over at Miaoyue's in the Longcui monastery. They were red like very rouge, and reflecting the white color of the snow, they showed off their beauty to such an extraordinary degree as to present a most pleasing sight. Pao-yü quickly stood still and gazed with all intentness at the landscape for a time. But just as he was proceeding on his way, he caught sight of someone on the wasp-waist wooden bridge, advancing in his direction, with an umbrella in hand. It was the servant dispatched by Weiyuan to request Lady Feng to go over. On his arrival in the LiII pavilion, Pao-yü found the maids and matrons engaged in sweeping away the snow and opening a passage. This LiII, meaning water rush snow, pavilion was, we might explain, situated on a side hill, in the vicinity of a stream, and spanned the rapids formed by it. The whole place consisted of several thatched roofs, mud walls, side fences, bamboo lattice windows, and pushing windows, out of which fishing lines could be conveniently dropped. On all 4 sides flourished one mass of reeds, which concealed the single path out of the pavilion. Turning and twisting, he penetrated on his way through the growth of reeds until he reached the spot where stretched the bamboo bridge leading to the lotus fragrance arbor. The moment the maids and matrons saw him approach with his waterproof wrapper thrown over his person and his ring hat on his head, they with one voice laughed. We were just remarking that what was lacking was a fisherman, and lo! Now we've got everything that was wanted. The young ladies are coming after their breakfast. We are in too impatient a mood." At these words, Pao-yü had no help but to retrace his footsteps. As soon as he reached the Xingfang pavilion, he perceived Tan Chun issuing from the Qiuxiang study, wrapped in a deep red woolen waterproof and a Guan Yin hood on her head, supporting herself on the arm of a young maid. Behind her followed a married woman holding a glazed umbrella made of green satin. Pao-yü knew very well that she was on her way to his grandmother's, so speedily halting by the side of the pavilion, he waited for her to come up. The two cousins then left the garden together and betook themselves to the front part of the mansion. Pao Qing was at the time in the inner apartments, combing her hair, washing her hands and face, and changing her apparel. Shortly, the whole number of girls arrived. "I feel peckish," Pao-yü shouted, and again he tried to hurry the meal. It was with great impatience that he waited until the eatables could be laid on the table. One of the dishes consisted of kid, boiled in cow's milk. "This is medicine for us, who are advanced in years," old Lady Zhao observed. "There are things that haven't seen the light. The pity is that you young people can't have any. There's some fresh venison today as an extra course, so you better wait and eat some of that." One and all expressed their readiness to wait. Pao-yü, however, could not delay having something to eat. Seizing a cup of tea, he soaked a bowlful of rice, to which he added some meat from a pheasant's leg, and gobbled it down in a scramble. "I'm well aware," Dowager Lady Zhao said, "that as you are up to something again today, you people have no mind even for your meal. Let them keep," she therefore cried, "that venison for their evening repast." "What an idea!" Lady Feng promptly put in. "We'll have enough with what remains of it." Shi Xiangyun thereupon consulted with Pao-yü. "As there's fresh venison," she said, "wouldn't it be nice to ask for a haunch and take it into the garden and prepare it ourselves? We'll thus be able to sate our hunger and have some fun as well." At this proposal, Pao-yü actually asked Lady Feng to let them have a haunch, and he bade a matron carry it into the garden. Presently, they all got up from table. After a time, they entered the garden and came in a body to the lush pavilion to hear Li Wen give out the themes and fix upon the rhymes. But Xiangyun and Pao-yü were the only two of whom nothing was seen. "Those two," Tai-yü observed, "can't get together. The moment they meet, how much trouble doesn't arise? They must surely have now gone to hatch their plans over that haunch of venison." These words were still on her lips when she saw sister-in-law Li coming also to see what the noise was all about. "How is it," she then inquired of Li Wen, that young fellow with the jade and that girl with the golden unicorn round her neck, both of whom are so cleanly and tidy, and have besides ample to eat, are over there, conferring about eating raw meat? There they are chatting, saying this and saying that, but I can't see how meat can be eaten raw." This remark much amused the party. "How dreadful!" they exclaimed. "Be quick and bring them both here." "All this fuss," Tai-yü smiled, "is the work of that girl Yun. I'm not far off again in my surmises." Li Wen went out with precipitate step in search of the cousins. "If you two are bent upon eating raw meat," she cried, "I'll send you over to our old seniors." "You can do so there. What will I care then if you have a whole deer raw and make yourselves ill over it? It won't be any business of mine. But it's snowing hard and it's bitterly cold. So be quick and go and write some verses for me and be off." "We're doing nothing of the kind," Pao-yü hastily rejoined. "We're going to eat some roasted meat." "Well, that won't matter," Li Wen observed, and seeing the old matrons bring an iron stove, prawns, and a gridiron of iron wire. Mind you don't cut your hands, Weiyuan resumed, for we won't have any crying. This remark concluded, she walked in. Lady Feng had sent Ping Er from her quarters to announce that she was unable to come, as the issue of the customary annual money gave her just at present plenty to keep her busy. Xiang Yun caught sight of Ping Er and would not let her go on her errand. But Ping Er, too, was fond of amusement, and had ever followed Lady Feng everywhere she went. So when she perceived what fun was to be got, and how merrily they joked and laughed, she felt impelled to take off her bracelets and to join them. The trio then pressed round the fire, and Ping Er wanted to be the first to roast 3 pieces of venison to regale themselves with. On the other side, Pao-ch'ai and Tai-yü had, even in ordinary times, seen enough of occasions like the present. They did not therefore think it anything out of the way, but Pao-ch'ing and the other visitors, inclusive of sister-in-law Li, were filled with intense wonder. Tan Chen had, with the help of Weiyuan and her companions, succeeded by this time in choosing the subjects and rhymes. Just smell that sweet fragrance, Tan Chen remarked. One can smell it even here. I'm also going to taste some. So speaking, she too went to look them up, but Weiyuan likewise followed her out. The guests are all assembled, she observed. Haven't you people had enough as yet? While Xiang Yun munched what she had in her mouth, she replied to her question. Whenever, she said, I eat this sort of thing, I feel a craving for wine. It's only after I've had some that I shall be able to rhyme. Were it not for this venison, I would today have positively been quite unfit for any poetry. As she spoke, she discerned Pao-ch'ing standing and laughing opposite to her, in her tucked-down garment. You idiot, Xiang Yun laughingly cried. Come and have a mouthful to taste. It's too filthy, Pao-ch'ing replied, smiling. You go and try it, Pao-ch'ai added with a laugh. It's capital. Your cousin Lin is so very weak that she couldn't digest it, if she had any. Otherwise, she too is very fond of this. Upon hearing this, Pao-ch'ing readily crossed over and put a piece in her mouth. And so good did she find it that she likewise started eating some of it. In a little time, however, Lady Feng sent a young maid to call Ping Er. Miss Xi, Ping Er explained, won't let me go, so just return ahead of me. The maid thereupon took her leave, but shortly after they saw Lady Feng arrive, she too with a wrapper over her shoulders. You're having, she smiled, such dainties to eat, and don't you tell me? Saying this, she also drew near and began to eat. Where has this crowd of beggars turned up from? Tai-yü put in with a laugh. But never mind. Here's the lush pavilion come in for this calamity today, and as it happens, it's that chit Yun by whom it has been polluted. But I'll have a good cry for the lush pavilion. Xiang Yun gave an ironic smile. What do you know? She exclaimed. A genuine man of letters is naturally refined. But as for the whole lot of you, your poor and lofty notions are all a sham. You are most loathsome. We may now be frowsy and smelly as we munch away lustily with our voracious appetites, but by and by we will prove as refined as scholars, as if we had cultured minds and polished tongues. If by and by, Pao-ch'ai laughingly interposed, the verses you compose are not worth anything, I'll tuck out that meat you have eaten, and take some of these snow-buried weeds and stuff you up with. I'll thus put an end to this evil fortune. While bandying words, they finished eating. For a time they busied themselves with washing their hands. But when Ping Er came to put on her bracelets, she found one missing. She looked in a confused manner, at one time to the left, at another to the right, now in front of her, and then behind her for ever so long. But not a single vestige of it was visible. One and all were therefore filled with utter astonishment. "I know where this bracelet has gone to," Lady Feng suggested smilingly, "but just you all go and attend to your poetry. We too can well dispense with searching for it, and repair to the front. Before 3 days are out, I'll wager that it turns up. What verses are you writing today?" Continuing, she went on to inquire. "Our worthy senior says that the end of the year is again nigh at hand, and that in the first moon some more conundrums will have to be devised to be affixed on lanterns for the recreation of the whole family." "Of course we'll have to write a few," they laughingly rejoined, upon hearing her remarks. "We forgot all about it. Let's hurry up now, and compose a few fine ones, so as to have them ready to enjoy some good fun in the first moon." Speaking the while, they came in a body into the room with the earthen couches, where they found the cups, dishes, and eatables already laid out in readiness. On the walls had been put up the themes, meter, and specimen verses. Pao-yü and Sheng-yun hastened to examine what was written. They saw that they had to take for a theme something on the present scenery, and indite a stanza with antithetical pentameter lines. That the word Cao Xueqin in the book of meter had been fixed upon as a rhyme, but that there was, below that, no mention as yet made of any precedence. "I can't write verses very well," Weiyuan pleaded, "so all I will do will be to devise 3 lines, and the one who finished the task first will have afterwards to pair them." "We should, after all," Pao-ch'ai urged, "make some distinction with regard to order." But reader, if you entertain any desire to know the sequel, peruse the particulars recorded in the chapter that follows. End of section 49.
Section 50 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Yuqing in Singapore. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2 by Cao Xueqin. Translated by Bencraft Joly. Chapter 50, Part 1. In the lush pavilion, they vie with each other in pairing verses on the scenery. In the Nuanxiang village, they compose, in beautiful style, riddles for the spring lanterns. But to continue. "We should, after all," Pao-ch'ai suggested, "make some distinction as to order. Let me write out what's needful." After uttering this proposal, she urged everyone to draw lots and determine the precedence. The first one to draw was Weiyuan. After her, a list of the respective names was made in the order in which they came out. "Well, in that case," Lady Feng rejoined, "I'll also give a top line." The whole party laughed in chorus. "It will be ever so much better like this," they said. Pao-ch'ai supplied above the old labourer of Daoxiang the word "feng," whereupon Weiyuan went on to explain the theme to her. "You mustn't poke fun at me," Lady Feng smiled, after considerable reflection. "I've only managed to get a course line. It consists of 5 words. As for the rest, I have no idea how to manage them." "The coarser the language, the better it is," one and all laughed. "Out with it! You can then go and attend to your legitimate business." "I fancy," Lady Feng observed, "that when it snows, there's bound to be northerly wind. For last night I heard the wind blow from the north the whole night long. I've got a line. It's the whole night long the northern wind was high, but whether it will do or not, I am not going to worry my mind about it." One and all, upon hearing this, exchanged looks. "This line is its true course," they smiled, "and gives no insight into what comes below, but it's just the kind of opening that would be used by such as understand versification. It's not only good, but it will afford to those who come after you inexhaustible scope for writing. In fact, this line will take the lead, so old labourer of Daoxiang, be quick, and indite some more to tag on below." Lady Feng, sister-in-law Li, and Ping-er had then another couple of glasses, after which each went her own way. During this while Weiyuan wrote down, "The whole night long the northern wind was high," and then she herself subjoined the antithetical couplet. "The door I open, and lo, the flakes of snow are still tossed by the wind, and drop into the slush. Oh, what a pity they're so purely white!" Xiangling recited, "All over the ground is spread, alas, this bright refulgent gem, but with an aim, for it is meant dry herbage to revive." Tan Chun said, "Without design, the dying sprouts of grain it nutrifies, but in the villages the price of mellow wine doth rise." LiII added, "In a good year, grain in the house is plentiful. The bulrush moves and the ash issues from the tube." Li Wen continued, "What time spring comes, the handle of the dipper turns. The bleaky hills have long ago their verdure lost." Xueqin proceeded, "On a frost-covered stream no tide can ever rise. Easy the snow hangs on the sparse-leaved willow twigs." Xiangling pursued, "Hard is for snow to pile on broken plantain leaves. The coal, musk-scented, burns in the precious tripod." Baoqing recited, "The embroidered sleeve enwraps the golden sable in its folds. The snow transcends the mirror by the window in lustre." Pao-yü suggested, "The fragrant pepper clings onto the wall. The side wind still in whistling gusts doth blow." Tai-yü added, "A quiet dream becomes a cheerless thing. Where is the fife with plum bloom painted on?" Pao-ch'ai continued, "In whose household is there a flute made of green jade? The fish fears lest the earth from its axis might drop." "I'll go and see that the wine is warm for you people," Li Wan smiled. But when Pao-ch'ai told Baoqing to connect some lines, she caught sight of Xiangling rise to her feet and put in, "What time the dragon wages war, the clouds dispel. Back to the wild shore turns the man with single skull." Baoqing thereupon again appended the couplet. "The old man hums his lines, and with his whip he points at the Ba Bridge. Fur coats are, out of pity, on the troops at the frontiers bestowed." But would Xiangling allow anyone to have a say? The others could not besides come up to her in quickness of wits, so that, while their eyes were fixed on her, she with eyebrows uplifted and figure outstretched proceeded to say, "More cotton coats confer, for bearing memory the imperial serfs. The rugged barbarous lands are, on account of snow, with dangers fraught." Pao-ch'ai praised the verses again and again, and next contributed the distich. "The twigs and branches live in fear of being tossed about. With what whiteness and feathery step the flakes of snow descend." Tai-yü eagerly subjoined the lines, "The snow as nimbly falls as moves the waist of the Sui man when brandishing the sword. The tender leaves of tea, so acrid to the taste, have just been newly brewed and tried." As she recited this couplet, she gave Pao-yü a shove and urged him to go on. Pao-yü was, at the moment, enjoying the intense pleasure of watching the three girls, Pao-ch'ai, Baoqing, and Tai-yü, make a joint onslaught on Xiangling, so that he had of course not given his mind to tagging any antithetical verses. But when he now felt Tai-yü push him, he at length chimed in with, "The fir is the sole tree which is decreed for ever to subsist. The wild goose follows in the mud the prints and traces of its steps." Baoqing took up the clue, adding, "In the forest the axe of the woodcutter may betimes be heard. With snow-covered contours, 1,000 peaks their heads jut in the air." Xiangling with alacrity annexed the verses, "The whole way tortuous winds like a coiled snake. The flowers have felt the cold and ceased to bud. Pao-ch'ai and her companions again with one voice eulogized their fine diction. Tan-ch'un then continued, Could ever the beauty of snow dread the nipping of frost? In the deep court the shivering birds are startled by its fall. Xiangyun happened to be feeling thirsty and was hurriedly swallowing a cup of tea, when her turn was at once snatched by Xueqin, who gave out the lines. On the bare mountain wails the old man Qiao. The snow covers the steps, both high and low. Xiangyun immediately put away the teacup and added, On the pond's surface it allows itself to float. At a first blush of dawn with effulgence it shines. Tai-yü recited with alacrity the couplet. In confused flakes it ceaseless falls the whole night long. Troth one forgets that it implies 3 feet of cold. Xiangyun hastened to smilingly interpose with a distich. Its auspicious descent dispels the emperor's grief. There lies one frozen stiff, but who asks him a word? Baoqing too speedily put on a smile and added, Glad is the proud wayfarer when he's pressed to drink. Snapped is the weaving belt in the heavenly machine. Xiangyun once again eagerly quoted the line. In the seaside market is lost a silk kerchief. But Lin Tai-yü would not let her continue, and taking up the thread, she forthwith said, With quiet silence it enshrouds the raised kiosk. Xiangyun vehemently gave the antithetical verse. The other paw clings to his pannier and his bowl. Baoqing too would not give in as a favour to anyone, so hastily she exclaimed, The water meant to brew, the tea with gently bubbles up. Xiangyun saw how excited they were getting, and she thought it naturally great fun. Laughing, she eagerly gave out, When wine is boiled with leaves, 'tis not easy to burn. Tai-yü also smiled while suggesting, The broom with which the bond sweeps the hill is sunk in snow. Baoqing too smilingly cried, The young lad takes away the lute interred in snow. Xiangyun laughed to such degree that she was bent in two, and she muttered a line with such rapidity that one and all inquired of her, What are you, after all, saying? In the stone tower leisurely sleeps the stork, Xiangyun repeated. Tai-yü clasped her breast, so convulsed was she with laughter. With loud voice she bawled out, The embroidered carpet warms the affectionate cat. Baoqing quickly, again laughingly exclaimed, Inside Celin's cave low roll the silvery waves. Xiangyun added with eager haste, Within the city walls that eve was hid a purple flag. Tai-yü with alacrity continued with a smile, The fragrance sweet, which penetrates into the plums, is good to eat. Pao-ch'ai smiled. What a fine line, she ejaculated, after which she hastened to complete the couplet by saying, The drops from the bamboo are meet, when one is drunk, to mix with wine. Baoqing likewise made haste to add, Betimes, the hymeneal girdle it moistens. Xiangyun eagerly paired it with, Oft it feeds on the kingfisher shoes. Tai-yü once more exclaimed with vehemence, No wind doth blow, but yet there is a rush. Baoqing promptly also smiled and strung on. No rain low falls, but still a patter's heard. Xiangyun was leaning over, indulging in such merriment that she was quite doubled up in two. But everybody else had realized that the trio was struggling for mastery, so without attempting to versify, they kept their gaze fixed on them and gave way to laughter. Tai-yü gave her another push to try and induce her to go on. Do you also sometimes come to your wits' ends and run to the end of your tether? She went on to say, I'd like to see what other stuff and nonsense you can come out with. Xiangyun, however, simply fell forward on Pao-ch'ai's lap and laughed incessantly. If you got any gumption about you, Pao-ch'ai exclaimed, shoving her up, take the second rhymes under Xiao and exhaust them all, and I'll then bend the knee to you. It isn't as if I were writing verses. Xiangming laughed, rising to her feet. It's really as if I were fighting for this very life. It's for you to come out with something, they all cried with a laugh. Tan Chun had long ago determined in her mind that there could be no other antithetical sentences that she herself could possibly propose, and she forthwith set to work to copy out the verses. But as she passed the remark, "They haven't as yet been brought to a proper close," Weiyuan took up the clue as soon as she caught her words, and added the sentiment. "My wish is to record this morning's fun." LiII then suggested as a finale the line, "By these verses, I'd fain sing the emperor's praise." "That's enough, that will do," Weiyuan cried. "The rhymes haven't, I admit, been exhausted, but any outside words you might introduce will, if used in a forced sense, be worth nothing at all." While continuing their arguments, the various inmates drew near and kept up a searching criticism for a time. Xiangming was found to be the one among them who had devised the largest number of lines. "This is mainly due," they unanimously laughed, "to the virtue of that piece of venison." "Let's review them line by line as they come," Weiyuan smilingly proposed, "but yet as if they formed one continuous poem. Here's Pao-yü last again." "I haven't, the fact is, the knack of pairing sentences," Pao-yü rejoined with a smile. "You'd better therefore make some allowance for me." "There's no such thing as making allowances for you in meeting after meeting," Weiyuan demurred, laughing. "That you should again after that give out the rhymes in a reckless manner, waste your time and not show yourself able to put two lines together. You must absolutely bear a penalty today. I just caught a glimpse of the red plum in the Longcui monastery, and how charming it is! I meant to have plucked a twig to put in the vase, but so loathsome is the way in which Miao-yu goes on that I won't have anything to do with her. But we'll punish him by making him, for the sake of fun, fetch a twig for us to put in water." "This penalty," they shouted with one accord, "is both excellent as well as pleasant." Pao-yü himself was no less delighted to carry it into execution, so signifying his readiness to comply with their wishes, he felt desirous to be off at once. "It's exceedingly cold outside," Xiangming and Tai-yü simultaneously remarked, "so have a glass of warm wine before you go." Xiangming speedily took up the kettle, and Tai-yü handed him a large cup filled to the very brim. "Now swallow the wine we give you," Xiangming smiled, "and if you don't bring any plum blossom, we'll inflict a double penalty." Pao-yü gulped down hurry-scurry the whole contents of the cup, and started on his errand in the face of the snow. "Follow him carefully," Weiyuan enjoined the servants. Tai-yü, however, hastened to interfere and make her desist. "There's no such need," she cried. "Were anyone to go with him, he'll contrariwise not get the flowers." Weiyuan nodded her head. "Yes," she assented, and then went on to direct a waiting maid to bring a vase, in the shape of a beautiful girl with high shoulders, to fill it with water and get it ready to put the plum blossom in. "And when he comes back," she felt induced to add, "we must recite verses on the red plum." "I'll indite a stanza in advance," eagerly exclaimed Xiangming. "We'll on no account let you indite any more today," Pao-ch'ai laughed. "You beat every one of us hollow, so if we sit with idle hands, there won't be any fun. But by and by we'll find Pao-yü, and, as he says that he can't pair antithetical lines, we'll not make him compose a stanza himself." "This is a capital idea," Tai-yü smiled, "but I've got another proposal. As the lines just paired are not sufficient, won't it be well to pick out those who put together the fewest stitches, and make them versify on the red plum blossom?" "An excellent proposal," Pao-ch'ai ventured, laughing. The three girls, Xing Shouyan, Li Wen, and LiII, failed just now to do justice to their talents. Besides, they are visitors, and Xing-er, Ping-er, and Yun-er got the best of us by a good deal. It's only right that none of us should compose any more, and that trio should only do so. "Qi-er," Li Wen thereupon retorted, "is also not a very good hand at verses, Let therefore cousin Qing have a try. Pao-ch'ai had no alternative but to express her acquiescence. Let the 3 words red plum blossom, she then suggested, be used for rhymes, and let each person compose an heptameter stanza. Cousin Xing to indite on the word red, your elder cousin Li on plum, and Qing'er on blossom. If you let Pao-yü off, Weiyuan interposed, I won't have it. I've got a capital theme, Xiaoming eagerly remarked, so let's make him write some. What theme is it? One and all inquired. If we made him, Xiaoming resumed, versify on, in search of Miao-yü to beg for red plum blossom, won't it be full of fun? That will be full of zest, the party exclaimed upon hearing the theme propounded by her. But hardly had they given expression to their approval than they perceived Pao-yü come in, beaming with smiles and glee, and holding with both hands a branch of red plum blossom. The maids hurriedly relieved him of his burden and put the branch in the vase, and the inmates present came over in a body to feast their eyes on it. Well, may you look at it now. Pao-yü smiled. You've got no idea what an amount of trouble it has cost me. As he uttered these words, Tan Chun handed him at once another cup of warm wine, and the maids approached and took his wrapper and hat and shook off the snow. But the servant girls attached to their respective quarters then brought them over extra articles of clothing. Xi Ren, in like manner, dispatched a domestic with her pelisse, the worse for wear, lined with fur from foxes' ribs, so Weiyuan, having directed a servant to fill a plate with steamed large taro, and to make up 2 dishes with red-skinned oranges, yellow coolie oranges, olives, and other like things, bade someone take them over to Xi Ren. Xiaoming also communicated to Pao-yü the subject for verses they had decided upon a short while back, but she likewise urged Pao-yü to be quick and accomplish his task. Dear senior cousin, dear junior cousin, pleaded Pao-yü, let me use my own rhymes. Don't bind me down to any. Go on as you like, they replied with one consent. But conversing the while, they passed the plum blossom under inspection. This ball of plum blossom was, in fact, only 2 feet in height, but from the side projected a branch, crosswise, about 2 or 3 feet in length, the small twigs and stalks on which resembled coiled dragons or crouching earthworms, and were either single and trimmed pencil-like, or thick and bushy grove-like. Indeed, their appearance was as if the blossom spurted cosmetic. This fragrance put orchids to the blush, so everyone present contributed her quota of praise. Xiuyan, Li Wen, and Bao Qing had, little though it was expected, all 3 already finished their lines, and each copied them out for herself, so the company began to peruse their compositions, subjoined below, in the order of the 3 words, Red Plum Blossom. Verses to the Red Plum Blossom by Xing Xiuyan. The peach tree has not donned its fragrance yet, the almond is not red. What time it strikes the cold, is first joyful to smile at the east wind. When his spirit to the Yuqing hath flown, 'tis hard to say 'tis spring. The russet clouds across the lawful lie, so even to dreams is closed. The green petals add grace to a coiffure when painted candles burn. The simple elf, when primed with wine, doth the waning rainbow bestride. Does this appearance speak of a colour of ordinary run? Both dark and light fall of their own free will into the ice and snow. The next was the production of Li Wen, and its burden was, to write on the white plum I'm not disposed, but I write on the red. Proud of its beauteous charms, 'tis first to meet the opening drunken eye. On its frost-nipped face are marks, and these consist wholly of blood. Its heart is sore, but no anger it knows, to ashes too it turns. By some mistake a fairy takes and quits her real frame. From the fairyland pool she secret drops, and casts off her old form. In spring, both north and south of the river, With splendor it doth bloom. Send word to bees and butterflies that they need not give way to fears. This stanza came next from the pen of Hsüeh Pao-ch'ai. Far distant do the branches grow, but how beauteous the blossom blooms! The maidens try with profuse show to compete in their spring headdress. No snow remains on the vacant pavilion and the tortuous rails. Upon the running stream and desolate hills descend the russet clouds. When cold prevails, one can in a still dream follow the last blown fife. The wandering elf roves in fragrant spring, the boat in the red stream. In previous existence, it must sure have been of fairy form. No doubt need again arise as to its beauty differing from then. End of section 50. Recording by Yuqing in Singapore. Section 51 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Yuqing in Singapore. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2 by Cao Xueqin. Translated by Bencraft Joly. Chapter 50, Part 2. The peruser over, they spent some time in heaping, smiling the while, eulogisms upon the compositions. And they painted at the last stanza as the best of the lot, which made it evident to Pao-yü that Pao-qing, albeit the youngest in years, was, on the other hand, the quickest in wits. Tai-yü and Xiangyun then filled up the small cup with wine and simultaneously offered their congratulations to Pao-qing. Each of the three stanzas has its beauty, Pao-ch'ai remarked, a smile playing round her lips. You two have daily made fool of me, and are you now going to fool her also? Have you got yours ready? Weiyuan went on to inquire of Pao-yü. I'd got them, Pao-yü promptly answered, but the moment I read their three stanzas, I once more became so nervous that they quite slipped from my mind. But let me think again. Xiangyun, at this reply, fetched a coca-poker, and, while beating on the hand-stove, she laughingly said, I shall go on tattooing. Now, mind if, when the drumming ceases, you haven't accomplished your task, you'll have to bear another fine. I've already got them, Pao-yü rejoined smilingly. Tai-yü then picked up a pencil. Recite them, she smiled, and I'll write them down. Xiangyun beat one stroke on the stove. The first tattoo is over, she laughed. I'm ready, Pao-yü smiled. Go on writing. At this, they heard him recite. The wine bottle is not opened. The line is not put into shape. Tai-yü noted it down, and shaking her head, They begin very smoothly, she said as she smiled. Be quick, Xiangyun again urged. Pao-yü laughingly continued. To fairyland I speed to seek for spring, and the 12th moon to find. Tai-yü and Xiangyun both nodded. It's rather good, they smiled. Pao-yü resumed, saying, I will not beg the high god for a bottle of the healing dew, but pray Shuang-e to give me some plum bloom beyond the rails. Tai-yü jotted the lines down and wagged her head to and fro. They're ingenious, that's all, she observed. Xiangyun gave another rap with her hand. Pao-yü thereupon smilingly added, I come into the world and, in the cold, I pick out some red snow. I leave the dusty sphere and speed to pluck the fragrant purple clouds. I bring a jagged branch, but who in pity sings my shoulders thin? On my clothes still sticks the moth from your Buddhistic court. As soon as Tai-yü had done writing, Xiangyun and the rest of the company began to discuss the merits of the verses, but they then saw several servant maids rush in, shouting, Our venerable mistress has come. One and all hurried out with all dispatch to meet her. How comes it that she is in such good cheer? Everyone also laughed. Speaking the while, they discerned, at a great distance, the grandmother Jia seated, enveloped in a capacious wrapper, and rolled up in a warm hood lined with squirrel fur, in a small bamboo sedan chair with an open green silk glazed umbrella in her hand. Yuanyang, Hu Po, and some other girls, mustering in all 5 or 6, held each an umbrella and pressed round the chair as they advanced. Weiyuan and her companions went up to them with hasty step, but Dowager Lady Jia directed the servants to make them stop, explaining that it would be quite enough if they stood where they were. On her approach, old Lady Jia smiled. "I've given," she observed, "your Madame Wang and that girl Feng the slip and come. What deep snow covers the ground? For me, I'm seated in these, so it doesn't matter. But you mustn't let those ladies trudge in the snow." The various followers rushed forward to take a wrapper and to support her, and as they did so, they expressed their acquiescence. As soon as she got indoors, old Lady Jia was the first to exclaim with a beaming face, "What beautiful plum blossom! You well know how to make merry, but I too won't let you off." But in the course of her remarks, Weiyuan quickly gave orders to a domestic to fetch a large wolfskin rug and to spread it in the center so Dowager Lady Jia made herself comfortable on it. "Just go on as before with the romping and joking, drinking and eating," she then laughed. "As the days are so short, I do not venture to have a midday siesta. After, therefore, playing at dominoes for a time, I bethought myself of you people, and likewise came to join the fun." Weiyuan soon also presented her a hand stove, while Tantrum brought an extra set of cups and chopsticks, and filling with her own hands a cup with warm wine, she handed it to her grandmother Jia. Old Lady Jia swallows a sip. "What's there in that dish?" she afterwards inquired. The various inmates hurriedly carried it over to her, and explained that they were pickled quails. "These won't hurt me," Dowager Lady Jia said, "so cut off a piece of the leg and give it to me." "Yes," promptly acquiesced Weiyuan, and asking for water, she washed her hands, and then came in person to carve the quail. "Sit down again," Dowager Lady Jia said, pressing them, "and go on with your chatting and laughing. Let me hear you and feel happy. Just you also seat yourself," continuing, she remarked to Weiyuan, "and behave as if I were not here. If you do so, well and good. Otherwise, I shall take myself off at once." But it was only when they heard how persistent she was in her solicitations that they all resumed the seats, which accorded with their age, with the exception of Weiyuan, who moved to the furthest side. "What were you playing at?" old Lady Jia thereupon asked. "We were writing verses," answered the whole party. "Wouldn't it be well for those who are up to poetry," Dowager Lady Jia suggested, "to devise a few puns for lanterns so that the whole lot of us should be able to have some fun in the first moon?" With one voice they expressed their approval, but after they had jested for a little time, "It's damp in here," old Lady Jia said, "so don't you sit long, for mind you, might be catching cold. Where it's nice and warm is in your cousin quarters over there. So let's all go and see how she is getting on with her painting, and whether it will be ready or not by the end of the year." "How could it be completed by the close of the year?" they smiled. "She should only, we fancy, get it ready by the Dragon Boat Festival next year." "This is dreadful," old Lady Jia exclaimed. "Why, she has really wasted more labor on it than would have been actually required to lay out this garden." With these words still on her lips, she ensconced herself again in the bamboo sedan, and closed in or followed by the whole company. She repaired to the lotus fragrance arbor, where they got into a narrow passage, flanked on the east as well as the west, with doors from which they could cross the street. Over these doorways, on the inside as well as outside, were inserted alike tablets made of stone. The door they went in by, on this occasion, lay on the west. On the tablet facing outwards were cut out the 2 words representing "penetrating into the clouds." On that inside were engraved the 2 characters meaning "crossing the moon." On their arrival at the hall, they walked in by the main entrance, which looked towards the south. Dowager Lady Jia then alighted from her chair. Sichun had already made her appearance out of doors to welcome her, so taking the inner covered passage, They passed over to the other side and reached Xueqin's bedroom, on the doorposts of which figured the 3 words, "Warm Fragrance Isle." Several servants were at once at hand, and no sooner had they raised the red woolen portière than a soft fragrance wafted itself into their faces. The various inmates stepped into the room. Old Lady Jia, however, did not take a seat, but simply inquired where the painting was. "The weather is so bitterly cold," Xueqin consequently explained, smiling, "that the glue, whose property is mainly to coagulate, cannot be moistened, so I feared that, were I to have gone on with the painting, it wouldn't be worth looking at, and I thereupon put it away." "I must have it by the close of the year," Dowager Lady Jia laughed. "So don't idle your time away. Produce it at once and go on painting for me as quick as you can." But scarcely had she concluded her remark than she unexpectedly perceived Lady Feng arrive, smirking and laughing, with her purple pelisse, lined with deer fur, thrown over her shoulders. "Venerable senior," she shouted, "you don't even so much as let anyone know today, but sneak over stealthily. I've had a good hunt for you." When old Lady Jia saw her join them, she felt filled with delight. "I was afraid," she rejoined, "that you'd be feeling cold. That's why I didn't allow anyone to tell you. You're really as sharp as spirits to have, at last, been able to trace my whereabouts. But, according to strict etiquette, I shouldn't show filial piety to such a degree." "It is out of any idea of filial piety that I came after you. Not at all," Lady Feng added with a laugh. "But when I got to your place, worthy senior, I found everything so quiet that not even the call of a crow could be heard, and when I asked the young maids where you'd gone, they wouldn't let me come and search in the garden, so I began to give way to surmises. Suddenly also arrived 2 or 3 nuns, and then at length I jumped at the conclusion that these women must have come to bring their yearly prayers, or to ask for their annual or incense allowance, and that, with the amount of things you also, venerable ancestor, have to do for the end of the year, you had for certain got out of the way of your debts. Speedily, therefore, I inquired of the nuns what it was that brought them there, and, for a fact, there was no mistake in my surmises. So, promptly issuing the annual allowances to them, I now come to report to you, worthy senior, that your creditors have gone, and that there's no need for you to skulk away. But I've had some tender pleasant prepared, so please come and have your evening meal, for if you delay any longer, it'll get quite stale." As she spoke, everybody burst out laughing. But Lady Feng did not allow any time to Dowager Lady Jia to pass any observations, but forthwith directed the servants to bring the chair over. Old Lady Jia then smilingly laid hold of Lady Feng's hand and got again into her chair, but she took along with her the whole company of relatives for a chat and a laugh. Upon issuing out of the gate on the east side of the narrow passage, the 4 quarters presented to their gaze the appearance of being adorned with powder and inlaid with silver. Unawares, they caught sight of Pao-ch'ai, in a duck-down cloak, waiting at a distance at the back of the hill slope, while behind her stood a maid, holding a vase full of red plum blossoms. "Strange enough," they all exclaimed laughingly, "2 of us were missing. But she's waiting over there. She's also been after some plum blossom." "Just look!" Dowager Lady Jia eagerly cried out joyfully. "That human creature has been put there to match with the snow-covered hill. But with that costume and the plum blossom at the back of her, to what does she bear a resemblance?" "She resembles," one and all smiled, "Qiu Shizhou's beautiful snow picture, suspended in your apartments, venerable ancestor." "Is there in that picture any such costume?" Old Lady Jia demurred, nodding her head and smiling. "What's more, the persons represented in it could never be so pretty." Hardly had this remark dropped from her mouth than she discerned someone else, clad in a deep red woolen cloak, appeared to view at the back of Pao-ch'ai. "What other girl is that?" Dowager Lady Jia asked. "We girls are all here," they laughingly answered. "That's Pao-yü." "My eyes!" Old Lady Jia smiled. are getting dimmer and dimmer." So saying, they drew near, and of course, they turned out to be Pao-yü and Pao-ch'in. "I've just been again to the Longcui monastery." Pao-yü smiled to Pao-ch'ai, Tai-yü, and his other cousins. "And Miao-yü gave me for each of you a twig of plum blossom. I've already sent a servant to take them over." "Many thanks for the trouble you've been put to," they, with one voice, replied. But speaking the while, they sallied out of the garden gate and repaired to their grandmother Jia's suite of apartments. The meal over, they joined in a further chat and laugh when unexpectedly they saw Mrs. Hsüeh also arrive. "With all this snow," she observed, "I haven't been over the whole day to see how you, venerable and senior, were getting on. Your ladyship couldn't have been in a good sort of mood today, for you should have gone and seen the snow." "How not in a good mood?" old Lady Jia exclaimed. "I went and looked up these young ladies and had a romp with them for a time." "Last night," Mrs. Hsüeh smiled, "I was thinking of getting from our Madame Wang today the loan of the garden for the nonsense spreading 2 tables with our Minn wine, and inviting you, worthy senior, to enjoy the snow. But as I saw that you were having a rest, and I heard, at an early hour, that Pao-yü had said that you were not in a joyful frame of mind, I did not, in consequence, presume to come and disturb you today. But had I known sooner the real state of affairs, I would have felt it my bounden duty to have asked you round." "This is," rejoined dowager Lady Jia with a smile, "only the first fall of snow in the 10th moon. We'll have, after this, plenty of snowy days, so there will be ample time to put your ladyship to wasteful expense." "Verily, in that case," Mrs. Hsüeh laughingly added, "my filial intentions may well be looked upon as having been accomplished." "Mrs. Hsüeh," interposed Lady Feng, smiling, "mind you don't forget it, but you might as well weigh 50 taels this very moment, and hand them over to me to keep, until the first fall of snow, when I can get everything ready for the banquet. In this way, you will neither have anything to bother you, aunt, nor will you have a chance of forgetting." "Well, since that be so," old Lady Jia remarked with a laugh, "your ladyship had better give her 50 taels, and I'll share it with her, each one of us taking 25 taels, and on any day it might snow, I'll pretend I don't feel in proper trim and let it slip by. You'll have thus still less occasion to trouble yourself, and I and Lady Feng will reap a substantial benefit." Lady Feng clapped her hands. "An excellent idea," she laughed. "This quite falls in with my views." The whole company were much amused. "Pshaw!" dowager Lady Jia laughingly ejaculated. "You barefaced thing! You're like a snake, which avails itself of the rod with which it is being beaten to crawl up and do harm. You don't try to convince us that it properly devolves upon us, as Mrs. Hsüeh is our guest and receives such poor treatment in our household, to invite her. For with what right could we subject her ladyship to any reckless outlay? But you have the impudence of impressing upon our minds to insist upon the payment, in advance, of 50 taels. Are you really not thoroughly ashamed of yourself?" "Oh, worthy senior," Lady Feng laughed, "you're most sharp-sighted. You try to see whether Mrs. Hsüeh will be soft enough to produce 50 taels for you to share with me, but fancying now that it is of no avail, you turn round and begin to rate me by coming out with all these grand words. I won't, however, take any money from you, Mrs. Hsüeh. I'll, in fact, contribute some on your ladyship's account, and when I get the banquet ready and invite you, venerable ancestor, to come and partake of it, I'll also wrap 50 taels in a piece of paper, and dutifully present them to you, as a penalty for my officious interference in matters that don't concern me. Will this be all right or not?" Before these words were brought to a close, the various inmates were so convulsed with hearty laughter that they reeled over on the stove-couch. Dowager Lady Jia then went on to explain how much nicer Pao-ch'in was, plucking plum blossom in the snow, than the very picture itself, and she next minutely inquired what the year, moon, day, and hour of her birth were, and how things were getting on in her home. Mrs. Hsüeh conjectured that the object she had in mind was, in all probability, to seek a partner for her. In the secret recesses of her heart, Mrs. Xue on this account fell in also with her views. Pao-ch'ai had, however, already been promised in marriage to the Mei family, but as dowager Lady Jia had made, as yet, no open allusion to her intentions, Mrs. Xue did not think it nice on her part to come out with any definite statement, and she accordingly observed to old Lady Jia in a vague sort of way, "What a pity it is that this girl should have had so little good fortune as to lose her father the year before last. But ever since her youth up, she has seen much of the world, for she has been with her parents to every place of note. Her father was a man fond of pleasure, and as he had business in every direction, he took his family along with him. After tarrying in this province for a whole year, he would next year again go to that province and spend half a year roaming about it everywhere. Hence it is that he had visited 5 or 6/10 of the whole empire. The other year, when they were here, he engaged her to the son of the Mei Hanling. But, as it happened, her father died of the year after, and here is her mother too, now ailing from a superfluity of phlegm." Lady Feng gave her no time to complete what she meant to say. "Hey!" she exclaimed, stamping her foot. "What you say isn't opportune. I was about to act as a go-between, but is she two already engaged?" "For whom did you mean to act as a go-between?" Old Lady Jia smiled. "My dear ancestor," Lady Feng remarked, "don't concern yourself about it. I had determined in my mind that those two would make a suitable match, but as she has now long ago been promised to someone, it would be of no use, were I even to speak out. Isn't it better that I should hold my peace and drop the whole thing?" Dowager Lady Jia herself was cognizant of Lady Feng's purpose, so upon hearing that she already had a suitor, she at once desisted from making any further reference to the subject. The whole company then continued another chat on the irrelevant matters for a time, after which they broke up. Nothing of interest transpired the whole night. The next day, the snowy weather had cleared up. After breakfast, her grandmother Jia again pressed Xueqin. "You should go on," she said, "with your painting, irrespective of cold or heat. If you can't absolutely finish it by the end of the year, it won't much matter. The main thing is that you must at once introduce in it Qing'er and the maid with a plum blossom, as we saw them yesterday, in strict accordance with the original and without the least discrepancy of so much as a stroke." Xueqin listened to her and felt it her duty to signify her assent, in spite of the task being no easy one for her to execute. After a time, a number of her relatives came in a body to watch the progress of the painting. They discovered Xueqin plunged in a reverie. "Let's leave her alone," Weiyuan smilingly observed to them all, "to proceed with her meditations. We can meanwhile have a chat among ourselves. Yesterday our worthy senior bade us devise a few lantern conundrums, so when we got home, I and Xie and Wen did not turn in but set to work. I composed a couple on the 4 books, but those 2 girls also managed to put together another pair of them." "We should hear what they are like," they laughingly exclaimed in chorus when they heard what they had done. "Tell them to us first, and let's have a guess." The goddess of mercy had not been handed down by any ancestors. Li Qi smiled. "This refers to a passage in the 4 books. In one's conduct, one must press towards the highest benevolence," Xiangming quickly interposed, taking up the thread of the conversation. "You should ponder over the meaning of the 3 words implying, handed down by ancestors," Pao-ch'ai smiled, "before you venture a guess." "Think again," Weiyuan urged with a smile. "I've guessed it," Tai-yü smiled. "It's, if notwithstanding all that benevolence, there be no outward visible sign." "That's the line," one and all unanimously exclaimed with a laugh. "The whole pond is covered with rush. Now find the name of the rush," Weiyuan proceeded. "This must certainly be the cat-tailed rush," hastily again replied Xiangming. Can this not be right? You've succeeded in guessing it, Weiyuan smiled. Weiyuan's is, cold runs the stream along the stones, bearing on the name of a man of old. Can this be Shentao? Tanchun smilingly asked. It is, answered Weiyuan. Qi is the character Ying, glowworm. It refers to a single word, Weiyuan resumed. The party endeavored for a long time to hit upon the solution. The meaning of this is certainly deep, Bao put in. I wonder whether it is the character Hua, flower, in the combination Huacao, vegetation. That's just it, Li smiled. What has a glowworm to do with flowers? One and all observed. It's capital, Larry ventured with a smile. Isn't a glowworm transformed from plants? The company grasped the sense, and, laughing the while, they with one consent shouted out, Splendid! All these are, I admit, good, Bao remarked, but they won't suit our venerable senior's taste. Want it to be better, therefore, to compose a few on some simple objects, some which all of us, whether polished or unpolished, may be able to enjoy. Yes, they all replied, we should also think of some simple ones on ordinary objects. I've devised one on the Dianjiangchun's meter, Xiangmin pursued, after some reflection, but it's really on an ordinary object, so try and guess it. Saying this, she forthwith went on to recite. The creeks and valleys it leaves, travelling the world it performs. In truth, how funny it is! But renown and gain are still vain. Ever had behind it is its fate. A conundrum. None of those present could fathom what it could be. After protracted thought, some made a guess by saying it was bonds. Others maintained that it was a Taoist priest. Others again divined that it was a marionette. All your guesses are wrong, Pao-yü chimed in after considerable reflection. I've got it. It must for certainty be a performing monkey. That's really it, Xiangmin laughed. The first part is all right, the party observed, but how do you explain the last line? What performing monkey, Xiangmin asked, has not had its tail cut off? Hearing this, they exploded into a fit of merriment. Even, they argued, the very riddles she improvises are perverse and strange. Mrs. Xue mentioned yesterday that you, Cousin Qing, had seen much of the world, Weiyuan put in, and that you had also gone about a good deal. It's for you, therefore, to try your hand at a few conundrums. What's more, your poetry, too, is good, so why shouldn't you indite a few for us to guess? Bao at this proposal, nodded her head, and while repressing a smile, she went off by herself to give way to thought. Bao then also gave out this riddle. Carved sandal and cut cedar rise layer upon layer. Have they been piled and fashioned by workmen of skill? In the mid-heavens, it's true, both wind and rain fleet by, but can one hear the tingling of the Buddhist bell? While they were giving their mind to guessing what it could be, Pao-yü too recited, both from the heavens and from the earth is indistinct to view. What time the Langan feast goes past, then mind you take great care. When the Luan's notes you catch, and the crane's message thou'lt look up, it is a splendid thing to turn and breathe towards the vault of heaven. Tai-yü next added, why need a famous steed be with bridle ever restrained? Though the city it speeds, the moat it skirts, how fierce it looks. The master gives the word, and wind and clouds begin to move. On the fish-backs and the 3 isles it only makes a name. Tanchun had also one that she felt disposed to tell them, but just as she was about to open her lips, Bao walked up to them. The relics of various places I've seen since my youth, she smiled, are not few, so I have now selected 10 places of historic interest on which I have composed 10 odes, treating of antiquities. The verses may possibly be coarse, but they bear upon things of the past, and secretly refer as well to 10 commonplace articles. So, cousins, please try and guess them. This is ingenious, they exclaimed in chorus, when they heard the result of their labor. Why not write them out, and let us have a look at them? But reader, peruse the next chapter if you want to learn what follows. End of section 51. Recording by Yuqing in Singapore. Section 52 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Yuqing in Singapore. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, by Cao Xueqin. Translated by Bencraft Joly. Chapter 51, Part 1. The young maiden Hsüeh Pao-ch'ai devises, in novel style, odes bearing on antiquities. A stupid doctor employs, in reckless manner, drugs of great strength. When the party heard, the story goes, that Pao-ch'ai had made the old places of interest she had, in days gone by, visited in the various provinces, the theme of her verses, and that she had composed 10 stanzas with 4 lines in each, which, though referring to relics of antiquity, bore covertly on 10 common objects. They all opined that they must be novel and ingenious, and they vied with each other in examining the text. On perusal, they read, On the relics of Chibi. Deep in Chibi doth water lie concealed which does not onward flow. There but remains a name and surname contained in an empty boat. When with a clamorous din the fire breaks out, the said wind waxes cold, and endless host of eminent spirits wander about inside. On the ancient remains in Jiaozhi, posts of copper and walls of gold protect the capital. Its fame is spread beyond the seas, scattered in foreign lands. How true it is that Ma Yuan's achievements have been great. The flute of iron need not trouble to sing of Zifang. On the vestiges of former times in Zhongshan, renown and gained do they, at any time, fall to a woman's share. For no reason have I been bidden come into the mortal world. How hard a task, in point of fact, it is to stop solicitude. Don't bear a grudge against such people as may oft-times jeer at you. On things of historic interest in Huaiying, the sturdy man must ever mind the insults of the vicious dog. The official's rank in Sanqi was but fixed when his coffin was closed. Tell all people that upon earth do dwell to look down upon none. The bounty of one single bowl of rice should be treasured till death. On events of old in Guangling, cicadas chirp, crows roost, but in a twinkle they're gone. How fares these latter days the scenery in Sui? It's all because he has so long enjoyed so fine a fame that he has given rise around to so many disputes. On the ancient remains of the Taoye ferry, dry grass and parched plants their reflex cast upon the shallow pond. The peach tree branches and peach leaves will bid farewell at last. What a large number of structures in Liuchao raise their heads. A small picture with a motto hangs on the hollow wall. On the antique vestiges of Xingzhong, the black stream stretches far and wide, but hindered is its course. What time when no more thrummed the frozen courts, the songs waxed sad. The policy of the Han dynasty was in truth strange. A worthless officer must for 1,000 years feel shame. On things of historic renown in Mawei, quiet the spots of rouge with sweat pile up and shine. Gentleness in a moment vanishes and goes. It is because traces remain of his fine looks that to this day his clothes of fragrance still emit. On events of the past connected with the Pudong temple. The small red lamp is wholly made of thin bone, and is light. Furtively was it brought along, but by force was it stolen. Oft was it is true, hung by the mistress' own hands, but long ere this has she allured to it to speed off with her. On the scenery about the Meihua or plum blossom monastery. If not by the plum trees, then by the willows it must be. Has anyone picked up in there the likeness of a girl? Don't fret about meeting again. In spring its scent returns. Soon as it's gone, and west winds blow, another year has flown. When the party had done reading the verses, they with perfect unanimity extolled their extraordinary excellence. Pao-ch'ai was, however, the first to raise any objections. The first 8 stanzas, she said, are founded upon the testimony of the historical works, but as for the last 2 stanzas, there's no knowing where they come from. Besides, we don't quite fathom their meaning. Wouldn't it be better, then, if 2 other stanzas were written? Tai-yü hastened to interrupt her. The lines composed by cousin Bao-qin are indeed devised in a too pig-headed and fast and loose sort of way, she observed. The 2 stanzas are, I admit, not to be traced in the historical works, but though we've never read such outside traditions, and haven't any idea what lies at the bottom of them, have we not likely seen a couple of plays? What child of 3 years old hasn't some notion about them, and how much more such as we? What she says is perfectly correct, Tantrum chimed in. She has, besides, Weiyuan then remarked, been to these places herself, but though there be no mention anywhere of these 2 references, falsehoods have from old till now been propagated, and the busybodies have, in fact, intentionally invented such relics of ancient times with a view of bamboozling people. That year, for instance, in which we travelled up here to the capital, we came across graves raised to Guan, the sage, in 3 or 4 distinct places. Now the circumstances of the whole existence of Guan the sage are established by actual proof, so how could there again, in his case, exist a lot of graves? This must arise from the esteem in which he is held by posterity for the way he acquitted himself of his duties during his lifetime. And it is presumably to this esteem that this fiction owes its origin. This is quite possible enough. Even in the Guangyu Ji, you will see that not only are numerous tombs of the sage Guan spoken of, but that bygone persons of note are assigned tombs not few in number. But there are many more relics of antiquity about which no testimony can be gathered. The matter treated in the 2 stanzas now in point is, of course, not borne out by any actual record. Yet in every story that is told, in every play that is sung, and on the various slips as well used for fortune-telling, it is invariably to be found. Old and young, men and women, do all understand it and speak of it, whether in proverbs or in their everyday talk. They don't resemble, besides, the ballads encountered in the Xixiangji and Muranting to justify us to fear that we might be setting eyes upon some corrupt text. They are quite harmless, so we'd better keep them. Pao-ch'ai, after these arguments, dropped at length all discussion. They thereupon tried for a time to guess the stanzas. None, however, of their solutions turned out to be correct. But as the days in winter are short, and they saw that it was time for their evening meal, they adjourned to the front part of the compound for their supper. The servants at this stage announced to Madame Wang that Xi Ren's elder brother, Hua Zifang, was outside, and reported to her that he had entered the city to say that his mother was lying in bed dangerously ill, and that she was so longing to see her daughter that he had come to beg for the favor of taking Xi Ren home on a visit. As soon as Madame Wang heard the news, she dilated for a while upon people's mothers and daughters, and of course she did not withhold her consent. Sending therefore at the same time for Lady Feng, she communicated the tidings to her, and enjoined her to deliberate and take suitable action. Lady Feng signified her willingness to do what was necessary, and, returning to her quarters, she there and then commissioned Zhou Rui's wife to go and break the news to Xi Ren. Send also, she went on to direct Mrs. Zhou, for one of the married women who are in attendance when we go out of doors, and let you two, together with a couple of young maids, follow Xi Ren home. But dispatch 4 cart attendants, well up in years, to look everywhere for a spacious curricle for you as well as her, and a small carriage for the maids. All right, acquiesced Zhou Rui's wife. But just as she was about to start, Lady Feng continued her injunctions. Xi Ren, she added, is a person not fond of any fuss, so tell her that it is I who have given the orders, and impress upon her that she must put on several nice coloured clothes, and pack up a large valise full of wearing apparel. Her valise must be a handsome one, and she must take a decent hand stove. Bid her, too, first come and look me up here when she's about to start. Mrs. Zhou promised to execute her directions, and went on her way. After a long interval, Lady Feng actually saw Xi Ren arrive, got up in full costume and headgear, and with her 2 waiting maids and Zhou Rui's wife, who carried the hand stove and the valise packed up with clothes. Lady Feng's eye was attracted by several golden hairpins and pearl ornaments of great brilliancy and beauty, which Xi Ren wore in her coiffure. Her gaze was further struck by the peach-red stiff silk jacket she had on, brocaded with all sorts of flowers and lined with ermine, by her leek green weighted jupe, artistically ornamented with coils of gold thread, and by the bluish satin and grey squirrel pelisse she was wrapped in. These 3 articles of clothing, given to you by our dowager lady, Lady Feng smiled, are all very nice, but this pelisse is somewhat too plain. If you wear this, you'll besides feel too cold, so put on one with long fur. Our Madame Wang, Xi Ren laughingly rejoined, gave me this one with a grey squirrel. I've also got one with ermine. She says that when the end of the year draws nigh, she'll let me have one with long fur. I've got one with long fur, Lady Feng proceeded with a smile. I don't fancy it much, as the fringe does not hang with grace. I was on the point of having it changed, but never mind, I'll let you first use it, and when at the close of the year Madame Wang has one made for you, I can then have mine altered, and it will come to the same thing, as if were returning it like that to me. One and all laughed. That's the way of talking into which her ladyship has got, they observed. There she is the whole year round, recklessly, carelessly, and secretly making good, on Madame Wang's account, ever so many things. How many there is no saying, for really the things for which compensation is made cannot be so much as enumerated. And does she ever go and settle scores with Madame Wang? And here she comes on this occasion and gives vent again to this mean language in order to poke fun at people. How could Madame Wang, Lady Feng laughed, ever give a thought to such trifles as these? They are, in fact, matters of no consequence. Yet were I not to look after them, it would be a disgrace to all of us, and needless to say, I would myself get into some scrape. It's far better that I should dress you all properly, and so get a fair name and a finish, for were each of you to cut the figure of a burnt cake, people would first and foremost ridicule me by saying that in looking after the household I have, instead of doing good, been the means of making beggars of you. After hearing her out, the whole party heaved a sigh. Who could ever be, they exclaimed, so intuitively wise as you, to show, above such regards for Madame Wang, and below such consideration for her subordinates? In the course of these remarks, they noticed Lady Feng bid Ping Er find the dark green stiff silk cloak with the white forks she had worn the day before, and give it to Xi Ren. But perceiving also that in the way of a valise, she only had a double one made of black-spotted, figured sarcenet, with a lining of light red pongee silk, and that its contents consisted merely of 2 weighted jackets, the worse for wear. And the police, Lady Feng went on to tell Ping Er to fetch a woolen wrapper lined with jade and green pongee. But she ordered her, besides, to pack up a snow cloak for her. Ping Er walked away and produced the articles. The one was made of deep red felt and was old. The other was deep red soft satin, neither old nor new. "I don't deserve so much as a single one of these," Xu said. "Keep this felt one for yourself," Ping Er smiled, "and take this one along with you and tell someone to send it to that elderly girl who, while everyone in that heavy fall of snow yesterday was rolled up in soft satin, if not in felt, and while about 10 dark red dresses were reflected in the deep snow and presented such a fine sight, was the only one attired in those shabby old clothes. She seems more than ever to raise her shoulders and double her back. She's really to be pitied, so take this now and give it to her." "She surreptitiously wishes to give my things away," Lady Feng laughed. "I haven't got enough to spend upon myself, and here I have you, better still, to instigate me to be more open-handed." "This comes from the filial piety your ladyship has ever displayed towards Madame Wang," everyone laughingly remarked, "and the fond love for those below you. For had you been mean and only thought of making much of things and not cared a rap for your subordinates, would that girl have presumed to behave in this manner?" "If anyone therefore has read my heart, is she," Lady Feng rejoined with a laugh. "But yet she only knows it in part." At the close of this rejoinder, she again spoke to Xu. "If your mother gets well, all right," she said. "But if anything happens to her, just stay over and send someone to let me know, so that I may specially dispatch a servant to bring you your bedding. But whatever you do, don't use their bedding, nor any of their things to comb your hair with. As for you people," continuing, she observed to Mrs. Joly, "you no doubt are aware of the customs prevailing in this establishment, so that I can dispense with giving you any injunctions." "Yes, we know them all," Mrs. Joly assented. "As soon as we get there, we'll, of course, request the male inmates to retire out of the way. And in the event of our having to stay over, we'll naturally apply for 1 or 2 extra inner rooms." With these words still on her lips, she followed Xu out of the apartment. Then, directing the servant boys to prepare the lanterns, they in due course got into their curricle and came to Hua Zifang's quarters, where we will leave them without any further comment. Lady Feng, meanwhile, sent also for 2 nurses from the Yihong court. "I'm afraid," she said to them, "that she won't come back, so if there be any elderly girl who has to your knowledge so far had her wits about her, depute her to come and keep night watch in Pao-yü's rooms. But you nurses must likewise take care and exercise some control, for you mustn't let Pao-yü recklessly kick up any trouble." "Quite so," answered the 2 nurses, agreeing to her directions, after which they quitted her presence. But not a long interval expired before they came to report the result of their search. "We've set our choice upon Qingwen and Sheyue to put up in his rooms," they reported. "We 4 will take our turn and look after things during the night." When Lady Feng heard these arrangements, she nodded her head. "At night," she observed, "urge him to retire to bed soon, and in the morning press him to get up at an early hour." The nurses replied that they would readily carry out her orders, and returned alone into the garden. In a little time, Jory's wife actually brought the news, which she imparted to Lady Feng, that, as her mother was already beyond hope, Xu could not come back. Lady Feng then explained things to Madame Wang, and sent, at the same time, servants to the garden of Broad Vista to fetch Xu bedding and toilet effects. Pao-yü watched Qingwen and Sheyue get all her belongings in proper order. After the things had been dispatched, Qingwen and Sheyue divested themselves of their remaining fineries and changed the dupes and jackets. Qingwen seated herself round a warming frame. "Now," Sheyue smiled, "you're not to put on the airs of a young lady. I advise you to also move about a bit." "We are all clean gone," Xinwen returned for answer. "I shall have ample time to budge, but every day that you people are here, I shall try and enjoy peace and quiet." "My dear girl," Hsüeh laughed, "I'll make the bed, but drop the cover over the shovel glass and put the catches right. You're so much taller than I." So saying, she at once set to work to arrange the bed for Pao-yü. "Hai!" ejaculated Xinwen, smiling. "One just sits down to warm oneself, and here you come and disturb one." Pao-yü had at this time been sitting, plunged in a despondent mood. The thought of Xiren's mother had crossed through his mind, and he was wondering whether she should be dead or alive, when unexpectedly overhearing Xinwen pass the remarks she did. He speedily sprung up, and came out himself and dropped the cover of the glass, and fastened the contrivance, after which he walked into the room. "Warm yourselves," he smiled. "I've done all there was to be done." "I can't manage," Xinwen rejoined, smiling, "to get warm at all. It just also strikes me that the warming pan hasn't yet been brought." "You've had the trouble to think of it," Hsüeh observed, "but you've never wanted a chafing dish before. It's so warm, besides, on that warming frame of ours, not like the stove couch in that room, which is so cold, so we can very well do without it today." "If both of you are to sleep on that," Pao-yü smiled, "there won't be a soul with me outside, and I shall be in an awful funk. Even you won't be able to have a wink of sleep during the whole night." "As far as I'm concerned," Xinwen put in, "I'm going to sleep in here. There's Hsüeh, so you'd better induce her to come and sleep outside." But while they kept up this conversation, the first watch drew near, and Hsüeh at once lowered the mosquito curtain, removed the lamp, burnt the joss-sticks, and waited upon Pao-yü until he got into bed. The two maids then retired to rest. Xinwen reclined all alone on the warming frame, while Hsüeh lay down outside the winter apartments. End of section 52. Recording by Yuqing in Singapore. Section 53 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Yuqing in Singapore. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, by Cao Xueqin. Translated by Henry Bencraft Joly. Chapter 51, Part 2. The third watch had come and gone, when Pao-yü, in the midst of a dream, started calling Xiren. He uttered her name twice, but no one was about to answer him. And it was after he had stirred himself out of sleep that he eventually recalled to mind that Xiren was not at home, and he had a hearty fit of laughter to himself. Xinwen, however, had been roused out of her sleep, and she called Hsüeh. "Even I," she said, "have been disturbed, fast asleep though I was, and, lo, she keeps a lookout by his very side, and doesn't as yet know anything about his cries. In every deed she's like a stiff corpse." Hsüeh twisted herself round and yawned. "He calls Xiren," she smilingly rejoined. "So what's that to do with me?" "What do you want?" Proceeding, she then inquired of him. "I want some tea," Pao-yü replied. Hsüeh hastily jumped out of bed, with nothing on but a short-waisted coat of red silk. "Throw my pelisse over you," Pao-yü cried, "for mind, it's cold." Hsüeh at these words put back her hands, and, taking the warm pelisse, lined even up to the lapel with fur from the neck of the sable, which Pao-yü had put on getting up, she threw it over her shoulders and went below and washed her hands in the basin. Then, filling first a cup with tepid water, she brought a large cup-sidor for Pao-yü to wash his mouth. Afterwards, she drew near the tea case, and, getting a cup, she first rinsed it with lukewarm water, and pouring half a cup of tea from the warm teapot, she handed it to Pao-yü. After he had done, she herself rinsed her mouth and swallowed half a cupful of tea. My dear girl, Qingwen interposed, smiling. Do you give me also a sip? You put on more airs than ever, Hsüeh laughed. My dear girl, Qingwen added, tomorrow night you needn't budge. I'll wait on you the whole night long. What do you say to that? Hearing this, Hsüeh had no help but to attend to her as well, while she watched her mouth and to pour a cup of tea and gave it to her to drink. Won't you two go to sleep? Hsüeh laughed, but keep on chatting. I go out for a time. I'll be back soon. Are there any evil spirits waiting for you outside? Qingwen smiled. It's sure to be bright moonlight out of doors, Pao-yü observed. So go, while we continue our chat. So speaking, he coughed twice. Hsüeh opened the back door, and raising the woolen portière and looking out, she saw what a beautiful moonlight there really was. Qingwen allowed her just time enough to leave the room when she felt a wish to frighten her for the sake of fun. But such reliance did she have in her physique, which had so far proved better than that of others, that little worrying her mind about the cold, she did not even throw a cloak over her, but putting on a short jacket, she descended, with gentle tread and light step, from the warming frame and was making her way out to follow in her wake, when, "Hello!" cried Pao-yü, warning her. "It's freezing! It's no joke!" Qingwen merely responded with a wave of the hand and sallied out of the door to go in pursuit of her companion. The brilliancy of the moon, which met her eye, was as limpid as water, but suddenly came a slight gust of wind. She felt it penetrate her very flesh and bore through her bones, so much so that she could not help shuddering all over. Little wonder is it, she argued within herself, if people say that one mustn't, when one's body is warm, expose oneself to the wind. This cold is really dreadful. She was at the same time just on the point of giving Hsüeh a start, when she heard Pao-yü shout from inside, "Qingwen has come out!" Qingwen promptly turned back and entered the room. "How could I ever frighten her to death?" she laughed. "It's just your way. You're as great a coward as an old woman." "It isn't at all that you might do her harm by frightening her," Pao-yü smiled. "But, in the first place, it wouldn't be good for you to get frostbitten, and, in the second, you would take her so much off her guard that she won't be able to prevent herself from uttering a shout. So, in the event of rousing any of the others outside of their sleep, they won't say that we're up to jokes, but maintain instead that just as she is gone, you two behave as if you'd come across ghosts or seen evil spirits. Come and tuck in the coverlets on this side." When Qingwen heard what he wanted done, she came accordingly and tucked in the covers, and, putting out her hands, she inserted them under them, and set to work to warm the bedding. "How cold your hand is!" Pao-yü laughingly exclaimed. "I told you to look out or you'd freeze." Noticing at the same time that Qingwen's cheeks were as red as rouge, he rubbed them with his hands. But as they felt icy cold to his touch, "Come at once under the cover and warm yourself," Pao-yü urged. Hardly, however, had he concluded these words, than a sound of gudung reached their ears from the door, and Hsüeh rushed in all in a tremor, laughing the while. "I've had such a fright," she smiled, as she went on speaking. "Goodness me! I saw in the black shade, at the back of the boulders on that hill, someone squatting, and was about to scream, when it turned out to be nothing else than that big golden pheasant. As soon as it caught sight of a human being, it flew away, but it was only when it reached a moonlit place that I at last found out what it was. Had I been so heedless as to scream, I would have been the means of getting people out of their beds." Recounting her experiences, she washed her hands. "Qingwen, you said, has gone out," she proceeded, laughing. "But how is it I never caught a glimpse of her? She must certainly have gone to frighten me." "Isn't this she?" Pao-yü inquired with a smile. "Is she not here warming herself? Had I not been quick in shouting, she would verily have given you a fright. There was no need for me to go out and frighten her, Xueqin laughingly observed. This hussy had frightened her own self. With these words, she ensconced herself again under her own coverlet. Did you forsooth go out, Rouyi remarked, in this smart dress of a circus performer? Why, of course, she went out like this, Pao-yü smiled. You wouldn't know, for the life of you, how to choose a felicitous day, Rouyi added. There you go and stand about on a fruitless errand. Won't your skin get shaped from the frost? Saying this, she again raised the copper cover from the brazier, and, picking up the shovel, she buried the live charcoal deep with ashes, and taking 2 bits of incense of Cambodia fragrant wood, she threw them over them. She then recovered the brazier, and repairing to the back of the screen, she gave the lamp a thorough trimming to make it throw out more light, after which she once more laid herself down. As Xueqin had some time before felt cold, and now began to get warm again, she unexpectedly sneezed a couple of times. How about that? Sighed Pao-yü. There you are. You've after all caught a chill. Early this morning, Julia smiled. She shouted that she wasn't feeling quite herself. Neither did she have the whole day a proper bowl of food. And now, not to speak of her taking so little care of herself, she's still bent upon playing larks upon people. But if she falls ill by and by, we'll let her suffer what she'll have brought upon herself. Is your head hot? Pao-yü asked. It's nothing at all, Xueqin rejoined, after coughing twice. When did I get so delicate? But while she spoke, they heard the striking clock, suspended on the partition wall in the outer rooms, give 2 sounds of dong, dong, and the matron, on the night watch outside, say, Now, young girls, go to sleep. Tomorrow will be time enough for you to chat and laugh. Don't let's talk, Pao-yü then whispered, for, mind, will also induce them to start chattering. After this, they at last went to sleep. The next day, they got up at an early hour. Xueqin's nose was indeed considerably stopped. Her voice was hoarse, and she felt no inclination to move. Be quick, urged Pao-yü, and don't make a fuss, for your mistress, my mother, may come to know of it, and bid you also shift to your house and nurse yourself. Your home might, of course, be all very nice, but it is in fact somewhat cold. So isn't it better here? Go and lie down in the inner rooms, and I'll give orders to someone to send for the doctor to come quietly by the back door and have a look at you. You'll then get all right again. In spite of what you say, Xueqin demurred, you must really say something about it to our senior lady, Mrs. Xiazhu. Otherwise the doctor will be coming unawares, and people will begin to ask questions. And what answer could one give them? Pao-yü found what she said so full of reason that he called an old nurse. Go and deliver this message to your senior mistress, he enjoined her. Tell her that Xueqin got a slight chill yesterday, that as it's nothing to speak of, and she is besides away, there would be, more than ever, no one here to look after things, were she to go home and attend to herself. So let her send for a doctor to come quietly by the back entrance and see what's the matter with her. But don't let her breathe a word about it to Madame Wang, my mother. The old nurse was away a considerable time on the errand. On her return, our senior mistress, she reported, has been told everything. She says that if she gets all right after taking a couple of doses of medicine, it will be well and good. But that in the event of not recovering, it would, really, be the right thing for her to go to her own home. That the reason isn't healthy at present, and that if the other girls caught her complaint, it would be a small thing, but that the good health of the young ladies is a vital matter. Xueqin was lying in the winter apartment, coughing and coughing, when overhearing Li Wan's answer, she lost control over her temper. Have I got such a dreadful epidemic, she said, that she fears that I shall bring it upon others? I'll clear off at once from this place. For mind you, don't get any headaches and hot heads during the course of your lives." While uttering her grievances, she was bent upon getting up immediately when Pao-yü hastened to smile and to press her down. "Don't lose your temper," he advised her. "This is a responsibility which falls upon her shoulders, so she is afraid lest Madame Wang might come to hear of it and call her to task. She only made a harmless remark, but you've always been prone to anger, and now, as a matter of course, your spleen is larger than ever." But in the middle of his advice to her, a servant came and told him that the doctor had arrived. Pao-yü accordingly crossed over to the off-side and retired behind the bookcase, from whence he perceived 2 or 3 matrons, whose duty it was to keep watch at the back door, usher the doctor in. The waiting maids, meanwhile, withdrew out of the way. 3 or 4 old nurses dropped the deep red embroidered curtain, suspended in the winter apartment. Qingwen then simply stretched out her hand from among the folds of the curtain, but the doctor noticed that 2 of the fingers of her hand, the nails, which measured fully 2 or 3 inches in length, still bore marks of the pure red dye from the China balsam, and forthwith he turned his head away. An old nurse speedily fetched a towel and wiped them for her, when the doctor set to work and felt her pulse for a while, after which he rose and walked into the outer chamber. "Your young lady's illness," he said to the old nurses, "arises from external sources and internal obstructive influences, caused by the unhealthiness of the season of late. Yet it's only a slight chill after all. Fortunately, the young lady has ever been moderate in her drinking and eating. The cold she has is nothing much. It's mainly because she has a weak constitution that she has unawares got a bit of a chill. But if she takes a couple of doses of medicine to dispel it with, she'll be quite right." So saying, he followed once more the matron out of the house. Weiyuan had, by this time, sent word to the various female domestics at the back entrance, as well as to the young maids in the different parts of the establishment to keep in retirement. All therefore that the doctor perceived as he went along was the scenery in the garden, but not a single girl did he see. Shortly he made his exit out of the garden gate, and taking a seat in the duty lodge of the servant lads who looked after the garden entrance, he wrote a prescription. "Sir," urged an old nurse, "don't go yet. Our young master is fretful, and there may be, I fancy, something more to ask you." "Wasn't the one I saw just now a young lady?" the doctor exclaimed with eagerness. "But a young man, eh? Yet the rooms were such as are occupied by ladies. The curtains were besides let down. So how could the patient I saw have ever been a young man?" "My dear sir," laughed the old nurse, "it isn't strange that a servant girl said just now that a new doctor had been sent for on this occasion, for you really know nothing about our family matters. That room is that of our young master, and that is a girl attached to the apartments, but she's really a servant maid. However were those a young lady's rooms. Had a young lady fallen ill, would you ever have penetrated inside with such ease?" With these words, she took the prescription and wended her way into the garden. When Pao-yü came to peruse it, he found above such medicines mentioned as sweet basil, platycodon, caraway seeds, Mosla dianthera, and the like, and below citrus fusca and cider as well. "He deserves to be hanged! He deserves death!" Pao-yü shouted. "Here he treats girls in the very same way as he would as men. How could this ever do? No matter what internal obstruction there may be, how could she ever stand citrus and cider? Who asked him to come? Bundle him off at once, and send for another who knows what he's about." "Whether he uses the right medicines or not," the old nurse pleaded, "we are not in a position to know. But we'll now tell a servant lad to go and ask Dr. Wang round. It is easy enough. The only thing is that, As this doctor wasn't sent for through the head manager's office, his fee must be paid to him. How much must one give him? Pao-yü inquired. Were one to give him too little, it wouldn't look nice, a matron ventured. He should be given a tael. This would be quite the thing with such a household as ours. When Dr. Wang comes, Pao-yü asked, how much is he given? Whenever Dr. Wang and Dr. Zhang come, a matron smilingly explained, no money is ever given them. At the 4 seasons of each year, however, presents are simply sent to them in a lump. This is a fixed annual custom, but this new doctor has come only this once, so he should be given a tael. After this explanation, Pao-yü readily bade Xueqin to go and fetch the money. I can't make out where Sister Hua put it, Xueqin rejoined. I've often seen her take money out of that lacquered press, ornamented with designs made with shells, Pao-yü added. So come along with me and let's go and search. As he spoke, he and Xueqin came together into what was used as a storeroom by Xi. Upon opening the shell-covered press, they found the top shelf full of pens, pieces of ink, fans, scented cakes, various kinds of purses, handkerchiefs, and other like articles, while on the lower shelf were piled several strings of cash. But presently they pulled out the drawer when they saw, in a small wicker basket, several pieces of silver and a steelyard. Xueqin quickly snatched a piece of silver. Then, erasing the steelyard, which is the 1 tael mark? She asked. Pao-yü laughed. It's amusing that you should appeal to me, he said. You really behave as if you had only just come. Xueqin also laughed, and was about to go and make inquiries of someone else, when Pao-yü interfered. Choose a piece out of those big ones, and give it to him, and have done, he said. We don't go in for buying and selling, so what's the use of minding such trifles? Xueqin, upon hearing this, dropped the steelyard and selected a piece, which she weighed in her hand. This piece, she smiled, must, I fancy, be a tael, but it would be better to let him have a little more. Don't let's give too little, as those poor brats will have a laugh at our expense. They won't say that we know nothing about the steelyard, but that what the designs mean. A matron who stood at the threshold of the door smilingly chimed in. This ingot, she said, weighs 5 taels. Even if you cut half of it off, it will weigh a couple of taels at least. But there are no sizey shears at hand, so, miss, put this piece aside and choose a smaller one. Xueqin had already closed the press and walked out. We'll go and fumble about again, she laughed. If there's a little more, well, you take it and finish. Be quick, Pao-yü remarked, and tell Minn to go for another doctor. It will be all right. The matron received the money and marched off to go and settle matters. Presently, Dr. Wang actually arrived, at the invitation of Minn. First and foremost, he felt the pulse, and then gave the same diagnosis of the complaint as the other doctor did in the first instance, the only difference being that there was, in fact, no citrus or cider or other similar drugs included in the prescription. It contained, however, false sarsaparilla roots, dried orange peel, Pionia albiflora, and other similar medicines. But the quantities were, on the other hand, considerably smaller, as compared with those of the drugs mentioned in the former prescription. These are the medicines, Pao-yü ejaculated exultingly, suitable for girls. They should, it's true, be of a laxative nature, but never over and above what's needful. When I fell ill last year, I suffered from a chill, but I got such an obstruction in the viscera that I could neither take anything liquid or substantial. Yet, though he saw the state I was in, he said that I couldn't stand cedar, ground gypsum, citrus, and other such violent drugs. You and I resemble the newly opened wild begonia Yuqing sent me in autumn. And how could you resist medicines which are too much for me? We are like the lofty aspen trees, which grows in people's burial grounds. To look at, The branches and leaves are of luxuriant growth, but they are hollow at the core. Do open aspen trees grow in waste burial grounds? Hsüeh smiled. Is it likely, pray, that there are no fir and cypress trees? What's more loathsome than any other is the aspen, for though a lofty tree, it only has a few leaves, and it makes quite a confused noise with the slightest puff of wind. If you therefore deliberately compare yourself to it, you'll also be ranging yourself too much among the common herd. I didn't liken myself to fir or cypress, Pao-yü laughingly retorted. Even Confucius says, after the season waxes cold, one finds that the fir and cypress are the last to lose their foliage, which makes it evident that these two things are of high excellence. Thus, it's those only who are devoid of every sense of shame who foolishly liken themselves to trees of the kind. While engaged in this colloquy, they perceived the old matron bringing the drugs, so Pao-yü bade her fetch the silver pot used for boiling medicines in, and then he directed her to prepare the decoction on the brazier. The right thing would be, Xueqin suggested, that you should let them go and get it ready in the tea-room, for will it ever do to fill this room with the smell of medicines? The smell of medicines, Pao-yü rejoined, is far nicer than that emitted by the whole lot of flowers. Fairies pick medicines and prepare medicines. Besides this, eminent men and cultured scholars gather medicines and concoct medicines, so that it constitutes a most excellent thing. I was just thinking that there's everything and anything in these rooms, and that the only thing that we lack is the smell of medicines, but as luck would have it, everything is now complete. Speaking, he lost no time in giving orders to a servant to put the medicines on the fire. Next, he advised Hsüeh to get ready a few presents, and bid a nurse take them and go and look up Xu and exhort her not to give way to excessive grief. And when he had settled everything that had to be seen to, he repaired to the front to Dowager Lady Jia's and Madame Wang's quarters, and paid his respects and had his meal. Lady Feng, as it happened, was just engaged in consulting with old Lady Jia and Madame Wang. The days are now short as well as cold, she argued, so wouldn't it be advisable that my senior sister-in-law, Mrs. Jiazhu, should henceforward have her repasts in the garden along with the young ladies? When the weather gets milder, it won't at all matter if they have to run backward and forward. This is really a capital idea, Madame Wang smiled. It will be so convenient during windy and rainy weather. To inhale the chilly air after eating isn't good, and to some quite empty and begin piling up a lot of things in a stomach full of cold air isn't quite safe. It would be as well, therefore, to select 2 cooks from among the women who have, anyhow, to keep night duty in the large 5-roomed house inside the garden back entrance, and station them there for the special purpose of preparing the necessary viands for the girls. Fresh vegetables are subject to some rule of distribution, so they can be issued to them from the general manager's office, or they might possibly require money, or be in need of some things or other. And it will be all right if a few of those pheasants, deer, and every kind of game be apportioned to them. I, too, was just thinking about this, Dowager Lady Jia observed. The only thing I feared was that with the extra work that would again be thrown upon the cookhouse, they might have too much to do. There'll be nothing much to do, Lady Feng replied. The same apportionment will continue as ever. In here, something may be added, but in there something will be reduced. Should it even involve a little trouble, it will be a small matter. If the girls were exposed to the cold wind, everyone else might stand it with impunity. But how could Cousin Lin, first and foremost above all others, resist any of the kind? In fact, Brother Bao himself wouldn't be proof against it. What's more, none of the various young ladies can boast of a strong constitution. What rejoinder old Lady Jia made to Lady Feng at the close of the representations is not yet ascertained, so, reader, Listen to the explanations you will find given in the next chapter. End of section 53. Recording by Yuqing in Singapore. Section 54 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Yuqing in Singapore. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, by Cao Xueqin. Translated by Henry Bencraft Joly. Chapter 52, Part 1. The beautiful Ping endeavors to conceal the loss of the bracelet, made of work as fine as the feelers of a shrimp. The brave Qingwen mends the downcloak during her indisposition. But let us return to our story. Quite so, was the reply with which Dowager Lady Jia greeted by Lady Feng's proposal. I meant the other day to have suggested this arrangement, but I saw that every one of you had so many urgent matters to attend to, and I thought that, although you would not presume to bear me a grudge, were several duties now again superadded, you would unavoidably imagine that I only regarded those young grandsons and granddaughters of mine, and had no consideration for any of you who have to look after the house. But since you make this assertion yourself, it's all right. And seeing that Mrs. Hsüeh and sister-in-law Li were sitting with her, and that Madame Xing and Mrs. You and the other ladies, who had also crossed over to pay their respects, had not as yet gone to their quarters, old Lady Jia broached the subject with Madame Wang and the rest of the company. I've never before ventured to give utterance to the remarks that just fell from my lips, she said, as first of all I was in fear and trembling lest I should have made that girl Feng more presumptuous than ever, and next lest I should have incurred the displeasure of one and all of you. But since you are all here today, and every one of you knows what brothers' wives and husbands' sisters mean, is there, I asked, anyone besides her as full of forethought? Mrs. Hsüeh, sister-in-law Li, and Mrs. You smiled with one consent. There are indeed but few like her, they cried. That of others is simply a conventional face affection, but she is really fond of her husband's sisters and his young brother. In fact, she is as genuinely filial with you, Venerable Senior. Dowager Lady Jia nodded her head. Albeit I'm fond of her, she sighed. I can't, on the other hand, help disturbing that excessive shrewdness of hers, for it isn't a good thing. You're wrong there, worthy ancestor, Lady Feng laughed with alacrity. People in the world, as a rule, maintain that too shrewd and clever a person can't, it is feared, live long. Now what people of the world invariably say people of the world invariably believe. But of you alone, my dear senior, can no such thing be averred or believed. For there you are, ancestor mine, 100 times sharper and cleverer than I, and how is it that you now enjoy both perfect happiness and longevity? But I presume that I shall by and by excel you by 100-fold, and die at length, after a life of 1,000 years, when you, Venerable Senior, shall have departed from these mortal scenes. After everyone is dead and gone, Dowager Lady Jia laughingly observed, what pleasure will there be if 2 antiquated elves, like you and I will be, remain behind? This joke excited general mirth. But so concerned was Pao-yü about Qingwen and other matters that he was the first to make a move and return into the garden. On his arrival at his quarters, he found the rooms full of the fragrance emitted by the medicines. Not a soul did he, however, see about. Qingwen was reclining all alone on the stove couch. Her face was feverish and red. When he came to touch it, his hand experienced a scorching sensation. Retracing his steps, therefore, towards the stove, he warmed his hands and inserted them under the coverlet and felt her. Her body as well was as hot as fire. If the others have left, he then remarked, there's nothing strange about it. But are Shuyu and Xuewen too so utterly devoid of feeling as to have each gone after her own business? As regards Xuewen, Qingwen explained, I told her to go and have a meal. And as for Sheyue, Ping came just now and called her out of doors, and there they are outside confabbing in a mysterious way. What the drift of their conversation can be, I don't know. But they must be talking about my having fallen ill, and my not leaving this place to go home.
Ping isn't that sort of person, Pao-yü pleaded. Besides, she had no idea whatever about your illness, so that she couldn't have come especially to see how you were getting on. I fancy her object was to look up Shueyue to hobnob with her, but finding unexpectedly that you were not up to the mark, she readily said that she had come on purpose to find what progress you were making. This was quite a natural thing for a person with so wily a disposition to say, for the sake of preserving harmony. But if you don't go home, it's none of her business. You two have all along been, irrespective of other things, on such good terms that she could by no means entertain any desire to injure the friendly relations which exist between you, all on account of something that doesn't concern her.
Your remarks are right enough, Xianwen rejoined, but I do suspect her, as why did she too start, all of a sudden, imposing upon me?
Wait, I'll walk out by the back door, Pao-yü smiled, and go to the foot of the window and listen to what she's saying. I'll then come and tell you.
Speaking the while, he, in point of fact, sauntered out of the back door, and getting below the window, he lent an ear to the confidences. How did you manage to get it? Shueyue inquired with gentle voice. When I lost sight of it on that day that I washed my hands, Ping answered. Our Lady Secunda wouldn't let us make a fuss, but the moment she left the garden, she there and then sent word to the nurses stationed in the various places to institute careful search. Our suspicions, however, fell upon Miss Xing's maid, who has ever also been poverty-stricken, surmising that a young girl of her age, who had never set eyes upon anything of the kind, may possibly have picked it up and taken it. But never did we positively believe that it could be someone from this place of yours. Happily, Our Lady Secunda wasn't in the room when that nurse Song who is with you here went over, and said, producing the bracelet, that the young maid, Dreyer, had stolen it, and that she had detected her, and come to lay the matter before Our Lady Secunda. I promptly took over the bracelet from her, and recollecting how imperious and exacting Pao-yü is inclined to be, fond and devoted as he is to each and all of you, held the jade which was pricked the other year by a certain Liang is still, just as the matter has cooled down for the last couple of years, canvassed at times by some people eager to serve their own ends. How someone has now again turned up to purloin this gold trinket, how it was filched, to make matters worse, from a neighbour's house, how as luck would have it, she took this of all things, and how it happened to be his own servant to give him a slap on his mouth. I hastened to enjoin Nurse Song to, on no account whatever, let Pao-yü know anything about it, but simply pretend that nothing of the kind had transpired, and to make no mention of it to any single soul. In the second place, I said, our dowager lady and Madame Wang would get angry if they came to hear anything. Thirdly, Xi as well as yourselves would not also cut a very good figure. Hence it was that in telling Our Lady Secunda, I merely explained that on my way to our senior mistress, the bracelet got unclasped without my knowing it, that it fell among the roots of the grass, that there was no chance of seeing it while the snow was steep, but that when the snow completely disappeared today, there it glistened, so yellow and bright, in the rays of the sun, in precisely the very place where it had dropped, and that I then picked it up. Our Lady Secunda at once credited my version. So here I come to let you all know, so as to be henceforward a little on your guard with her, and not get her a job anywhere else. Wait until Xiren's return, and then devise means to pack her off, and finish with her. This young vixen has seen things of this kind before, Shueyue ejaculated, and how is it that she was so shallow-eyed? What could, after all, be the weight of this bracelet? Ping observed. It was once Our Lady Secunda's. She says that this is called the shrimp filler bracelet, but it's the pearl which increases its weight. That minx Qingwen is as fiery as a piece of crackling charcoal, so were anything to be told her, she may, so little able is she to curb her temper, flare up suddenly into a huff, and beat or scold her, and kick up as much fuss as she ever has done before.
That's why I simply tell you. Exercise due care, and it will be all right. With this warning, she bid her farewell and went on her way. Her words delighted, vexed, and grieved Pao-yü. He felt delighted on account of the consideration shown by Ping Er for his own feelings, vexed because Dreyer had turned out a petty thief, grieved that Dreyer, who was otherwise such a smart girl, should have gone in for this disgraceful affair. Returning consequently into the house, he told Qingwen every word that Ping Er had uttered. She says, she went on to add, that you're so fond of having things all your own way that were you to hear anything of this business, now that you're ill, you would get worse, and that she only means to broach the subject with you when you get quite yourself again. Upon hearing this, Qingwen's ire was actually stirred up, and her beautiful mouth-like eyebrows contracted, and her lovely phoenix eyes stared wide like two balls. So she immediately shouted out for Dreyer. If you go on bawling like that, Pao-yü hastily remonstrated with her, won't you show yourself ungrateful for the regard with which Ping Er has dealt with you and me? Better for us to show ourselves sensible of her kindness, and by pack the girl off and finish. Your suggestion is all very good, Qingwen demurred, but how could I suppress this resentment? What's there to feel resentment about? Pao-yü asked. Just you take good care of yourself. It's the best thing you can do. Qingwen then took her medicine. When evening came, she had another couple of doses. But though in the course of the night she broke out into a slight perspiration, she did not see any change for the better in her state. Still she felt feverish, her head sore, her nose stopped, her voice hoarse. The next day, Dr. Wang came again to examine her pulse and see how she was getting on. Besides other things, he increased the proportions of certain medicines in the decoction and reduced others. But in spite of her fever having been somewhat brought down, her head continued to ache as much as ever. Go and fetch the snuff, Pao-yü said to Shueyue, and give it to her to sniff. She'll feel more at ease after she has had several strong sneezes. Shueyue went, in fact, and brought a flat crystal bottle, inlaid with a couple of golden stars, and handed it to Pao-yü. Pao-yü speedily raised the cover of the bottle. Inside it, he discovered, represented on Western enamel, a fair-haired young girl, in a state of nature, on whose two sides figured wings of flesh. This bottle contained some really first-rate foreign snuff. Qingwen's attention was fixedly concentrated on the representation. Sniff a little, Pao-yü urged. If the smell evaporates, it won't be worth anything. Qingwen, at his advice, promptly dug out a little with a nail and applied it to her nose, but with no effect. So digging out again a good quantity of it, she pressed it into her nostrils. Then suddenly she experienced a sensation in her nose as if some pungent matter had penetrated into the very duct into the head, and she sneezed 5 or 6 consecutive times until tears rolled down from her eyes and mucus trickled from her nostrils. Qingwen hastily put the bottle away. It's dreadfully pungent, she laughed. Bring me some paper, quick. A servant girl at once handed her a pile of fine paper. Qingwen extracted sheet after sheet and blew her nose. Well, said Pao-yü, smiling, how are you feeling now? I'm really considerably relieved, Qingwen rejoined, laughing. The only thing is that my temples still hurt me. Were you to treat yourself exclusively with Western medicines, I'm sure you'd get all right, Pao-yü added smilingly. Saying this, go, he accordingly desired Shueyue, to our Lady Secunda, and ask her for some. Tell her that I spoke to you about them. My cousin over there often uses some Western plaster, which she applies to her temples when she got a headache.
It's called Weiyuan, so try and get some of it. Shueyue expressed her readiness. After a protracted absence, she, in very deed, came back with a small bit of the medicine, and going quickly for a piece of red silk cutting, she got the scissors and slit 2 round slips off as big as the tip of a finger. After which, she took the medicine and softening it by the fire, she spread it on them with a hairpin. Xueqin herself laid hold of a looking-glass with a handle and stuck the bits on both her temples. "While you were lying sick," Xueqin laughed, "you looked like a mangy-headed devil. But with this stuff on, now you present a fine sight. As for our Lady Secunda, she has been so much in the habit of sticking these things about her that they don't very much show off with her." This joke over, "Our Lady Secunda said," she resumed, addressing herself to Pao-yü, "that tomorrow is your maternal uncle's birthday, and that our mistress, your mother, asked her to tell you to go over. That whatever clothes you'll put on tomorrow should be got ready tonight, so as to avoid any trouble in the morning." "Anything that comes first to hand," Pao-yü observed, "will do well enough. There's no getting, the whole year round, at the end of all the fuss of birthdays." Speaking the while, he rose to his feet and left the room with the idea of repairing to Sichuan's quarters to have a look at the painting. As soon as he got outside the door of the courtyard, he unexpectedly spied Bao Qing's young maid, Xiaoluo by name, crossing over from the opposite direction. Pao-yü, with rapid step, strode up to her, and inquired of her whither she was going. "Our two young ladies," Xiaoluo answered with a smile, "are in Miss Lin's rooms, so I'm also now on my way thither." Catching this answer, Pao-yü wheeled round and came at once with her to the Xiaoxiang lodge. Here not only did he find Pao-ch'ai and her cousin, but Xing Xiuyan as well. The quartet was seated in a circle on the warming frame, carrying on a friendly chat on everyday domestic matters, while Zijuan was sitting in the winter apartment, working at some needlework by the side of the window. The moment they caught a glimpse of him, their faces beamed with smiles. "There comes someone else," they cried. "There's no room for you to sit." "What a fine picture of beautiful girls in the winter chamber!" Pao-yü smiled. "It's a pity I come a trifle too late. This room is, at all events, so much warmer than any other that I won't feel cold if I plant myself on this chair." So saying, he made himself comfortable on a favorite chair of Tai-yü's, was thrown a gray squirrel cover. But noticing in the winter apartment a jade stone bowl full of single narcissi in clusters of 3 or 5, Pao-yü began praising their beauty with all the language he could command. "What lovely flowers!" he exclaimed. "The warmer the room gets, the stronger is the fragrance emitted by these flowers. How is it I never saw them yesterday?" "These are," Tai-yü laughingly explained, "from the 2 pots of narcissi, and the 2 pots of allspice sent to Monsieur Secunda by the wife of LiII, the head butler in your household. Of these she gave me a pot of narcissi, and to that girl Ring a pot of allspice. I didn't at first mean to keep them, but I was afraid of showing no consideration for her kind attention. But if you want them, I'll, in my turn, present them to you. Will you have them, eh?" "I've got 2 pots of them in my rooms," Pao-yü replied, "but they are not up to these. How is it you are ready to let others have what Cousin Qin has given you? This can on no account do." "With me here," Tai-yü added, "the medicine pot never leaves the fire, the whole day long. I'm only kept together by medicines. So how could I ever stand the smell of flowers bunging my nose? It makes me weaker than ever. Besides, if there's the least whiff of medicine in this room, it will, contrariwise, spoil the fragrance of these flowers. So isn't it better that you should have them carried away? These flowers will then breathe a purer atmosphere, and won't have any mixture of smells to annoy them." "I've also got now someone ill in my place," Pao-yü retorted with a smile, "and medicines are being decocted. How comes it you happen to know nothing about it?" "This is strange," Tai-yü laughed. "I was really speaking quite thoughtlessly, for whoever knows what's going on in your apartments? But why do you, instead of getting here a little earlier to listen to old stories, come at this moment to bring trouble and vexation upon your own self?" Pao-yü gave a laugh. "Let's have a meeting tomorrow," he proposed, "for we've also got the themes. Let's sing the narcissus and allspice." "Never mind, drop that," Tai-yü rejoined upon hearing his proposal. "I can't venture to write any more verses. Whenever I indite any, I'm mulcted. So I'd rather not be put to any great shame." While uttering these words, she screened her face with both hands. What's the matter? Pao-yü smiled. Why are you again making fun of me? I'm not afraid of any shame, but lo, you screen your face. The next time, Pao-ch'ai felt impelled to interpose laughingly. I convene the meeting. We'll have 4 themes for odes and 4 for songs, and each one of us will have to write 4 odes and 4 roundelays. The theme of the first ode will treat of the plan of the great extreme, the rhyme fixed being xian, and the meter consisting of 5 words in each line. We'll have to exhaust every one of the rhymes under xian, and mind, not a single one may be left out. From what you say, Baoting smilingly observed, it's evident that you're not in earnest, cousin, in setting the club on foot. It's clear enough that your object is to embarrass people, but as far as the verses go, we could forcibly turn out a few, just by higgledy-piggledy taking several passages from the canon of changes, and inserting them in our own. But, after all, what fun will there be in that sort of thing? When I was 8 years of age, I went with my father to the western seaboard to purchase foreign goods. Who would have thought it? We came across a girl from the Zhenzhen kingdom. She was in her 18th year, and her features were just like those of the beauties one sees represented in foreign pictures. She has also yellow hair, hanging down and arranged in endless plaits. Her whole head was ornamented with one mass of cornelian beads, amber, cat's eyes, and grandmother greenstone. On her person she wore a chain armor plated with gold, and a coat which was up to the very sleeves, embroidered in foreign style. In a belt she carried a Japanese sword, also inlaid with gold and studded with precious gems. In very truth, even in pictures, there is no one as beautiful as she. Some people said that she was thoroughly conversant with Chinese literature and could explain the 5 classics, that she was able to write odes and devise roundelays. And so my father requested an interpreter to ask her to write something. She thereupon wrote an original stanza, which all with one voice praised for its remarkable beauty and extolled for its extraordinary merits. My dear cousin, eagerly smiled Pao-yü, produce what she wrote, and let's have a look at it. It's put away in Nanjing, Baoting replied with a smile, so how could I at present go and fetch it? Great was Pao-yü's disappointment at this rejoinder. I've no luck, he cried, to see anything like this in the world. Tai-yü laughingly laid hold of Baoting. Don't be humbugging us, she remarked. I know well enough that you are not likely, on a visit like this, to have left any such things of yours at home. You must have brought them along. Yet here you are now again palming off a fib on us by saying that you haven't got them with you. You people may believe what she says, but I, for my part, don't. Baoting got red in the face. Drooping her head against her chest, she gave a faint smile, but she uttered not a word by way of response. Really, Pinger, you've got into the habit of talking like this, Pao-ch'ai laughed. You're too shrewd by far. Bring them along, Tai-yü urged with a smile, and give us a chance of seeing something and learning something. It won't hurt them. There's a whole heap of trunks and baskets, Pao-ch'ai put in laughing, which haven't been yet cleared away, and how could one tell in which particular one they're packed up? Wait a few days, and when things will have been put straight a bit, we'll try and find them, and every one of us can then have a look at them. That will be all right. But if you happen to remember the lines, she pursued, speaking to Baoting, why not recite them for our benefit? I remember so far that her lines consisted of a stanza with 5 characters in each line, Pao-ch'ai returned for an answer. For a foreign girl, they're verily very well done. Don't begin for a while, Pao-ch'ai exclaimed. Let me send for Yuqing so that she too might hear them. At this remark, she called Xiaoluo to her. Go to my place, she observed, and tell her that a foreign beauty has come over, who's a splendid hand at poetry. You, who have poetry on the brain, are invited to come and see her. And then lay hold of this verse maniac of ours and bring her along. Xiaoluo gave a smile and went away. After a long time, they heard Xiangyun laughingly inquire, "What foreign beauty has come?" But while asking this question, she made her appearance in company with Xianglin. "We heard your voices long before we caught a glimpse of your persons," the party laughed. Baoqing and her companions motioned to her to sit down, and, in due course, she reiterated what she had told them a short while back. "Be quick, out with it! Let's hear what it is," Xiaoming smilingly cried. Baoqing thereupon recited, "Last night in the purple chamber I dreamt. This evening on the Shueguo Isle I sing. The clouds by the isle cover the broad sea. The zephyr from the peaks reaches the woods. The moon has never known present or past. From shallow and deep causes springs love's fate. When I recall my spring south of the Han, can I not feel disconsolate at heart?" After listening to her, "She does deserve credit," they unanimously shouted, "for she really is far superior to us, Chinese that we be." But scarcely was this remark out of their lips when they perceived Hsüeh walk in. "Madame Wang," she said, "has sent a servant to inform you, Master Secundus, that you are to go at an early hour tomorrow morning to your maternal uncle's, and that you are to explain to him that her ladyship isn't feeling quite up to the mark, and that she cannot pay him a visit in person." Pao-yü precipitately jumped to his feet and signified his assent by answering yes. He then went on to inquire of Pao-ch'ai and Baoqing. "Are you two going?" "We're not going," Pao-ch'ai rejoined. "We simply went there yesterday to take our present over, but we left after a short chat." Pao-yü thereupon pressed his female cousins to go ahead, and he then followed them. But Tai-yü called out to him again and stopped him. "When is Xi-ren, after all, coming back?" she asked. "She'll naturally come back after she has accompanied the funeral," Pao-yü retorted. Tai-yü had something more she would have liked to tell him, but she found it difficult to shape it into words. After some moments spent in abstraction, "Off with you!" she cried. Pao-yü too felt that he treasured in his heart many things he would fain confide to her, but he did not know what to bring to his lips. So, after cogitating within himself for a time, he likewise observed smilingly, "We'll have another chat tomorrow," and, as he said so, he wended his way down the stairs. Lowering his head, he was just about to take a step forward, when he twisted himself round again with alacrity. "Now that the nights are longer than they were, you are sure to cough often and wake several times in the night, eh?" he asked. "Last night," Tai-yü answered, "I was all right. I coughed only twice. But I only slept at the fourth watch for a couple of hours, and then I couldn't close my eyes again. I really have something very important to tell you," Pao-yü proceeded with another smile. "It only now crossed my mind." Saying this, he approached her and added in a confidential tone, "I think that the bird's nets sent to you by cousin Pao-ch'ai." Barely, however, had he had time to conclude that he spied Dame Zhao enter the room to pay Tai-yü a visit. "Miss, have you been all right these last few days?" she inquired. Tai-yü readily guessed that there was an attention extended to her merely as she had, on her way back from Tan Chun's quarters, to pass by her door, so speedily smiling a forced smile, she offered her a seat. "Many thanks, Dame Zhao," she said, "for the trouble of thinking of me, and for coming in person in this intense cold." Hastily also bidding a servant pour the tea, she simultaneously winked at Pao-yü. Pao-yü grasped her meaning, and forthwith quitted the apartment. As this happened to be about dinner time, and he had been enjoined as well by Madame Wang to be back at an early hour, Pao-yü returned to his quarters, and looked on while Qingwen took her medicine. Pao-yü did not desire Qingwen this evening to move into the winter apartment, but stayed with Qingwen outside. And, giving orders to bring the warming frame near the winter apartment, Hsüeh slept on it. End of section 54. Recording by Cao Xueqin in Singapore. Section 55 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Yuqing in Singapore. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, by Cao Xueqin. Translated by Henry Bencraft Joly. Chapter 52, Part 2. Nothing of any interest worth putting on record transpired during the night. On the morrow, before the break of day, Qingwen aroused Hsüeh. "You should awake," she said. "The only thing is that you haven't had enough sleep. If you go out and tell them to get the water for tea ready for him, while I wake him, it will be all right." Hsüeh immediately jumped up and threw something over her. "Let's call him to get up and dress in his fine clothes," she said. "We can summon them in after this firebox has been removed. The old nurses told us not to allow him to stay in this room for fear the virus of the disease should pass on to him. So now if they see us bundled up together in one place, they are bound to kick up another row." "That's my idea too," Qingwen replied. The two girls were then about to call him when Pao-yü woke up of his own accord, and speedily leaping out of bed, he threw his clothes over him. Hsüeh first called a young maid into the room and put things shipshape before she told Qingwen and the other servant girls to enter, and along with them she remained in waiting upon Pao-yü while he combed his hair and washed his face and hands. This part of his toilet over, Hsüeh remarked, "It's cloudy again, so I suppose it's going to snow. You'd better therefore wear a woolen overcoat." Pao-yü nodded his head approvingly, and set to work at once to effect the necessary change in his costume. A young waiting maid then presented him a covered bowl in a small tea tray containing a decoction made of Fujian lotus and red dates. After Pao-yü had had a couple of mouthfuls, Hsüeh also brought him a small plateful of browned ginger prepared according to some prescription. Pao-yü put a piece into his mouth, and, impressing some advice on Qingwen, he crossed over to Dowager Lady Jia's suite of rooms. His grandmother had not yet got out of bed, but she was well aware that Pao-yü was going out of doors, so having the entrance leading into her bedroom open, she asked Pao-yü to walk in. Pao-yü espied behind the old lady Bao-qing lying with her face turned towards the inside, and not awake yet from her sleep. Dowager Lady Jia observed that Pao-yü was clad in a deep red felt-fringed overcoat, with woolen lychee-coloured archery sleeves and with an edging of dark green glossy satin, embroidered with gold rings. "What?" old Lady Jia inquired. "Is it snowing?" "The weather is dull," Pao-yü replied, "but it isn't snowing yet." Dowager Lady Jia thereupon sent for Yuan and told her to fetch the peacock down pelisse, finished the day before, and give it to him. Yuan signified her obedience and went off, and actually returned with what was wanted. When Pao-yü came to survey it, he found that the green and golden hues glistened with bright lustre, that the jade-like variegated colours on it shone with splendour, and that it bore no resemblance to the duck-down cloak which Bao-qing had been wearing. "This," he heard his grandmother smilingly remark, "is called bird gold. This is woven of the down of peacocks caught in Russia, twisted into thread. The other day I presented that one with the wild duck down to a young female cousin, so I now give you this one." Pao-yü prostrated himself before her, after which he threw the coat over his shoulders. "Go and let your mother see it before you start," his grandmother laughingly added. Pao-yü assented, and quitted her apartments, when he caught sight of Yuan standing below rubbing her eyes. Ever since the day on which Yuan had sworn to have done with the match, she had not exchanged a single word with Pao-yü. Pao-yü was therefore day and night a prey to dejection. So when he now observed her shook his presence again, Pao-yü at once advanced up to her, and, putting on a smile, "My dear girl," he said, "do look at the coat I've got on. Is it nice or not?" Yuan shoved his hand away, and promptly walked into Dowager Lady Jia's quarters. Pao-yü was thus compelled to repair to Madame Wang's room, and let her see his coat. Retracing afterwards his footsteps into the garden, he let Qingwen and Sheyue also have a look at it, and then came and told his grandmother that he had attended to her wishes. My mother, he added, has seen what I've got on, but all she said was, "What a pity," and then she went on to enjoin me to be careful with it and not to spoil it. There only remains this single one, old Lady Jia observed, so if you spoil it, you can't have another. Even did I want to have one made for you like it now, it would be out of the question. At the close of these words, she went on to advise him. Don't, she said, have too much wine, and come back early. Pao-yü acquiesced by uttering several yeses. An old nurse then followed him out into the pavilion. Here they discovered 6 attendants, Pao-yü's milk brother Li Gui, and Wang Rong, Zhang Ruojing, Zhao Yihua, Qian Sheng, and Zhou Rui, as well as 4 young servant lads, Bei Ming, Ban He, Chu Yao, and Sao Hong, some carrying bundles of clothes on their backs, some holding cushions in their hands, others leading a white horse with engraved saddle and variegated bridles. They had already been waiting for a good long while. The old nurse went on to issue some directions, and the 6 servants, hastily expressing their obedience by numerous yeses, quickly caught hold of the saddle and weighted the stirrup down while Pao-yü mounted leisurely. Li Gui and Wang Rong then led the horse by the bit. 2 of them, Qian Sheng and Zhou Rui, walked ahead and showed the way. Zhang Ruojing and Zhao Yihua followed Pao-yü closely on each side. Brother Zhou and Brother Qian, Pao-yü smiled from his seat on his horse. Let's go by this side gate. It will save my having again to dismount when we reach the entrance to my father's study. Mr. Jia Zheng is not in his study, Zhou Rui laughed with a curtsy. It has been daily under lock and key, so there will be no need for you, master, to get down from your horse. Though it be locked up, Pao-yü smiled, I shall have to dismount all the same. You're quite right in what you say, master, both Qian Sheng and Li Gui chimed in laughingly. But pretend you're lazy and don't get down. In the event of our coming across Mr. LiII and our number 2 Mr. Lin, they are sure, rather awkward though it be for them to say anything to their master, to tender you 1 or 2 words of advice, but throw the whole of the blame upon us. You can also tell them that we had not explained to you what was the right thing to do. Zhou Rui and Qian Sheng accordingly wended their steps straight for the side gate. But while they were keeping up for some sort of conversation, they came face to face with LiII on his way in. Pao-yü speedily pulled in his horse with the idea of dismounting, but LiII hastened to draw near and to clasp his leg. Pao-yü stood up on his stirrup, and, putting on a smile, he took his hand in his, and made several remarks to him. In quick succession, he also perceived a young servant lad make his appearance inside, leading the way for 20 or 30 servants, laden with brooms and dust baskets. The moment they espied Pao-yü, they, one and all, stood along the wall and dropped their arms against their sides, with the exception of the head lad, who, bending one knee, said, My obeisance to you, sir. Pao-yü could not recall to his mind his name or surname, but forcing a faint smile, he nodded his head to and fro. It was only when the horse had well gone past that the lad eventually let the bevy of servants off, and that they went after their business. Presently they egressed from the side gate. Outside stood the servant lads of the 6 domestics, Li Gui and his companions, as well as several grooms, who had, from an early hour, got ready about 10 horses, and been standing, on special duty, waiting for their arrival. As soon as they reached the further end of the side gate, Li Gui and each of the other attendants mounted their horses, and pressed ahead to lead the way. Like a streak of smoke, they got out of sight without any occurrence worth noticing. Qingwen, meanwhile, continued to take her medicines, but still she experienced no relief in her ailment. Such was the state of exasperation into which she worked herself that she abused the doctor right and left. All he's good for, she cried, is to squeeze people's money, but he doesn't know how to prescribe a single dose of efficacious medicine for his patients. You have far too impatient a disposition, Rouyi said as she advised her with a smile. A disease, the proverb has it, comes like a crumbling mountain and goes like silk that is reeled. Besides, they're not the divine pills of lodging. However could there be such efficacious medicines? The only thing for you to do is to quietly look after yourself for several days, and you're sure to get all right. But the more you work yourself into such a frenzy, the worse you get. Qin Wen went on to heap abuse on the head of the young maids. Where have they gone? Have they bored into the sand? She ejaculated. They see well enough that I am ill, so they make bold and run away. But by and by, when I recover, I shall take one by one of you and play your skin off for you. Dinga, a young maid, was struck with dismay and ran up to her with hasty step. Miss, she inquired, what's up with you? Is it likely that the rest are all dead and gone, and that there only remains but you? Qin Wen exclaimed. But while she spoke, she saw Dreyer also slowly enter the room. Look at this vixen, Qin Wen shouted. If I don't ask for her, she won't come. Had there been any monthly allowances issued and fruits distributed here, you would have been the first to run in. But approach a bit, and my tigress should gobble you up. Dreyer was under the necessity of advancing a few steps nearer to her. But all of a sudden, Qin Wen stooped forward, and with a dash clutching her hand, she took a long pin from the side of her pillow and pricked it at random all over. What's the use of such paws? She railed at her. They don't ply a needle, and they don't touch any thread. All you're good for is to prick things to stuff that mouth of yours with. The skin of your phiz is shallow, and those paws of yours are light. But with the shame you bring upon yourself before the world, isn't it right that I should prick you and make mincemeat of you? Dreyer shouted so wildly from pain that Rouyi stepped forward and immediately drew them apart. She then pressed Qin Wen until she induced her to lie down. You're just perspiring, she remarked, and here you are once more bent upon killing yourself. Wait until you're yourself again. One should then be able to give her as many blows as you may like. What's the use of kicking up all this fuss just now? Qin Wen bade a servant tell Nurse Song to come in. Our master secundus, Mr. Pao-yü, recently asked me to tell you, she remarked on her arrival, that Dreyer is very lazy. He himself gives her orders to her very face, but she is ever ready to raise objections and not to budge. Even when Xi Ren bids her to do things, she vilifies her behind her back. She must absolutely therefore be packed off today. And if Mr. Bao himself lays the matter tomorrow before Madame Wang, things will be square. After listening to her grievances, Nurse Song readily concluded in her mind that the affair of the bracelet had come to be known. What you suggest is well and good, it's true, she consequently smiled, but it's as well to wait until Miss Hua returns and hear about the things. We can then give her the sack. Mr. Pao-yü urgently enjoined this today, Qin Wen pursued. So what about Miss Hua and Miss Cao? We've, of course, got rules of propriety here, so you just do as I tell you, and be quick and send for someone from her house to come and fetch her away. Well, now let's drop this, Rouyi interposed. Whether she goes soon or whether she goes late is one and the same thing, so let them take her away soon. We'll then be the sooner clear of her. At these words, Nurse Song had no alternative but to step out and send for her mother. When she came, she got readily all her effects, and then came to see Qin Wen and the other girls. Young ladies, she said, what's up? If your niece doesn't behave as she ought to, why, call her to account. But why banish her from this place? You should, indeed, leave us a little face. As regards to what you say, Qin Wen put in, wait until Pao-yü comes, and then we can ask him. It's nothing to do with us. The woman gave a sardonic smile. Have I got the courage to ask him? She answered. In what matter doesn't he lend an ear to any settlement you, young ladies, may propose? He invariably agrees to all you say. But if you, young ladies, aren't agreeable, it's really of no avail. When you, for example, spoke just now, it's true that it was on the sly. You called him straight away by his name, miss. This does very well with you, young ladies, but were we to do anything of the kind, we'd be looked upon as very savages. Qingwen, upon hearing her remark, became more than ever exasperated, and got crimson in the face. Yes, I called him by his name, she rejoined. So you'd better go and report me to our old lady and Madame Wang. Tell them I'm a rustic, and let them send me 2 off. Sister-in-law, urged Shuyu, just you take her away, and if you've got aught to say, you can say it by and by. Is this a place for you to bawl in and try and explain what is right? Whom have you seen discourse upon the rules of propriety with us? Not to speak of you, sister-in-law, even Mrs. LiII and Mrs. Lin treat us fairly well. And as for calling him by his name, why, from days of yore to the very present, our dowager mistress has invariably bidden us do so. You yourselves are well aware of it. So much did she fear that it would be a difficult job to rear him, that she deliberately wrote his infant name on slips of paper and had them stuck everywhere and anywhere, with a design that one and all should call him by it. And this in order that it might exercise a good influence upon his bringing up. Even water coolies and scavenger coolies indiscriminately address him by his name. And how much more such as we? So late, in fact, as yesterday Mrs. Lin gave him but one is the title of Sir, and our old mistress called even her to task. This is one side of the question. In the next place, we all have to go and make frequent reports to our venerable dowager lady and Madame Wang, and don't we, with them, allude to him by name in what we have to say? Is it likely we'd also style him Sir? What day is there that we don't utter the 2 words Pao-yü 200 times? And is it for you, sister-in-law, to come and pick out this fault? But in a day or so, when you've leisure to go to our old mistress and Madame Wang's, you'll hear us call him by name in their very presence, and then you'll feel convinced. You've never, sister-in-law, had occasion to fulfill any honourable duties by our old lady and our lady. From one year's end to the other, all you do is to simply loaf outside the 3rd door. So it's no matter of surprise if you don't happen to know anything of the customs which prevail with us inside. But this isn't a place where you, sister-in-law, can linger for long. In another moment, there won't be any need for us to say anything, for someone will be coming to ask you what you want, and what excuse you will be able to plead. So take her away, and let Mrs. Lin know about it, and commission her to come and find our Mr. Secundus and tell him all. There are in this establishment over 1,000 inmates. One comes and another comes, so that though we know people and inquire their names, we can't nevertheless imprint them clearly on our minds. At the close of this long rigmarole, she at once told a young maid to take the mop and wash the floors. The woman listened patiently to her arguments, but she could find no words to say anything to her by way of reply, nor did she have the audacity to protract her stay. So, flying into a huff, she took Dreyer along with her, and there and then made her way out. Is it likely, Nurse Song hastily observed, that a dame like you doesn't know what manners mean? Your daughter has been in these rooms for some time, so she should, when she's about to go, knock her head before the young ladies. She has no other means of showing her gratitude. Not that they care much about such things, yet were she to simply knock her head, she would acquit herself of her duty, if nothing more. But how is it that she says I'm going, and off she forthwith rushes? Dreyer overheard these words, and felt under the necessity of turning back. Entering therefore the apartment, she prostrated herself before the 2 girls, and then she went in quest of Xueqin and her companions, but neither did they pay any notice whatever to her. "Hai!" ejaculated the woman, and heaving a sigh, for she did not venture to utter a word, she walked off, fostering a grudge in her heart. Qingwen had, while suffering from a cold, got into a fit of anger into the bargain, so instead of being better, she was worse, and she tossed and rolled until the time came for lighting the lamps. But the moment she felt more at ease, she saw Pao-yü come back. As soon as he put his foot inside the door, he gave way to an exclamation and stamped his foot. "What's the reason of such behavior?" Xueqin promptly asked him. "My old grandmother," Pao-yü explained, "was in such capital spirits that she gave me this coat today. But who'd have thought it? I inadvertently burnt part of the back lapel. Fortunately, however, the evening was advanced so that neither she nor my mother noticed what had happened." Speaking the while, he took it off. Xueqin, on inspection, found indeed a hole burnt in it of the size of a finger. "This," she said, "must have been done by some spark from the hand stove. It's of no consequence." Immediately she called a servant to her. "Take this out on the sly," she bade her, "and let an experienced weaver patch it. It will be all right then." So saying, she packed it up in a wrapper, and the nurse carried it outside. "It should be ready by daybreak," she urged, "and by no means let our old lady or Madame Wang know anything about it." The matron brought it back again after a protracted absence. "Not only," she explained, "have weavers, first-craft tailors, and embroiderers, but even those who do women's work, been asked about it, and they all have no idea what this is made of. None of them, therefore, will venture to undertake the job." "What's to be done?" Xueqin inquired. "But it won't matter if you don't wear it tomorrow." "Tomorrow is the very day of the anniversary," Pao-yü rejoined. "Grandmother and my mother bade me put this on and go and pay my visit, and here I go and burn it on the first day I wear it. Now isn't this enough to throw a damper over my good cheer?" Xinwen lent an ear to their conversation for a long time, until, unable to restrain herself, she twisted herself round. "Bring it here," she chimed in, "and let me see it. You haven't been lucky in wearing this, but never mind." These words were still on Xinwen's lips when the coat was handed to her. "This is made," Xinwen observed, "of gold thread spun from peacock's feathers. So were we now to also take gold thread twisted from the feathers of the peacock and darn it closely by imitating the woof, I think it will pass without detection." "The peacock feather thread is ready at hand," Xueqin remarked smilingly. "But who's there, exclusive of you, able to join the threads?" "I'll, needless to say, do my level best to the very cost of my life and finish," Xinwen added. "However could this do?" Pao-yü eagerly interposed. "You're just slightly better, and how could you take up any needlework?" "You needn't go on in this chicken-hearted way," Xinwen cried. "I know my own self well enough." With this reply, she sat up, and, putting her hair up, she threw something over her shoulders. Her head felt heavy, her body light. Before her eyes confusedly flitted golden stars. In real deed, she could not stand the strain. But when inclined to give up the work, she again dreaded that Pao-yü would be driven to despair. She therefore had perforce to make a supreme effort, and, setting her teeth to, she bore the exertion. All the help she asked of Xueqin was to lend her a hand in reeling the thread. Xinwen first took hold of a thread, and put it side by side with those in the pelisse to compare the two together. "This," she remarked, "isn't quite like them, but when it's patched up with it, it won't show very much." "It will do very well," Pao-yü said. "Could one also go and hunt up a Russian tailor?" Xinwen commenced by unstitching the lining, and, inserting under it a bamboo bow of the size of the mouth of a teacup, she bound it tight at the back. She then turned her mind to the full size of the aperture, and these she loosened by scratching them with a golden knife. Making next 2 stitches across with her needle, she marked out the warp and woof, and, following the way the threads were joined, she first and foremost connected the foundation, and then keeping to the original lines, she went backwards and forwards mending the whole, passing her work, after every second stitch, under further review. But she did not ply her needle 3 to 5 times before she lay herself down on her pillow and indulged in a little rest. Pao-yü was standing by her side. Now he inquired of her whether she would like a little hot water to drink. Later on he asked her to repose herself. Now he seized a grey squirrel wrapper and threw it over her shoulders. Shortly after, he took a pillow and propped her up. The way he fussed so exasperated Qingwen that she begged and entreated him to leave off. "My junior ancestor," she exclaimed, "do you go to bed and sleep? If you sit up for another half of the night, your eyes will tomorrow look as if they had been scooped out, and what good will possibly come out of that?" Pao-yü realized her state of exasperation, and felt compelled to come and lie down anyhow, but he could not again close his eyes. In a little while, she heard the clock strike 4, and just managing to finish, she took a small toothbrush and rubbed up the pile. "That will do," Hsüeh put in. "One couldn't detect it unless one examined it carefully." Pao-yü asked with alacrity to be allowed to have a look at it. "Really," he smiled, "it's quite the same thing." Qingwen coughed and coughed time after time, so it was only after extreme difficulty that she succeeded in completing what she had to patch. "It's mended, it's true," she remarked, "but it does not, after all, look anything like it. Yet I cannot stand the effort any more." As she shouted "Ayya," she lost control over herself and dropped down upon the bed. But, reader, if you choose to know anything more of her state, peruse the next chapter. End of section 55. Recording by Cao Xueqin in Singapore. Section 56 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Yuqing in Singapore. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2 by Cao Xueqin. Translated by Bencraft Joly. Chapter 53, Part 1. In the Ningguo mansion, sacrifices are offered to their ancestors on the last night of the year. In the Rongguo mansion, a banquet is given on the evening of the 15th of the first moon. But to resume our story, when Pao-yü saw that Qingwen had, in her attempt to finish mending the peacock downcloak, exhausted her strength and fatigued herself, he hastily bade a young maid help him massage her, and, setting to work, they tapped her for a while, after which they retired to rest. But not much time elapsed before broad daylight set in. He did not, however, go out of doors, but simply called out that they should go at once and ask the doctor round. Presently Dr. Wang arrived. After feeling her pulse, his suspicions were aroused. "Yesterday," he said, "she was much better. So how is it that today she is instead weaker, and has fallen off so much? She must surely have had too much in the way of drinking or eating, or she must have fatigued herself. A complaint arising from outside sources is, indeed, a light thing, but it's no small matter if one doesn't take proper care of oneself, as she has done after perspiring." As he passed these remarks, he walked out of the apartment, and, writing a prescription, he entered again. When Pao-yü came to examine it, he perceived that he had eliminated the laxatives and all the drugs whose properties were to expel noxious influences, but added pachymacocos, rhubarb, Aurelia edulis, and other such medicines, which could stimulate the system and strengthen her physique. Pao-yü, on one hand, hastened to direct a servant to go and decoct them, and, on the other, he heaved a sigh. "What's to be done?" he exclaimed. "Should anything happen to her, it will all be through the evil consequences of my shortcomings." "Hi!" cried Qingwen, from where she was reclining on her pillow. "Dear Mr. Secundus, go and mind your own business. Have I got such a dreadful disease?" Pao-yü had no alternative but to get out of the way. But in the afternoon he gave out that he was not feeling up to the mark, and hurried back to her side again. The symptoms of Qingwen's illness were, it is true, grave, Yet fortunately for her, she had ever had to strain her physical strength and not to tax the energies of her mind. Furthermore, she had always been frugal in her diet, so that she had never sustained any harm from under or overeating. The custom in the Jia mansion was that as soon as anyone, irrespective of masters or servants, contracted the slightest chill or cough, quiet and starving should invariably be the main things observed, the treatment by medicines occupying only a secondary place. Hence, it was that when the other day she unawares felt unwell, she at once abstained from food during 2 or 3 days, while she carefully also nursed herself by taking proper medicines. And although she recently taxed her strength a little too much, she gradually succeeded, by attending with extra care to her health for another few days, in bringing about her complete recovery. Of late, his female cousins, who lived in the garden, had been having their meals in their rooms, so with the extreme convenience of having a fire to prepare drinks and eatables, Pao-yü himself was able, needless for us to go into details, to ask for soups and order broths for Qingwen, with which to recoup her health. Xi-ren returned soon after she had followed the funeral of her mother. Sheyue then minutely told Xi-ren all about Dreyer's affair, about Qingwen having sent her off, and about Pao-yü having been already informed of the fact, and so forth. Yet to all this, Xi-ren made no further comment than, "What a very hasty disposition that girl Qingwen has." But consequent upon Weiyuan being likewise laid up with a cold, she got through the inclemency of the weather, Madame Xing suffering so much from sore eyes that Yingchun and Xiuyan had to go morning and evening and wait on her, while she used such medicines as she had. Weiyuan's brother having also taken her sister-in-law Li, together with Weiyuan and Liqi, to spend a few days at his home, and Pao-yü seeing on one hand Xi-ren brood without intermission over the memory of her mother, and give way to secret grief, and Qingwen on the other continue not quite convalescent, there was no one to turn any attention to such things as poetical meetings, with the result that several occasions on which they were to have assembled were passed over without anything being done. By this time the 12th moon arrived. The end of the year was nigh at hand, so Madame Wang and Lady Feng were engaged in making the necessary annual preparations. But, without alluding to Wang Ziteng, who was promoted to be Lord High Commissioner over the 9 provinces, Jia Yucun, who filled up the post of Chief Inspector of Cavalry, Assistant Grand Consular, and Commissioner of Affairs of State, we will resume our narrative with Jia Zhen in the other part of the establishment. After having the ancestral hall thrown open, he gave orders to the domestics to sweep the place, to get ready the various articles, and bring over the ancestral tablets. Then he had the upper rooms cleaned, so as to be ready to receive the various images that were to be hung about. In the 2 mansions Ning and Rong, inside as well as outside, above as well as below, everything was, therefore, bustle and confusion. As soon as Mrs. Yu of the Ning mansion put her foot out of bed on this day, she set to work, with the assistance of Jia Rong's wife, to prepare such needlework and presents as had to be sent over to Dowager Lady Jia's portion of the establishment, when it so happened that a servant girl broke in upon them with a tea-tray in hand, containing ingots of silver of the kind given the evening before New Year. "Xing-er," she said, "informs your ladyship that the pieces of gold in that bundle of the other day amount in all to 153 taels, 1 mace and 7 kandarins, and that the ingots of pure metal and those not contained in here number altogether 220. With these words she presented the tray. Mrs. Yu passed the ingots under survey. She found some resembling plum blossom, others peonies. Among them were some with pens and "as you like," and others representing the 8 precious things linked together for use in springtime. Mrs. Yu directed that the silver ingots should be made up into a parcel, and then she bade Xing-er take them and deliver them immediately inside. The servant girl signified her obedience and went away. But shortly Jia Zhen arrived for his meal, and Xiaorong's wife withdrew. "Have we received," thereupon inquired Jia, "the bounty conferred by His Majesty for our spring sacrifices or not?" "I've sent Rong today to go and receive it," Mrs. Yu rejoined. "Albeit," continued Jia, "our family can well do without those paltry tales, yet they are, whatever their amount may be, an imperial gift to us, so take them over as soon as you can, and send them to our old lady on the other side to get ready the sacrifices to our ancestors. Above, we shall then receive the emperor's bounty. Below, we shall enjoy the goodwill of our progenitors. For no matter if we went so far as to spend 10,000 ounces of silver to present offerings to our forefathers with, they could not, in the long run, come up with this gift in high repute. Added to this, we shall be the participators of grace and the recipients of blessings. Putting 1 or 2 households such as our own aside, what resources would those poverty-stricken families of hereditary officials have at their command wherewith to offer their sacrifices and celebrate the new year, if they could not rely upon this money? In very truth, therefore, the imperial favour is vast and all-providing." "Your arguments are quite correct," Mrs. Yu ventured. But while these two were indulging in this colloquy, they caught sight of a messenger who came and announced, "Our young master has arrived." Jia accordingly enjoined that he should be told to enter, whereupon they saw Jia step into the room and present with both hands a small bag made of yellow cloth. "How is it you've been away the whole day?" Jia asked. Jia strained a smile. "I didn't receive the money today from the Board of Rites," he replied. "The issue was again made at the treasury of the Guanglu Temple, so I had, once more, to trudge away to the Guanglu Temple before I could get it. The various officials in the Guanglu Temple bade me present their compliments to you, Father. They asked me to tell you that they had not seen you for many days, and that they are really longing for your company." "What an idea! Do they care to see me?" Jia laughed. "Why, here's the end of the year drawing nigh again, so if they don't hanker after my presence, they must long and crave for my entertainments." While he spoke, his eye espied a slip of paper affixed to the yellow cloth bag, bearing the 4 large characters, "The imperial favour is everlasting." On the other side figured also a row of small characters with the seal of Director of Ancestral Worship in the Board of Rites. These testified that the enclosed consisted of 2 shares conferred upon the Ningguo Duke Jia Yan and the Rongguo Duke Jia Fa as a bounty from the emperor for sacrifices to them every spring in perpetuity, and gave the number of taels computed in pure silver and the year, moon, and day on which they were received in open hall by Jia, controller in the imperial prohibited city and expectant officer of the guards. The signature of the official in charge of the temple for that year was appended below in purple ink. After Jia had perused the inscription, he finished his meal, rinsed his mouth, and washed his hands. This over, he changed his shoes and hat, and bidding Jia follow him along with the money, he went and informed Dowager Lady Jia and Madame Wang of the receipt of the imperial bounty, and repairing back to the near side, he communicated the fact to Jia and Madame Xing, after which he at length betook himself to his quarters. He then emptied the money and gave orders that the bag should be taken and burned in a large censer in the ancestral hall. "Go and ask your Aunt Tertia yonder," he further enjoined Jia, "whether the day on which the New Year wine is to be drunk has been fixed or not. If it has been determined upon, timely notice should be given in the library to draw out a proper list, in order that, when we again issue our invitations, there should be no chance of 2 entertainments coming off on the same day. Last year, not sufficient care was exercised, and several persons were invited to both mansions on the very same occasion. And people didn't say that we hadn't been careful enough, but that, as far as appearances went, the 2 households had made up their minds among themselves to show an empty attention prompted by the fear of trouble. Jia Rong immediately replied that he would attend to his injunctions, and not much time elapsed before he brought a list mentioning the days on which the inmates were to be invited to partake of the New Year wine. Jia Zhen examined it. "Go," he then said, "and give it to LiII so that he may see its contents and invite the guests. But mind he doesn't fix anything else for the days specified in here." But while watching from the pavilion the servant boys carrying the enclosing screens and rubbing the tables, and the gold and silver sacrificial utensils, he perceived a lad appear on the scene holding a petition and a list, and report that Wu, the head farmer in the Heishan village, had arrived. "What does this old executioner come for today?" Jia Zhen exclaimed. Jia Rong took the petition and the list, and, unfolding them with all dispatch, he held them up to his father. Jia Zhen, however, glanced at the papers as they were held by Jia Rong, keeping the while both hands behind his back. The petition on red paper ran as follows: "Your servant, the head farmer Wu Jingxiao, prostrates himself before his master and mistress, and wishes them every kind of happiness and good health, as well as good health to their worthy scion and daughter. May great joy, great blessings, brilliant honours, and peace be their share in this spring, which is about to dawn. May official promotion and increase of emoluments be their lot. May they see in everything the accomplishment of their wishes." Jia Zhen smiled. "For a farmer," he remarked, "it has several good points." "Pay no heed to the style," urged Jia Rong, also smiling, "but to the good wishes." Saying this, he speedily opened the list. The articles mentioned were, on examination, found to consist of 30 big deer, 5,000 musk deer, 50 roebuck deer, 20 Siamese pigs, 20 boiled pigs, 20 dragon pigs, 20 wild pigs, 20 home-salted pigs, 20 wild sheep, 20 grey sheep, 20 home-boiled sheep, 20 home-dried sheep, 200 sturgeon, 200 catties of mixed fish, live chickens, ducks, and geese, 200 of each, 200 dried chickens, ducks, and geese, 200 pair of pheasants and hares, 200 pair of bear's paws, 20 catties of deer tendons, 50 catties of birch de mere, 50 deer tongues, 50 ox tongues, 20 catties of dried clams, filberts, fir cones, peaches, apricots, and squash, 200 bags of each, 50 pair of salt prawns, 200 catties of dried shrimps, 1,000 catties of superfine picked charcoal, 200 catties of medium charcoal, 20,000 catties of common charcoal, 2 pickles of red rice grown in the imperial grounds, 50 bushels of greenish glutinous rice, 50 bushels of white glutinous rice, 50 bushels of pounded non-glutinous rice, 50 bushels of various kinds of corn and millet, 1,000 pickers of ordinary common rice, exclusive of a cartload of every sort of vegetables, and irrespective of 2,500 taels derived from the sale of corn and millet and every kind of domestic animals. Your servant respectfully presents, for your honour's delectation, 2 pair of live deer, 4 pair of white rabbits, 4 pair of black rabbits, 2 pair of live variegated fowls, and 2 pair of duck from western countries. When Jia Zhen had exhausted the list, "Bring him in," he cried. In a little time, he perceived Wu Jingxiao make his appearance inside, but simply halting in the court, he pumped his head on the ground and paid his respects. Jia Zhen desired a servant to raise him up. "You are still so hale," he smiled. "I don't deceive you, sir," Wu Jingxiao observed, "when I say that your servants are so accustomed to walking that had we not come, we wouldn't have felt exceedingly dull. Isn't the whole crowd of them keen upon coming to see what the world is like at the feet of the Son of Heaven? Yet they are, after all, so young in years that there's the fear of their going astray on the way. But in a few more years, I shall be able to appease my solicitude on their account." How many days have you been on the way? Jia Zhen inquired. To reply to your question, sir, Wu Jingxiao ventured. So much snow has fallen this year that it's everywhere out of town 4 and 5 feet in depth. The other day, the weather suddenly turned mild, and with the thaw that set in, it became so very hard to make any progress that we wasted several days. Yet, albeit we've been a month and 2 days in accomplishing the journey, it isn't anything excessive. But as I feared lest you, sir, would be giving way to anxiety, didn't I hurry along to arrive in good time? How is it, I said, that he is come only today? Jia Zhen observed. But upon looking over the list just now, it seemed to me that you, old fossil, had come again to make as much as fun of me as if you were putting up a stage for a boxing match. Wu Jingxiao hastily drew near a couple of steps. I must tell you, sir, he remarked, that the harvest this year hasn't really been good. Rain set in ever since the 3rd moon, and there it went on incessantly straight up to the 8th moon. Indeed, the weather hasn't kept fine for 5 or 6 consecutive days. In the 9th moon, there came a storm of hail, each stone of which was about the size of a saucer, and over an area of the neighbouring 200 or 300 li, the men and houses, animals and crops which sustained injury numbered over thousands and 10,000s. Hence it is that the things we've brought now are what they are. Your servant will not have the audacity to tell a lie. Jia Zhen knitted his eyebrows. I had computed, he said, that the very least you would have brought would have been 5,000 taels. What is this enough for? There are only now 8 or 9 of your farmers, and from 2 localities reports have contrariwise reached us during the course of this very year of the occurrence of droughts. And do you people come again to try your larks with us? Why, verily, these aren't sufficient to see the new year in with. And yet, Wu Jingxiao argued, your place can be looked upon as having fared well, for my brother, who's only over 100 li away from where I am, has actually fallen in with a vastly different lot. He has at present 8 farms of that mansion under his control, and these considerably larger than those of yours, sir, and yet this year they too have only produced but a few things, so nothing beyond 2,000 or 3,000 taels has been realized. What's more, they've had to borrow money. Quite so, Jia Zhen exclaimed. The state of things in my place here is passable. I've got no outside outlay. The main thing I have to mind is to make provision for a year's necessary expenses. If I launch out into luxuries, I have to suffer hardships, so I must try a little self-denial and manage to save something. It's the custom, besides, at the end of the year, to send presents to people and invite others. But I'll thicken the skin of my face a bit, and dispense with both, and have done. I'm not like the inmates in that mansion, who have, during the last few years, added so many items of expenditure that is, of course, a matter of impossibility for them to avoid loosening their purse strings. But they haven't, on the other hand, made any addition to their funds and landed property. During the course of the past year or 2, they've had to make up many deficits, and if they don't appeal to you, to whom can they go? Wu Jingxiao laughed. It's true, he said, that in that mansion many items have been added, but money goes out and money comes in, and won't the Empress and His Majesty the Emperor bestow their favour? At these words, Jia Zhen smilingly faced Jia Rong and the other inmates. Just you listen to his arguments, he exclaimed. Aren't they ridiculous, eh? Jia Rong and the rest promptly smiled. Among your hills and seaboards can anything, they observed, be known with regard to this principle? Is it likely, pray, that the Empress will ever make over to us the Emperor's treasury? Why, even supposing she may at heart entertain any such wish, she herself cannot possibly adopt independent action. Of course, she does confer her benefits on them, but this is at stated times and fixed periods, and they merely consist of a few coloured satins, antiquities, and bric-a-brac. In fact, when she does bestow hard cash on them, it doesn't exceed 100 ounces of silver. But did she even give them so much as 1,000 and more taels? What would these suffice for? During which of the 2 last years have they not had to fork out several thousands of taels? In the first year, the imperial consort paid a visit to her parents, and just calculate how much they must have run through in laying out that park, and you'll then know how much they stand. Why, if in another couple of years the Empress comes and pays them a second visit, they'll be, I'm inclined to fancy, regular paupers. That's why, urged Jia Zhen, smiling. Country people are such unsophisticated creatures that though they behold what lies on the surface, they have no idea of what is inside hidden from view. They're just like a piece of yellow cedar made into a mallet for beating the sonorous stones with. The exterior looks well enough, but it's all bitter inside. In very truth, Jia Rong added, laughing also the while, as he addressed himself to Jia Zhen, that mansion is impoverished. The other day, I heard a consultation held on the sly between Aunt Secunda and Yuan. What they wanted was to filch our worthy seniors' things and go and pawn them in order to raise money. This is just another devilish trick of that minx Feng. Jia Zhen smiled. However could they have reached such straits? She's certain to have seen that expenses were great and that heavy deficits had to be squared, so wishing again to curtail some item or other, who knows which, she devised this plan as a preparatory step, in order that when it came to be generally known, people should say that they had been reduced to such poverty. But from the result of the calculations I have arrived at in my mind, things haven't as yet attained this climax. Continuing, he issued orders to a servant to take Wu Jingxiao outside and to treat him with every consideration. But no further mention need be made of him. During this while, Jia Zhen gave directions to keep from the various prerequisites just received, such as would prove serviceable for the sacrifices to their ancestors, and, selecting a few things of each kind, he told Jia Rong to have them taken to the Rong mansion. After this, he himself kept what was required for his own use at home, and then allotting the rest, with due compliance to graduation, he had, share after share, piled up at the foot of the moon-shaped platform, and sending servants to some of the young men of the clan, he distributed them among them. In quick succession, numerous contributions for the ancestral sacrifices were likewise sent from the Rong mansion, also presents for Jia Zhen. Jia Zhen inspected the things, and having them removed, he completed preparing the sacrificial utensils. Then, putting on a pair of slipshod shoes, and throwing over his shoulders a long pelisse with Shili sun fur, he bade the servants spread a large wolfskin rug in a sunny place on the stone steps below the pillars of the pavilion, and with his back to the warm sun, he leisurely watched the young people come and receive the New Year gifts. Perceiving that Jia Qing had also come to fetch his share, Jia Zhen called him over. "How is it that you've come too?" he asked. "Who told you to come?" Jia Qing respectfully dropped his arm against his side. "I heard," he replied, "that you, senior sir, had sent for us to appear before you here and receive our presents, so I didn't wait for the servants to go and tell me, but came straight away." "These things," Jia Zhen added, "are intended for distribution among all those uncles and cousins who have nothing to do and who enjoy no source of income. Those 2 years you had no work, I gave you plenty of things too. But you are entrusted at present with some charge in the other mansion, and you exercise in the family temples control over the bonzes and Taoist priests, so that you as well derive every month your share of an allowance. Irrespective of that, the allowances and money of the Buddhist priests pass through your hands, and do you still come to fetch things of this kind? You are far too greedy. Just you look at the fineries you wear. Why, they look like the habiliments of one who has money to spend, of a regular man of business. You said some time back that you had nothing which could bring you in any money, but how is it that you've got none again now? You really don't look as if you were in the same plight that you were in once upon a time. I have in my home a goodly number of inmates, Cao Xueqin explained, so my expenses are great. Jia Zhen gave a saturnine laugh. Are you trying again to excuse yourself with me? He cried. Do you flatter yourself that I have no idea of your dealings in the family temples? When you get there, you, of course, play the grand personage, and no one has the courage to run counter to your wishes. Then you've also got the handling of money. Besides, you are far away from us, so you're arrogant and audacious. Night after night, you get bad characters together. You gamble for money, and you keep women and young boys. And though you are now flinging away money with such a high hand, do you still presume to come and receive gifts? But as you can't manage to filch anything to take along with you, it will do you good to get beans with a pole used for carrying water. Wait until the new year is over, and then I'll certainly report you to your uncle Secundus. Jia Qing got crimson in the face, and did not venture to utter a single word by way of extenuation. A servant, however, then announced that the prince from Bei Mansion had sent a pair of scrolls and a purse. At this announcement, Jia Zhen immediately told Jia Rong to go out and entertain the messengers. And just say, he added, that I'm not at home. Jia Rong went on his way. Jia Zhen, meanwhile, dismissed Jia Qing, and, seeing the things taken away, he returned to his quarters and finished his evening meal with Mrs. Yu. But nothing of any note occurred during that night. End of section 56. Recording by Cao Yuqing in Singapore. Section 57 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Yuqing in Singapore. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2 by Cao Xueqin. Translated by Henry Bencraft Joly. Chapter 53, Part 2. The next day he had, needless to say, still more things to give his mind to. Soon arrived the 29th day of the 12th moon, and everything was in perfect readiness. In the two mansions alike, the gate guardian gods and scrolls were renovated. The hanging tablets were newly varnished. The peach charms glistened like new. In the Ningguo mansion, every principal door, starting from the main entrance, the ceremonial gates, the doors of the large pavilions of the winter apartments, and inner pavilions, the inner three gates, the inner ceremonial gates, and the inner boundary gates, straight up to the doors of the main halls, was flung wide open. At the bottom of the steps were placed on either side large and lofty vermilion candles of uniform colour, which, when lit, presented the appearance of a pair of golden dragons. On the morrow, Dowager Lady Jia and those with any official status donned the court dress consistent with their grade, and taking first and foremost a retinue of inmates with them, they entered the palace in 8 bearer state chairs and presented their congratulations. After acquitting themselves of the ceremonial rites and partaking of a banquet, they betook themselves back and alighted from their chairs on their arrival in the winter hall of the Ning mansion. The young men who had not followed the party to court waited, arranged in a proper order, in front of the entrance of the King mansion, and subsequently led the way into the ancestral temple. But to return to Bao Qing. This was the first occasion on which she put her foot inside to look at the inner precincts of the Jia ancestral temple, and as she did so, she scrutinized with minute attention all the details that met her gaze in the halls dedicated to their forefathers. These consisted, in fact, of a distinct courtyard on the west side of the Ning mansion. Within the balustrade, painted black, stood 5 apartments. Over the main entrance to these was suspended a flat tablet with the inscription in 4 characters, Ancestral Hall of the Jia family. On the side of these was recorded the fact that it had been the handiwork of Wang Xixian, specially promoted to the rank of Grand Tutor of the heir apparent, and formerly Chancellor of the Imperial Academy. On either side was one of a pair of scrolls bearing the motto, Besmear the earth with your liver and brains, all ye people, out of gratitude for the bounty of the Emperor's protection. The reputation of the Jia family reaches the very skies. 100 generations rejoice in the splendor of the sacrifices accorded them. This too had been executed by Wang, the Grand Tutor. As soon as the court was entered, a raised road was reached, paved with white marble, on both sides of which were planted deep green fir trees and kingfisher green cypress trees. On the moon-shaped platform were laid out antiquities, tripods, libation vases, and other similar articles. In front of the antechamber was hung a gold-colored flat tablet with 9 dragons and the device. Like a dazzling star is the statesman who assists the emperor. This was the autograph of a former emperor. On both sides figured a pair of antithetical scrolls with the motto, Their honors equal the sun and moon in luster. Their fame is without bounds. It descends to their sons and grandsons. These lines were, likewise, from the imperial pencil. Over the 5-roomed main hall was suspended a tablet, inlaid with green, representing wriggling dragons. The sentiments consisted of, mindful of the remotest and heedful of the most distant ancestors. A pair of antithetical scrolls was hung on the sides, on which was written, After their death, their sons and grandsons enjoying their beneficent virtues. Up to the very present, the masses think of the Rong and Ning families. Both these mottos owed their origin to the imperial pencil. Inside, lanterns and candles burned with resplendent brightness. Embroidered curtains and decorated screens were hung in such profusion that though a large number of ancestral tablets were placed about, they could not be clearly discerned. The main thing that struck the eye was the inmates of the Jia mansion standing about on the left and right, disposed in the proper order. Jia Jing was the overseer of the sacrifices. Jia She played the part of assistant. Jia Zhen presented the cups for libations. Jia Lian and Jia Zong offered up the strips of paper. Pao-yü held the incense. Jia Chang and Jia Ling distributed the hassocks and looked after the receptacles for the ashes of joss sticks. The black-clad musicians discoursed music. The libation cups were offered thrice in sacrifice. These devotions over, paper money was burnt, and libation of wine were poured. After the observance of the prescribed rites, the band stopped and withdrew. The whole company then pressed around Dowager Lady Jia and repaired to the main hall, where the images were placed. The embroidered curtains were hung high up. The variegated screens shut in the place from view. The fragrant candles burned with splendor. In the place of honor of the main apartment were suspended the portraits of 2 progenitors of the Ning and Rong, both of whom were attired in costumes ornamented with dragons and clubs with bells of jade. On the right and left of them were also arrayed the likenesses of a number of eminent ancestors. Jia Xing, Jia Zhi, and the others of the same status stood according to their proper grace, in a row extending from the inner ceremonial gate straight up to the veranda of the main hall. Outside the balustrade came at last Jia Jing and Jia She. Inside the balustrade figured the various female members of the family. The domestics and pages were arrayed beyond the ceremonial gate. As each set of eatables arrived, they transmitted them as far as the ceremonial gate, where Jia Zhi, and his companions were ready to receive them. From one to another, they afterwards reached the bottom of the steps and found their way into Jia Jing's hands. Jia Rong, being the eldest grandson of the senior branch, was the only person who penetrated within the precincts of the balustrade reserved for the female inmates. So whenever Jia Jing had any offerings to pass on, he delivered them to Jia Rong, and Jia Rong gave them to his wife, who again handed them to Lady Feng, Mrs. You, and the several ladies. And when these offerings reached the sacrificial altar, they were at length surrendered to Madame Wang. Madame Wang thereupon placed them in Dowager Lady Jia's hands, and old Lady Jia deposited them on the altar. Madame Xing stood on the west-east side of the sacrificial altar, and along with old Lady Jia, she offered the oblations and laid them in their proper places. After the vegetables, rice, soup, sweets, wine, and tea had been handed up, Jia Rong eventually retired outside and resumed his position above Jia Qing. Of the male inmates whose names were composed with the radical wen literature, Jia Jing was at the time the head. Below followed those with the radical yu gem, led by Jia Zhen. Next to these came the inmates with the radical cao Roth, headed by Jia Rong. These were arranged in proper order, with due regard to left and right. The men figured on the east, the women on the west. When Dowager Lady Jia picked up a joystick and prostrated herself to perform her devotions, one and all fell simultaneously on their knees, packing up the 5 rooms principal pavilion, the inside as well as the outside of the 3 antechambers, the verandas, the top and the bottom of the stairs, the interior of the 2 vermilion avenues, so closely with all their fineries and embroideries that not the slightest space remained vacant among them. Not so much as the call of a roe struck the ear. All that was audible was the report of jingling and tinkling, and the sound of the gold bells and jade ornaments slightly rocked to and fro. Besides these, the creaking noise made by the shoes of the inmates while getting up and kneeling down. In a little time, the ceremonies were brought to a close. Jia Jing, Jia She, and the rest hastily retired and adjourned to the Rong mansion, where they waited with the special purpose of paying their obeisance to Dowager Lady Jia. Mrs. You's drawing rooms were entirely covered with red carpets. In the center stood a large gold cloisonné brazier with 3 legs in imitation of rhinoceros tusks, washed with gold. On the stove couch in the upper part was laid a new small red hair rug. On it were placed deep red back cushions with embroidered representations of dragons, which were embedded among clouds and clasped the character longevity, as well as reclining pillows and sitting rugs. Covers made of black fox skin were moreover thrown over the couch, along with skins of pure white fox for sitting cushions. Dowager Lady Jia was invited to place herself on the couch, and on the skin rug spread on either side, 2 or 3 of the sisters-in-law, of the same standings as old Lady Jia, were urged to sit down. After the necessary arrangements had been concluded, skin rugs were also put on the small couch, erected in a horizontal position on the near portion of the apartments, and Madame Xing and the other ladies of her age were motioned to seat themselves. On the 2 sides stood, face to face on the floor, 12 chairs carved and lacquered, over which were thrown antimacassars and small grey squirrel rugs of uniform colour. At the foot of each chair was a large copper foot stove. On these chairs, Bao Qing and the other young ladies were asked to sit down. Mrs. You took a tray, and with her own hands she presented tea to old Lady Jia. Jia Rong's wife served the rest of the seniors. Subsequently, Mrs. You helped Madame Xing too and her contemporaries, and Jia Rong's wife then gave tea to the various young ladies, while Lady Feng, Weiyuan, and a few others simply remained below, ready to minister to their wants. After their tea, Madame Xing and her compeers were the first to rise and come and wait on Dowager Lady Jia while she had hers. Dowager Lady Jia chatted for a time with her old sisters-in-law, and then desired the servants to look to her chair. Lady Feng thereupon speedily walked up and supported her to rise to her feet. The evening meal had long ago been got ready for you, venerable ancestor. Mrs. Yu smiled. You, year by year, show no desire to honour us with your presence, but tarry a bit on this occasion, and partake of some refreshment before you cross over. Is it likely, in fact, that we can't come up to that girl Feng? Go on, worthy senior, laughed Lady Feng, as she propped old Lady Jia. Let's go home and eat our own. Don't heed what she says. In what bustle and confusion aren't you in over there? Smiled Dowager Lady Jia. With all the sacrifices to our ancestors, and how could you stand all the trouble I'm putting you to? I've never, furthermore, had every year anything to eat with you, but you've always been in the way of sending me things. So isn't it as well that you should again let me have a few? And as I'll keep for the next day what I shan't be able to get through, won't I thus have a good deal more? This remark evoked general laughter. Whatever you do, she went on to enjoin her, mind you, depute some reliable persons to sit up at night and look after the incense fires, but they mustn't let their wits go wool-gathering. Mrs. Yu gave her to understand that she would see to it, and they sallied out, at the same time, into the fore part of the winter apartments. And when Mrs. Yu and her friends went past the screen, the pages introduced the bearers, who shouldered the sedan and walked out by the main entrance. Then, following too in the track of Madame Xing and the other ladies, Mrs. Yu repaired in their company into the Rong mansion. Dowager Lady Jia's chair had, meanwhile, got beyond the principal gateway. Here again were deployed, on the east side of the street, the bearers of insignia, the retinue and musicians of the Duke of Ningguo. They crammed the whole extent of the street. Comers and goers were alike kept back. No thoroughfare was allowed. Shortly, the Rong mansion was reached. The large gates and main entrances were also thrown open straight up to the very interior of the compound. On the present occasion, however, the bearers did not put the chair down by the winter quarters, but passing the main hall and turning to the west, they rested it on their arrival at the near side of Dowager Lady Jia's principal pavilion. The various attendants pressed round old Lady Jia and followed her into her main apartment, where decorated mats and embroidered screens had also been placed about, and everything looked as if brand new. In the brazier, deposited in the centre of the room, burnt fir and cedar incense, and 100 mixed herbs. The moment Dowager Lady Jia ensconced herself into a seat, an old nurse entered and announced that the senior ladies had come to pay their respects. Old Lady Jia rose with alacrity to her feet to go and greet them, when she perceived that 2 or 3 her old sisters-in-law had already stepped inside. So, clasping each other's hands, they now laughed and now they pressed each other to sit down. After tea, they took their departure, but Dowager Lady Jia only escorted them as far as the inner ceremonial gate, and, retracing her footsteps, she came and resumed the place of honour. Jia Jing, Jia She, and the other seniors then ushered the various junior male members of the household into her apartments. I put you, smiled old Lady Jia, to ever so much trouble and inconvenience, from one year's end to another, so don't pay any obeisance. But while she spoke, the men formed themselves into one company, and the women into another, and performed their homage, group by group. This over, armchairs were arranged on the left and on the right, and on these chairs they too subsequently seated themselves, according to the seniority and gradation, to receive salutations. The men and women servants, and the pages and maids, employed in the 2 mansions, then paid, in like manner, the obeisance consonant with their positions, whether high, middle, or low. And this ceremony observed, the New Year money was distributed, together with purses, gold and silver ingots, and other presents of the same description. A rejoicing together banquet was spread. The men sat on the east, the women on the west. Tusu, New Year's Day wine, was served, also rejoicing together soup, propitious fruits, and as-you-like cakes. At the close of the banquet, Dowager Lady Chia rose and penetrated into the inner chamber with the purpose of effecting a change in her costume, so the several inmates present could at last disperse and go their own way. That night, incense was burnt and offerings presented at the various altars to Buddha and the kitchen god. In the courtyard of Madame Wang's main quarters, paper horses and incense for sacrifices to heaven and earth were all ready. And the principal centre of the garden broad vista were suspended horn lanterns, which, from their lofty places, cast their bright rays on either side. Every place was hung with street lanterns. Every inmate, whether high or low, was got up in gala dress. Throughout the whole night, human voices resounded confusedly. The din of talking and laughing filled the air. Strings of crackers and rockets were let off incessantly. The morrow came. At the 5th watch, Dowager Lady Chia and the other senior members of the family donned the grand costumes, which accorded with their status, and with a complete retinue, they entered the palace to present their court congratulations. For that day was, in addition, the anniversary of Yuan Chun's birth. After they had regaled themselves at a collation, they wended their way back, and, betaking themselves also into the Ning mansion, they offered their oblations to their ancestors, and then returned home and received the conventional salutations, after which they put off their fineries and retired to rest. None of the relatives and friends who came to wish the compliments of the season were admitted into old Lady Jia's presence, but simply had a friendly chat with Mrs. Hsüeh and sister-in-law Li, and studied their own convenience. Or along with Pao-yü, Pao-ch'ai, and the other young ladies, they amused themselves by playing the game of war or dominoes. Madame Wang and Lady Feng had, one day after another, their hands full with the invitations they had to issue for the New Year wine. In the halls and courts of the other side, theatricals and banquets succeeded each other, and relations and friends dropped in an incessant string. Bustle reigned for 7 or 8 consecutive days before things settled down again. But presently the festival of the full moon of the first month drew near, and both mansions, the Ning as well as the Rong, were everywhere ornamented with lanterns and decorations. On the 11th, Jia She invited Dowager Lady Jia and the other inmates. On the next day, Jia Zhen also entertained his old senior and Madame Wang and Lady Feng. But for us to record on how many consecutive days invitations were extended to them to go and drink the New Year wine would be an impossible task. The 15th came. On this evening, Dowager Lady Jia gave orders to have several banqueting tables laid in the main reception hall, to engage a company of young actors, to have every place illuminated with flowered lanterns of various colors, and to assemble, at a family entertainment, all the sons, nephews, nieces, grandchildren, and grandchildren's wives, and other members of the 2 mansions of Ning and Rong. As, however, Jia Jing did not habitually have any wine or take any ordinary food, no one went to press him to come. On the 17th he hastened, at the close of the ancestral sacrifices, out of town to chasten himself. In fact, even during the few days he spent at home, he merely frequented retired rooms and lonely places, and did not take the least interest in any single concern. But he need not detain us any further. As for Jia She, after he had received Dowager Lady Jia's presents, he said goodbye and went away. But old Lady Jia herself was perfectly aware that she could not conveniently tarry any longer on this side, so she too followed his example and took her departure. When Jia She got home, he, along with all the guests, feasted his eyes on the illuminations and drank wine with them. Music and singing deafened the ear. Embroidered fineries were everywhere visible, for his way of seeking amusement was unlike that customary in this portion of the establishment. In Dowager Lady Jia's reception hall, 10 tables were meanwhile arranged. By each table was placed a teapoy. On these teapoys stood censers and bottles, 3 things in all. In the censers was burnt Baihe Palace incense, a gift from His Majesty the Emperor. But small pots, about 8 inches long, 4 to 5 inches broad, and 2 or 3 inches high, adorned with scenery in the shape of rockeries, were also placed about, all of which contained fresh flowers. Small foreign lacquer trays were likewise being seen, laden with diminutive painted teacups of antique ware. Transparent gold screens with frames of carved black wood, ornamented with a fringe representing flowers and giving the text of verses, figured too here and there. In different kinds of small road vases were embroidered together the 3 friends of winter, pine, bamboo, and plum, as well as jade haw, happiness and honor, and other fresh flowers. At the upper 2 tables sat sister-in-law Li and Mrs. Xue. On the east was only laid a single table, but there as well were placed carved screens covered with dragons, and a short low-fitted couch with a full assortment of black cushions, reclining cushions, and skin rugs. On the couch stood a small teapoy, light and handy, of foreign lacquer, inlaid with gold. On the teapoy were arrayed cups, bowls, foreign cloth napkins, and such things, but on it spectacle case was also conspicuous. Dowager Lady Jia was reposing on the couch. At one time she chatted and laughed with the whole company. At another she took up her spectacles and looked at what was going on the stage. "Make allowances," she said, "for my old age. My bones are quite sore, so if I be a little out of order in my conduct, bear with me, and let us entertain each other while I remain in a recumbent position." Continuing, she desired Hu Po to make herself comfortable on the couch and take a small club and tap her legs. No table stood below the couch, but only a high teapoy. On it were a high stand with tassels, flower vases, incense burners, and other similar articles. But a small high table, laden with cups and chopsticks, had besides been got ready. At the table next to this, the 4 cousins, Baoqing, Xiangyun, Tai-yü, and Pao-yü, were told to seat themselves. The various viands and fruits that were brought in were first presented to Dowager Lady Jia for inspection. If they took her fancy, she kept them at the small table, but once tasted by her, they were again removed and placed on their table. We could therefore safely say that none but the 4 cousins sat along with their old grandmother. The seats occupied by Madame Xing and Madame Wang were below. Lower down came Mrs. You, Weiyuan, Lady Feng, and Jia Rong's wife. On the west sat Pao-ch'ai, Li Wen, LiII, Xiuyan, Yingchun, and the other cousins. On the large pillars on either side were suspended in groups of 3 and 5 glass lanterns ornamented with fringes. In front of each table stood a candlestick in the shape of drooping lotus leaves. The candlesticks contained colored candles. These lotus leaves were provided with enameled springs of foreign make, so they could be twisted outward, thus screening the rays of the lights and throwing them on the stage, enabling one to watch the plays with exceptional distinctness. The window frames and doors had all been removed. In every place figured color fringes and various kinds of court lanterns. Inside and outside the verandas and under the roofs of the covered passages, which stretched on either side, were hung lanterns of sheep horn, glass, embroidered gauze or silk, decorated or painted, of satin or of paper. Round different tables sat Jia Zhen, Jia Lian, Jia Huan, Jia Zong, Jia Rong, Jia Qing, Jia Yun, Jia Chang, Jia Ling, and other male inmates of the family. Dowager Lady Jia had, at an early hour, likewise sent servants to invite the male and female members of the whole clan, but those advanced in years were not disposed to take part in any excitement. Some had no one at the time to look after things, Others, too, were detained by ill health, and much though these had every wish to be present, they were not, after all, in a fit state to come. Some were so envious of riches and so ashamed of their poverty that they entertained no desire to avail themselves of an invitation. Others, what is more, fostered such a dislike and stood in such awe of Lady Feng that they felt bitter towards her and would not accept. Others again were timid and shy, and so little accustomed to seeing people that they could not muster sufficient courage to come. Hence it was that, despite the large number of female relatives in the clan, none but Jialan's mother, née Lou, who brought Jialan with her. In the way of men, there were only Jiaqing, Jiayun, Jiachang, and Jialing, the four of them, and no others. The managers, at present under Lady Feng's control, were, however, among those who accepted. But albeit there was not a complete gathering of the inmates on this occasion, yet, for a small family entertainment, sufficient animation characterized the proceedings. About this time, Lin Zhixiao's wife also made her appearance, with half a dozen married women who carried 3 divan tables between them. Each table was covered with a red woolen cloth, on which lay a lot of cash, picked out clean and of equal size, and recently issued from the mint. These were strung together with a deep red cord. Each couple carried a table, so there were in all 3 tables. Lin Zhixiao's wife directed that 2 tables should be placed below the festive board, round which were seated Mrs. Hsüeh and sister-in-law Li, and that one should be put at the foot of dowager Lady Jia's couch. "Place it in the middle," old Lady Jia exclaimed. "These women have never known what good manners mean. Put the table down." Saying this, she picked up the cash, and loosening the knots, she unstrung them and piled them on the table. The reunion in the western chamber was just being sung. The play was drawing to a close. They had reached the part where Yu Shuye runs off at night in high dudgeon, and Wen Bao jokingly cried out, "You go off with your monkey up." But, as luck would have it, this is the very day of the 15th of the first moon, and the family banquet is being given by the old lady in the Rongguo mansion. So wait, and I'll jump up on this horse and hurry in and ask for something to eat. I must look sharp. The joke made old Lady Jia and the rest of the company laugh. "What a dreadful impish child!" Mrs. Hsüeh and the others exclaimed. "Yet, poor thing." "This child is only 9 years of age," Lady Feng interposed. "He has really made a clever hit," Dowager Lady Jia laughed. "Tip him," she shouted. This shout over, 3 married women who had previously got ready several small wicker baskets came up as soon as they heard the word tip, and, taking the heaps of loose cash piled on the table, they each filled a basket full, and, issuing outside, they approached the stage. "Dowager Lady Jia, Mrs. Hsüeh, and the family relative, Mrs. Li, present Wen Bao this money to purchase something to eat with," they said. At the end of these words, they flung the contents of the baskets upon the stage. So all then that fell on the ear was the rattle of the cash flying in every direction over the boards. Jia Zhen and Jia Lian had, by this time, enjoined the pages to fetch big baskets full of cash and have them in readiness. But, as, reader, you do not know as yet in what way these presents were given, listen to the circumstances detailed in the subsequent chapter. End of section 57. Recording by Cao Xueqin in Singapore. Section 58 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Yuqing in Singapore. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, by Cao Xueqin. Translated by Henry Bencraft Joly. Chapter 54, Part 1. Dowager Lady Jia, née Shi, does away with rotten old customs. Wang Xifeng imitates in jest the dutiful son by getting herself up in gaudy theatrical clothes. Jia Zhen and Jia Lian had, we will now explain, secretly got ready large baskets of cash, so the moment they heard old Lady Jia utter the word tip, they promptly bade the pages be quick and fling the money. The noise of the cash, running on every side of the stage, was all that fell on the ear. Dowager Lady Jia thoroughly enjoyed it. The two men then rose to their feet. The pages hastened to lay hold of a silver kettle, newly brought in with fresh wine, and to deposit it in Jia Lian's hands, who followed Jia Zhen with quick step into the inner rooms. Jia Zhen advanced first up to sister-in-law Li's table, and courtesying, he raised her cup, and turned round, whereupon Jia Lian quickly filled it to the brim. Next, they approached Mrs. Xue's table, and they also replenished her cup. These two ladies lost no time in standing up and smilingly expostulating. "Gentlemen," they said, "please take your seats. What's the use of standing on such ceremonies?" But presently everyone, with the exception of the two ladies, Madame Xing and Wang, quitted the banquet, and dropping their arms against their bodies, they stood on one side. Jia Lian and his companion then drew near Dowager Lady Jia's couch, but the couch was so low that they had to stoop on their knees. Jia Zhen was in front and presented the cup. Jia Lian was behind and held the kettle up to her. But notwithstanding that only these two offered her wine, Jia Zong and the other young men followed them closely, in the order of their age and grade, so the moment they saw them kneel, they immediately threw themselves on their knees. Pao-yü, too, prostrated himself at once. Xiang stealthily gave him a push. "What's the use of your now following their lead again, and falling on your knees?" she said. "But since you behave like this, wouldn't it be well if you also went and poured wine all round?" Pao-yü laughed. "Hold on a bit," he rejoined in a low tone, "and I'll go and do so." So speaking, he waited until his two relatives had finished pouring the wine and risen to their feet, when he also went and replenished the cups of Madame Wang and Xing. "How about the young ladies?" Jia Zhen smilingly asked. "You people had better be going," old Lady Jia and the other ladies unanimously observed. "They'll, then, be more at their ease." At this hint, Jia Zhen and his companions eventually withdrew. The second watch had not, at the time, yet gone. The play that was being sung was "The Eight Worthies to Look at the Lanterns," consisting of 8 acts, and had now reached a sensational part. Pao-yü at this stage left the feast and was going out. "Where are you off to?" inquired his grandmother Jia. "The crackers outside are dreadful. Mind, the lightest pieces of paper falling from above might burn you." Pao-yü smiled. "I'm not going far," he answered. "I'm merely going out of the room, and will be back at once." Dowager Lady Jia directed the matrons to be careful and escort him. Pao-yü forthwith sallied out, with no other attendants, however, than Sheyue, Qiuwen, and several useful maids. "How is it," his grandmother Jia felt obliged to ask, "that I don't see anything of Xi Ren? Is she too now putting on high and mighty airs, that she only sends these juvenile girls here?" Madame Wang rose to her feet with all haste. "Her mother," she explained, "died the other day, so being in deep mourning, she couldn't very well present herself." Dowager Lady Jia nodded her head assentingly. "When one is in service," she smilingly remarked, "there should be no question of mourning or no mourning. Is it likely that if she was still in my pay, she wouldn't at present be here? All these practices have quite become precedent." Lady Feng crossed over to her. "Had she even not been in mourning tonight?" she chimed in with a laugh. She would have had to be in the garden and keep an eye over that pile of lanterns, candles, and fireworks, as they are most dangerous things. For as soon as any theatricals are set on foot in here, who doesn't surreptitiously sneak out from the garden to have a look? But as far as she goes, she's diligent and careful of every place. Moreover, when the company disperses and Brother Pao-yü retires to sleep, everything will be in perfect readiness. But had she also come, that bevy of servants wouldn't again have cared a straw for anything. And on his return, after the party, the bedding would have been cold, the tea water wouldn't have been ready, and he would have had to put up with every sort of discomfort. That's why I told her that there was no need for her to come. But she do, dear senior, wish her here. I'll send for her straight away and have done. Old Lady Jia lent an ear to her arguments. What you say, she promptly put in, is perfectly right. You've made better arrangements than I could. Quick, don't send for her. But when did her mother die? How is it? I know nothing about it. Some time ago, Lady Feng laughed. Xu came in person and told you, worthy ancestor, and how is it you've forgotten it? Yes, resumed Dowager Lady Jia, smiling after some reflection. I remember now. My memory is really not of the best. At this, everybody gave way to laughter. How could your venerable ladyship, they said, recollect so many matters? Dowager Lady Jia thereupon heaved a sigh. How I remember, she added, the way she served me ever since her youth up, and how she waited upon Yuqing also, how at last she was given to that prince of devils, and how she has slaved away with that imp for the last few years. She is, besides, not a slave girl, born or bred in the place, nor has she ever received any great benefits from our hands. When her mother died, I meant to have given her several taels for her burial, but it quite slipped from my mind. The other day, Lady Feng remarked, Madame Wang presented her with 40 taels, so that was all right. At these words, old Lady Jia nodded assent. Yes, never mind about that, she observed. Yuanyang's mother also died, as it happens, the other day, but taking into consideration that both her parents lived in the south, I didn't let her return home to observe a period of mourning. But as both these girls are now in mourning, why not allow them to live together? They'll thus be able to keep each other company. Take a few fruits, eatables, and other such things, continuing she bade a matron, and give them to those 2 girls to eat. Was she likely wait till now? Hooper laughingly interposed. Why, she joined Xu long ago. In the course of this conversation, the various inmates partook of some more wine and watched the theatricals. But we will now turn our attention to Pao-yü. He made his way straight into the garden. The matrons saw well enough that he was returning to his rooms, but instead of following him in, they ensconced themselves near the fire in the tea-room situated by the garden gate, and made the best of the time by drinking and playing cards with the girls in charge of the tea. Pao-yü entered the court. The lanterns burned brightly, yet not a human voice was audible. Have they all, forsooth, gone to sleep? Rouyi ventured. Let's walk in gently and give them a fright. Presently they stepped on tiptoe past the mirrored partition wall. At a glance, they discerned Xu lying on the stove couch, face to face with some other girl. On the opposite side sat 2 or 3 old nurses nodding, half asleep. Pao-yü conjectured that both the girls were plunged in sleep, and was just about to enter, when, of a sudden, someone was heard to heave a sigh and to say, How evident it is that worldly matters are very uncertain. Have you lived all alone in here, while your father and mother tarried abroad, and roamed year after year from east to west, without any fixed place of abode? I ever thought that you wouldn't have been able to be with them at the last moments, but, as it happened, your mother died in this place this year, and you could, after all, stand by her to the end. Quite so, rejoined Qi. Even I little expected to be able to see any of my parents' funeral. While I broke the news to our Madame Wang, she also gave me 40 taels. There was really a kind attention on her part. I hadn't, nevertheless, presumed to indulge in any vain hopes. Pao-yü overheard what was said. Hastily twisting himself round, he remarked in a low voice, addressing himself to Hsüeh and her companions. Who would have fancied her also in here? But were I to enter, she'll bolt away in another tantrum. Better than that, we should retrace our steps, and then quietly have a chat together, right? Qi was alone, and down in the mouth, so it's a fortunate thing that she joined her in such good time. As he spoke, they once more walked out of the court with gentle tread. Pao-yü went to the back of the rockery, and stopping short, he raised his clothes. Hsüeh and Xueqin stood still and turned their faces away. Stoop, they smiled, and then loosen your clothes. Be careful that the wind doesn't blow on your stomach. The two young maids, who followed behind, surmised that he was bent upon satisfying a natural want, and they hurried ahead to the tea-room to prepare the water. Just, however, as Pao-yü was crossing over, two married women came in sight, advancing from the opposite direction. Who's there? They inquired. Pao-yü is here, Qingwen answered. But mind, if you bawl and shout like that, you'll give him a start. The women promptly laughed. We had no idea, they said, that we were coming, at a great festive time like this, to bring trouble upon ourselves. What a lot of hard work must day after day fall to your share, young ladies. Speaking the while, they drew near. Hsüeh and her friends then asked them what they were holding in their hands. We're taking over, they replied. Some things to the two girls, Miss Jing and Miss Hua. They're still singing the 8 worthies outside, Hsüeh went on to observe laughingly. And how is it you're running again to Miss Jing's and Miss Hua's before the trouble first moon box has been gone through? Take the lid off, Pao-yü cried, and let me see what there's inside. Qingwen and Hsüeh at once approached and uncovered the boxes. The two women promptly stooped, which enabled Pao-yü to see that the contents of the 2 boxes consisted alike of some of the finest fruits and tea cakes which had figured at the banquet, and nodding his head, he walked off, while Hsüeh and her friend speedily threw the lids down anyhow, and followed in his track. Those 2 dames are pleasant enough, Pao-yü smiled, and they know how to speak decently, but it's they who get quite worn out every day, and they contrariwise say that you've got ample to do daily. Now, doesn't this amount to bragging and boasting? Those 2 women, Hsüeh chimed in, are not bad, but such of them as don't know what good manners mean are ignorant to a degree of all propriety. You who know what's what, Pao-yü added, should make allowances for that kind of rustic people. You should pity them, that's all. Speaking, he made his exit out of the garden gate. The matrons had, though engaged in drinking and gambling, kept incessantly stepping out of doors to furtively keep an eye on his movements, so that the moment they perceived Pao-yü appear, they followed him in a body. On their arrival in the covered passage of the reception hall, they espied 2 young waiting maids, the one with a small basin in her hand, the other with a towel thrown over her arm. They also held a bowl and a small kettle, and had been waiting in that passage for ever so long. Xueqin was the first to hastily stretch out her hand and test the water. The older you grow, she cried, the denser you get. How could one ever use this icy cold water? Miss, look at the weather, the young maid replied. I was afraid the water would get cold. It was really scalding. Is it cold now? While she made this rejoinder, an old matron was, by a strange coincidence, seen coming along, carrying a jug of hot water. Dear dame, shouted the young maid, come over and pour some for me in here. My dear girl, the matron responded, this is for our old mistress to brew tea with. I'll tell you what, you'd better go and fetch some yourself. Are you perchance afraid lest your feet might grow bigger by walking? I don't care whose it is, Xueqin put in. If you don't give me any, I shall certainly empty our old lady's teapot and wash my hands. The old matron turned her head, and, catching sight of Xueqin, she there and then raised the jug and poured some of the water. That will do, exclaimed Xueqin. With all your years, don't you yet know what's what? Who isn't aware that it's for our old mistress? But would one presume to ask for what shouldn't be asked for? My eyes are so dim, the matron rejoined with a smile, that I didn't recognize this young lady. When Pao-yü had washed his hands, the young maid took the small jug and filled the bowl, and as she held it in her hand, Pao-yü rinsed his mouth. But Xueqin and Shuyu availed themselves likewise of the warm water to have a wash, after which they followed Pao-yü in. Pao-yü at once asked for a kettle of warm wine, and, starting from sister-in-law Li, he began to replenish their cups. Sister-in-law Li and his aunt Hsüeh pressed him, however, with smiling faces, to take a seat, but his grandmother Jia remonstrated. He is only a youngster, she said, so let him pour the wine. We must all drain this cup. With these words, she quaffed her own cup, leaving no heel taps. Mesdames Xing and Wang also lost no time in emptying theirs, so Mrs. Hsüeh and sister-in-law Li had no alternative but to drain their share. Fill the cups, too, of your female cousins, senior or junior, Dowager Lady Jia went on to tell Pao-yü. And you mayn't pour the wine anyhow. Each of you must swallow every drop of your drinks. Pao-yü, upon hearing her wishes, set to work, while signifying his assent, to replenish the cups of the several young ladies in their proper gradation. But when he got to Tai-yü, she raised the cup, for she would not drink any wine herself, and applied it to Pao-yü's lips. Pao-yü drained the contents with one breath, upon which Tai-yü gave him a smile and said to him, I'm much obliged to you. Pao-yü next poured a cup for her, but Lady Feng immediately laughed and expostulated. Pao-yü, she cried, you mustn't take any cold wine. Mind, your hand will tremble, and you won't be able tomorrow to write your characters or to draw the bow. I'm not having any cold wine, Pao-yü replied. I know you're not, Lady Feng smiled, but I simply warn you. After this, Pao-yü finished helping the rest of the inmates inside, with the exception of Jia Rong's wife, for whom he bade a maid to fill a cup. Then, emerging again into the covered passage, he replenished the cups of Jia Zhen and his companions, after which he tarried with them for a while, and at last walked in and resumed his former seat. Presently, the soup was brought, and soon after that the feast of lanterns cakes were handed round. Dowager Lady Jia gave orders that the play should be interrupted for a time. Those young people, she said, are to be pitied. Let them too have some hot soup and warm viands. They then can go on again. Take of every kind of fruit, she continued, feet of lanterns cakes and other such dainties, and give them a few. The play was shortly stopped. The matrons ushered in a couple of blind singing girls, who often came to the house and put 2 benches on the opposite side for them. Old Lady Jia desired them to take a seat, and banjos and guitars were then handed to them. What stories would you like to hear? Old Lady Jia inquired of sister-in-law Li and Mrs. Hsüeh. We don't care what they are, both of them rejoined with one voice. Any will do. Have you of late added any new stories to your stock? Old Lady Jia asked. We've got a new story, the 2 girls explained. It's about an old affair of the time of the 5 dynasties, which trod down the Tang dynasty. What's its title? Old Lady Jia inquired. It's called A Feng Seeks a Luan in Marriage. The male phoenix asks the female phoenix in marriage. One of the girls answered. The title is all very well, Dowager Lady Jia proceeded. But why, I wonder, was it ever given to it? First, tell us its general purport, and if it's interesting, you can continue. The story, the girl explained, treats of the time when the Tang dynasty was extinguished. There lived then one of the gentry who had originally been a denizen of Jingling. His name was Wang Zhong. He had been minister under 2 reigns. He had about this time pleaded old age and returned to his home. He had about his knees only one son, called Wang Xifeng. When the company heard so far, they began to laugh. Now, isn't this a duplicate of our girl Feng's name? Old Lady Jia laughingly exclaimed. A married woman hurried up and pushed the girl. That's the name of your lady Secunda, she said, so don't use it quite so heedlessly. Go on with your story, Dowager Lady Jia shouted. The girl speedily stood up, smiling the while. We do deserve death, she observed. We weren't aware that it was our lady's worthy name. Why should it be in such fear and trembling? Lady Feng laughed. Go on. There are many duplicate names and duplicate surnames. The girl then proceeded with her story. In a certain year, she resumed, His Honour old Mr. Wang saw his son Mr. Wang off for the capital to be in time for the examinations. One day he was overtaken by a heavy shower of rain, and he betook himself into a village for shelter. Who would have thought it? There lived in this village one of the gentry of the name Li, who had been an old friend of his Honour old Mr. Wang, and he kept Mr. Wang Jr. to put up in his library. This Mr. Li had no son, but only a daughter. This young daughter's worthy name was Shu Luan. She could perform on the lute, she could play chess, and she had a knowledge of books and of painting. There was nothing that she did not understand. Old Lady Jia eagerly chimed in. It's no wonder, she said, that the story has been called A Feng Seeks a Luan in Marriage. A male phoenix seeks a female phoenix in marriage. But you needn't proceed. I've already guessed the denouement. There's no doubt that Wang Xifeng asks for the hand of this Miss Chu Luan. Your venerable ladyship must really have heard the story before. The singing girl smiled. What hasn't our worthy senior heard? They all exclaimed, but she's quick enough in guessing even unheard of things. All these stories run invariably in one line, old Lady Jia laughingly rejoined. They're all about pretty girls and scholars. There's no fun in them. They abuse people's daughters in every possible way, and then they still term them nice, pretty girls. They are so concocted that there's not even a semblance of truth in them. From the very first, they canvass the families of the gentry. If the paterfamilias isn't a president of a board, then he's made a minister. The heroine is bound to be lovable as a gem. This young lady is sure to understand all about letters and propriety. She knows everything and is, in a word, a peerless beauty. At the sight of a handsome young man, she pays no heed as to whether he be relation or friend, but begins to entertain thoughts of the primary affair of her life, and forgets her parents, and sets her book on one side. She behaves as neither devil nor thief would. So in what respect does she resemble a nice, pretty girl? Were even her brain full of learning, she couldn't be accounted a nice, pretty girl, after behaving in this manner. Just like a young fellow whose mind is well stored with book lore, and who goes and plays the robber. How is it likely that the imperial laws would look upon him as a man of parts, and that they wouldn't bring against him some charge of robbery? From this it's evident that those who fabricate these stories contradict themselves. Besides, they may, it's true, say that the heroines belong to great families of official and literary status, that they are conversant with propriety and learning, that their honourable mothers too understand books and good manners. But great households like theirs must, in spite of the parents having pleaded old age and returned to their native places,
contain a great number of inmates, and the nurses, maids, and attendants on these young ladies must also be many. And how is it then that whenever these stories make references to such matters, one only hears of young ladies with but a single close attendant? What can, think for ourselves, all the other people be up to? Indeed, what is said before doesn't accord with what comes afterwards. Isn't it so, eh?
The party listened to her with much glee. These criticisms of yours, venerable ancestor, they said, have laid to bed every single discrepancy.
They have, however, their reasons,
old Lady Jia smilingly resumed.
Among the writers of these stories, there are some who begrudge people's wealth and honours, or possibly those who, having solicited a favour of the wealthy and honourable, and not obtained the object upon which their wishes were set, have fabricated lies in order to disparage people. There is, moreover, a certain class of persons who become so corrupted by the perusal of such tales that they are not satisfied until they themselves pounce upon some nice pretty girl. Hence is it that, for fun's sake, they devise all these yarns. But how could such as they ever know the principle which prevails in official and literary families? Not to speak of the various official and literary families spoken about in these anecdotes. Take now our own immediate case as an instance. We're only such a middle-class household, and yet we've got none of those occurrences. So don't let her go on spinning these endless yarns. We must on no account have any of these stories told us. Why, even the maids themselves don't understand any of this sort of language. I've been getting so old the last few years that I felt unawares quite melancholy whenever the girls went to live far off. So my wont has been to have a few passages recounted to me. But as soon as they got back, I at once put a stop to these things.
Sister-in-law Li and Mrs. Hsüeh both laughed. This is just the rule, they said, which should exist in great families. Not even in our homes is any of this confused talk allowed to reach the ears of the young people. End of section 58. Recording by Cao Xueqin in Singapore. Section 59 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Yuqing in Singapore. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2 by Cao Xueqin. Translated by Henry Bencraft Joly. Chapter 54, Part 2. Lady Feng came forward and poured some wine. Enough, that will do, she laughed. The wine has got quite cold, my dear ancestor. Do take a sip and moisten your throat with, before you begin again to dilate on falsehoods. What we've been having now can well be termed record of a discussion on falsehoods. It has had its origin in this reign, in this place, in this year, in this moon, on this day, and at this very season. But, venerable senior, you've only got one mouth, so you couldn't very well simultaneously speak of two families. When two flowers open together, the proverb says, one person can only speak of one. But whether the stones be true or fictitious, don't let us say anything more about them. Let's have the footlights put in order, and look at the players. Dear senior, do let these two relatives have a glass of wine and see a couple of plays, and you can then start arguing about our dynasty after another. Hey, what do you say? Saying this, she poured the wine, laughing the while. But she had scarcely done speaking before the whole company were convulsed with laughter. The two singing girls were themselves unable to keep their countenance. Lady Secunda, they both exclaimed, what a sharp tongue you have! Were your ladyship to take to storytelling, we really would have nowhere to earn our rice. Don't be such overflowing spirits, Mrs. Hsüeh laughed. There are people outside. This isn't like any ordinary occasion. There's only my senior brother-in-law, Chen, outside. Lady Feng smiled.
and we've been like brother and sister from our youth up. We've romped and been up to every mischief to this age together. But all on account of my marriage, I've had, of late years, to stand on ever so many ceremonies. Why, besides being like brother and sister from the time we were small kids, he's anyhow my senior brother-in-law, and I his junior sister-in-law. When among those 24 dutiful sons, travestied himself in theatrical costume to amuse his parents. But those fellows haven't sufficient spirit to come in some stage talks and try to make you have a laugh, dear ancestor. I've, however, succeeded, after ever so much exertion, in so diverting you as to induce you to eat a little more than you would, and in putting everybody in good humour. And I should be thanked by one and all of you. It's only right that I should. But can it be that you will, on the contrary, poke fun at me? I've truly not had a hearty laugh the last few days. Old Lady Chia smiled. But thanks to the funny things she recounted just now, I've managed to get in somewhat better spirits in here. So I'll have another cup of wine. Then, having drunk her wine, Pao-yü, she went on to say, come and present a cup to your sister-in-law. Lady Feng gave a smile. There's no use for him to give me any wine, she ventured. I'll drink out of your cup, so as to bring upon myself your longevity, venerable ancestor. While uttering this response, she raised Dowager Lady Chia's cup to her lips and drained the remaining half of the contents, after which she handed the cup to a waiting maid, who took one from those which had been rinsed with tepid water and brought it to her. But in due course the cups from the various tables were cleared, and clean ones, washed in warm water, were substituted, and when fresh wine had been served round, Lady Feng and the maid resumed their seats. Venerable lady, a singing girl put in, you don't like the stories we tell, but will we thrum a song for you? You two, remarked old Lady Chia, had better play a duet of the Jiangjun Ling song, the general's command. Hearing her wishes, the two girls promptly tuned their chords to suit the pitch of the song and struck up on their guitars. What watch of the night is it? Old Lady Chia at this point inquired. It's the third watch, the matrons replied with alacrity. No wonder it has got so chilly and damp, Old Lady Chia added. Extra clothes were accordingly soon fetched by the servants and maids. Madame Wang speedily rose to her feet and forced a smile. Venerable senior, she said, wouldn't it be prudent for you to move on to the stove couch in the winter apartments? It would be as well. These two relatives are no strangers, and if we entertain them, it will be all right. Well, in that case, Dowager Lady Chia smilingly rejoined, why shouldn't the whole company adjourn inside? Wouldn't it be warmer for us all? I'm afraid there isn't enough sitting room for every one of us, Madame Wang explained. I've got a plan, Old Lady Chia added. We can now dispense with these tables. All we need now are 2 or 3 placed side by side. We can then sit in a group, and by bundling together, it will be both sociable as well as warm. Yes, that will be nice, one and all cried. Assenting, they forthwith rose for a table. The married women hastened to remove the debondet of the banquet. Then, placing 3 large tables lengthways side by side in the inner rooms, they went on to properly arrange the fruits and viands, some of which had been replenished, others changed. You must none of you stand on any ceremonies, Dowager Lady Chia observed. If you just listen while I allot you your places, and sit down accordingly, it will be all right. Continuing, she motioned to Mrs. Hsüeh and sister-in-law Li to take the opposites on the side of honor, and, making herself comfortable on the west, she bade the 3 cousins Baoqing, Tai-yü, and Xiangyun sit close to her on the left and on the right. Pao-yü, she proceeded, you must go next to your mother. So, presently, she put Pao-yü and Pao-ch'ai and the rest of the young ladies between Mesdames Xing and Wang. On the west she placed in proper gradation Dame Lo,
along with Jia Lan, and Mrs. You and Weiyuan with Jia Lan No. 2 between them, while she assigned a chair to Jia Rong's wife among the lower seats, put crosswise.
Brother Zhen, old Lady Jia cried, take your cousins and be off. I'm also going to sleep in a little time.
Jia Zhen and his associates speedily expressed their obedience, and made, in a body, their appearance inside again to listen to any injunctions she might have to give them.
Bundle yourself away at once, shouted Dowager Lady Jia. You needn't come in. We've just sat down, and you'll make us get up again. Go and rest, be quick. Tomorrow there are to be some more grand doings.
Jia Zhen assented with alacrity.
But Rong should remain to replenish the cups.
He smiled.
It's only fair that he should. Quite so,
answered old Lady Jia laughingly.
I forgot all about him.
Yes, acquiesced Jia Zhen. Then, twisting himself round, he let Jia Lian and his companions out of the apartment. Jia Zhen and Jia Lian were, of course, both pleased at being able to get away. So, bidding the servants see Jia Zong and Jia Huang to their respective homes, Jia Zhen arranged with Jia Lian to go in pursuit of pleasure and in quest of fun. But we will now leave them to their own devices without another word.
I was just thinking,
meanwhile Dowager Lady Jia laughed,
that it would be well, although you people are numerous enough to enjoy yourselves, to have a couple of great-grandchildren present at this banquet. So Rong now makes the full complement. But Rong sit near your wife, for she and you will then make the pair complete.
The wife of a domestic thereupon presented a playbill.
We ladies,
old Lady Jia demurred,
are now chatting in high glee, and are about to start a romp. Those young folks have, also, been sitting up so far into the night that they must be quite cold, so let the plays alone. Tell them then to have a rest. Yet call our own girls to come and sing a couple of plays on this stage. They too will thus have a chance of watching us a bit.
After lending an ear to her, the married women assented and quitted the room, and immediately finding some servant to go to the garden of Broad Vista and summon the girls, they betook themselves at the same time as far as the second gate and called a few pages to wait on them. The pages went with hurried step to the rooms reserved for the players, and, taking with them the various grown-up members of the company, they only left the more youthful behind. Then, fetching in a little time Wen Guan and a few other girls, 12 in all, from among the novices in the Pure Fragrance Court, they egressed by the corner gate leading out of the covered passage. The matron took soft bundles in their arms, as their strength was not equal to carrying boxes, and under the conviction that their old mistress would prefer plays of 3 or 5 acts, they had put together the necessary theatrical costumes. After Wen Guan and the rest of the girls had been introduced into the room by the matrons, they paid their obeisance, and, dropping their arms against their sides, they stood reverentially.
In this propitious first moon,
old Lady Jia smiled.
Won't your teacher let you come out for a stroll? What are you singing now? The 8 acts of the 8 worthies recently sung here were so noisy that they made my head ache, so you'd better let us have something more quiet. You must, however, bear in mind that Mrs. Hsüeh and Mrs. Li are both people who give theatricals and have heard I don't know how many fine plays. The young ladies here have seen better plays than our own girls, and they have heard more beautiful songs than they. These actresses you see here now formed once, despite their youth, part of a company belonging to renowned families fond of plays, and though mere children, they excel any troupe composed of grown-up persons. So, whatever we do, don't let us say anything disparaging about them, but we must now have something new. Tell Fang Guan to sing us the Qun Meng ballad, and let only flutes and pandian pipes be used. The other instruments can be dispensed with.
Your venerable ladyship is quite right, Wen Guan smiled. Our acting couldn't, certainly,
suit the taste of such people as Mrs. Hsüeh, Mrs. Li, and the young ladies. Nevertheless, let them merely heed our enunciation and listen to our voices. That's all."
"Well said," Dowager Lady Chia laughed.
Sister-in-law Li and Mrs. Hsüeh were filled with delight. "What a sharp girl," they remarked smilingly. "But do you also try to imitate our old lady by pulling our leg?"
"They're intended to afford us some ready-at-hand recreation."
Old Lady Chia smiled.
"Besides, they don't go out to earn money. That's how it is. They're not so much up to the times."
At the close of this remark, she also desired Weiyuan to sing the play Minn Sends a Letter.
"You needn't," she added. "Make your face up. Just sing this couple of plays so as to merely let both those ladies hear a kind of parody of them. But if you spare yourselves of the least exertion, I shall be unhappy."
When they heard this, Wenguan and her companions left the apartment and promptly apparelled themselves and mounted the stage. First in order was sung the Xunmeng. Next, Minn Sends a Letter, during which everybody observed such perfect silence that not so much as the caw of a crow fell on the ear. "I'm verily seen several hundreds of companies," Mrs. Hsüeh smiled, "but never have I come across any that confined themselves to flutes."
"There are some," Dowager Lady Chia answered. "In fact, in that play acted just now called Love in the Western Tower at Chujiang, there's a good deal sang by young actors in unison with the flutes. But lengthy unison pieces of this description are indeed few. This, too, however, is purely a matter of taste. There's nothing out of the way about it. When I was of her age," resuming, she pointed at Xiang Yun, "her grandfather kept a troupe of young actresses. There was among them one who played the lute so efficiently that she performed the part when the lute is heard in the Xixiangji, the piece on the lute in Yuzanji, and that in the supplementary Pipaji on the Mongol flageolet with the 18 notes, in every way as if she had been placed in the real circumstances herself. Yea, far better than this."
"This is still rarer a thing," the inmates exclaimed. Old Lady Chia then shortly called the married women and bade them tell Wenguan and the other girls to use both wind and string instruments and render the piece, "At the Feast of Lanterns, the moon is round." The women servants received her orders and went to execute them. Jia Rong and his wife, meanwhile, passed the wine round. When Lady Feng saw Dowager Lady Chia in most exuberant spirits, she smiled. "Won't it be nice," she said, "to avail ourselves of the presence of the singing girls to pass plum blossom around and have the game of forfeit? Spring happy eyebrow corners go up, eh?"
"That's the fine game for forfeits,"
Old Lady Chia cried with a smile.
"It just suits the time of the year."
Orders were therefore given at once to fetch a forfeit drum, varnished black and ornamented with designs executed with copper tacks. When brought, it was handed to the singing girls to put on the table and rap on it. A twig of red plum blossom was then obtained.
"The one in whose hands it is when the drum stops,"
Dowager Lady Chia laughingly proposed,
"will have to drink a cup of wine, and to say something or other as well."
"I tell you what," Lady Feng interposed with a smile. "Who of us can pit herself against you, dear ancestor, who have ever ready attended whatever you want to say? With the little use we are in this line, won't there be an absolute lack of fun in our contributions? My idea is that it would be nicer with something said that would be appreciated both by the refined as well as the unrefined. So won't it be preferable that the person, in whose hands the twig remains, when the drum stops, should crack some joke or other?" Everyone who heard her was fully aware that a good hand she had always been at witty things, and how she, more than any other, had an inexhaustible supply of novel and amusing rules of forfeits, ever stocked in her mind,
So her suggestion not only gratified the various inmates of the family seated at the banquet, but even filled the whole poseur of servants, both old and young, who stood in attendance below, with intense delight. The young waiting-maids rushed with eagerness in search of the young ladies, and told them to come and listen to their Lady Secunda, who was on the point again of saying funny things. A whole crowd of servant girls anxiously pressed inside and crammed the room. In a little time, the theatricals were brought to a close, and the music was stopped. Dowager Lady Jia had some soup, fine cakes, and fruits handed to Wenguan and her companions to regale themselves with, and then gave orders to sound the drum. The singing girls were both experts, so now they beat fast, and now slow. Either slow, like the dripping of the remnants of water in a clepsydra, or quick, as when beans are being sown, or with the velocity of the pace of a scared horse, or that of the flash of a swift lightning. The sound of the drum came to a standstill abruptly. The twig of plum blossom had just reached old Lady Jia, when, by a strange coincidence, the rattle ceased. Everyone blurted out into a boisterous fit of laughter. Jiarong hastily approached and filled a cup. "It's only natural," they laughingly cried, "that you, venerable senior, should be the first to get exhilarated, for then, thanks to you, we shall also come in for some measure of good cheer." "To gulp down this wine is an easy job," Dowager Lady smiled, "but to crack jokes is somewhat difficult." "Your jokes, dear ancestor, are even wittier than those of Lady Feng," the party shouted. "So favour us with one, and let's have a laugh." "I've nothing out of the way to evoke laughter with," old Lady Jia smilingly answered. "Yet all that remains for me to do is to thicken the skin of my antiquated phiz and come out with some joke. In a certain family," she consequently went on to narrate, "there were 10 sons. These married 10 wives. The 10th of these wives was, however, so intelligent, sharp, quick of mind, and glib of tongue, that her father and mother-in-law loved her best of all, and maintained from morning to night that the other 9 were not filial. These 9 felt much aggrieved, and they accordingly took counsel together. 'We 9,' they said, 'are filial enough at heart. The only thing is that Shrew has the gift of the gab. That's why our father and mother-in-law think her so perfect. But to whom can we go and confide our grievance?' One of them was struck with an idea. 'Let's go tomorrow,' she proposed, 'to the temple of the King of Hell and burn incense. We can then tell the king our grudge, and ask him how it was that when he bade us receive life and become human beings, he only conferred a glib tongue on that vixen, and that we were only allotted such blunt mouths.' The aide listened to her plan, and were quite enraptured with it. 'This proposal is faultless,' they assented. On the next day they sped in a body to the temple of the god of Hell, and after burning incense, the 9 sister-in-law slept under the altar on which their offerings were laid. The 9 spirits waited with the special purpose of seeing the carriage of the King of Hell arrive, but they waited, and yet he did not come. They were just giving way to despair when they espied Sun Xingzhe, the god of monkeys, advancing on a rolling cloud. He espied the 9 spirits, and felt inclined to take a golden rod and beat them. The 9 spirits were plunged in terror. Hastily they fell on their knees and pleaded for mercy. 'What are you up to?' Sun Xingzhe inquired. The 9 women with alacrity told him all. After Sun Xingzhe had listened to their confidences, he stamped his foot and heaved a sigh. 'Is that the case?' he asked. 'Well, it's lucky enough you came across me, for had you waited for the god of Hell, he wouldn't have known anything about it.' At these assurances, the 9 women gave way to entreaties. 'Great saint,' they pleaded, 'if you were to display some commiseration, we would be all right.' Sun Xingzhe smiled. There's no difficulty in the way, he observed. On the day on which you 10 sisters-in-law came to life, I was, as luck would have it, on a visit to the King of Hell's place, so I saw him do something on the ground, and the junior sister-in-law of yours lapped it up. But if you now wish to become smart and sharp-tongued, the remedy lies in water. If I too were therefore to do something, and you to drink it, the desired effect will be attained. At the close of her story, the company roared with laughter. Splendid, shouted Lady Feng. But luckily we're all slow of tongue and dull of intellect. Otherwise, we too must have had the water of monkeys to drink. Who among us here, Mrs. Yu and Dame Lo smilingly remarked, addressing themselves to Weiyuan, has tasted any monkey's water, so don't sham ignorance of things. A joke must hit the point to be amusing, Mrs. Xue ventured. But while she spoke, the girls began again to beat the drum. The young maids were keen to hear Lady Feng's jokes. They therefore explained to the singing girls in a confidential tone that a cuff would be the given signal for them to desist. In no time the blossom was handed round on both sides. As soon as it came to Lady Feng, the young maids purposely gave a cuff. The singing girl at once stopped short. Now we've caught her, shouted the party laughingly. Drink your wine, be quick, and mind you tell something nice, but don't make us laugh so heartily as to get stomach aches. Lady Feng was lost in thought. Presently she began with a smile. A certain household, she said, was celebrating the first moon festival. The entire family was enjoying the sight of the lanterns and drinking their wine. In real truth, unusual excitement prevailed. There were great-grandmothers, grandmothers, daughters-in-law, grandswives, great-grandsons, granddaughters, granddaughters-in-law, aunts' granddaughters, cousins' granddaughters, and there was verily such a bustle and confusion. While minding her story, they laughed. Listen to all this mean mouth says, they cried. We wonder what other ramifications you want to introduce. If you want to bully me, Mrs. Yu smiled, I'll tear that mouth of yours to pieces. Lady Feng rose to her feet and clapped her hands. One does all one can to rack one's brain, she smiled, and here you combine to do your utmost to confuse me. Well, if it is so, I won't go on. Proceed with your story, old Lady Jia exclaimed with a smile. What comes afterwards? Lady Feng thought for a while. Well, after that, she continued laughingly, they all sat together and crammed the whole room. They primed themselves with wine throughout the hours of night, and then they broke up. The various inmates noticed in what a serious and sedate manner she narrated her story, and none ventured to pass any further remarks, but waited anxiously for her to go on, when they became aware that she coldly and dryly came to a stop. Shi Xiangyun stared at her for ever so long. I'll tell you another, Lady Feng laughingly remarked. At the first moon festival, several persons carried a cracker as large as a room and went out of town to let it off. Over and above 10,000 persons were attracted, and they followed to see the sight. One among them was of an impatient disposition. He could not reconcile himself to wait, so stealthily he snatched a joss-stick and set fire to it. A sound of putsch was heard. The whole number of spectators laughed boisterously and withdrew. The persons who harried the cracker felt a grudge against the crack-seller for not having made it tight, and wondered how it was that everyone had left without hearing it go off. Is it likely that the men themselves didn't hear the report? Someone insinuated. Why, the men themselves were deaf, Lady Feng rejoined. After listening to her, they pondered for a while, and then suddenly they laughed aloud in chorus. But remembering that her first story had been left unfinished, they inquired of her, what was, after all, the issue of the first story? You should conclude that too. Lady Feng gave a rap on the table with her hand.
How vexatious you are, she exclaimed. Well, the next day was the 16th, so the festivities of the year were over, and the feast itself was past and gone. I see people busy putting things away and fussing about still, so how can I make out what will be the end of it all?
At this, one and all indulged in renewed merriment.
The fourth watch has long ago been struck outside, Lady Feng smilingly said. From what I can see, our worthy senior is also tired out, and we should, like when the cracker was let off in that story of the deaf people, be bundling ourselves off and finish.
Mrs. Yu and the rest covered their mouths with their handkerchiefs and laughed. Now they stooped forward, and now they bent backward. And pointing at her, "This thing," they cried, "has really a mean tongue." Old Lady Jia laughed. "Yes," she said, "this vixen Feng has, in real truth, developed a meaner tongue than ever. But she alluded to crackers," she added, "so let's also let off a few fireworks so as to counteract the fumes of the wine." Jia Rong overheard the suggestion. Hurriedly leaving the room, he took the pages with him, and having a scaffolding erected in the court, they hung up the fireworks and got everything in perfect readiness. These fireworks were articles of tribute sent from different states, and were, albeit not large in size, contrived with extreme ingenuity. The representations of various kinds of events of antiquity were perfect, and in them were inserted all sorts of crackers. Lin Tai-yü was naturally of a weak disposition, so she could not stand the report of any loud intonation. Her grandmother Jia, therefore, clasped her immediately in her embrace. Mrs. Hsüeh, meanwhile, took Xiangyun in her arms. "I'm not afraid," smiled Xiangyun. "Nothing she likes so much as letting off huge crackers," Pao-ch'ai smilingly interposed. "And could she fear this sort of thing?" Madame Wang thereupon laid hold of Pao-yü and pulled him in her lap. "We've got no one to carry a rap for us," Lady Feng laughed. "I'm here for you," Mrs. Yu rejoined with a laugh. "I'll embrace you." There you are again, behaving like a spoiled child. You've heard about crackers, and you comfort yourself as if you had had honey to eat. You're quite frivolous again today.
"Wait till we break up," Lady Feng answered, laughing, "and we'll go and let some off in our garden. I can fire them far better than any of the young lads."
While they bandied words, one kind of firework after another was lighted outside, and then later on some more again. Among these figured fill heaven stars, 9 dragon enter clouds, over whole land a crack of thunder, fly of heavens, sound 10 shots, and other such small crackers. The fireworks over, the young actresses were again asked to render the lotus flowers fall, and cash was strewn upon the stage. The young girls bustled all over the boards, snatching cash and capering about. The soup was next brought. "The night is long," old Lady Jia said, "and somehow or other I feel peckish."
"There's some congee," Lady Feng promptly remarked, "prepared with duck's meat."
"I'd rather have plain things,"
Dowager Lady Jia answered. "There's also some congee made with non-glutinous rice and powder of dates. It's been cooked for the ladies who fast."
"If there's any of this, it will do very well," old Lady Jia replied. While she spoke, orders were given to remove the remnants of the banquet, and inside as well as outside were served every kind of recherché small dishes. One and all then partook of some of these refreshments, at their pleasure, and raising their mouths with tea, they afterwards parted. On the 17th, they also repaired, at an early hour, to the Ning mansion to present their compliments, and remaining in attendance while the doors of the ancestral hall were closed and the images put away, they at length returned to their quarters. Invitations had been issued on this occasion to drink the New Year wine at Mrs. Hsüeh's residence.
But Dowager Lady Jia had been out on several consecutive days, and so tired out did she feel that she withdrew to her rooms after only a short stay. After the 18th, relatives and friends arrived and made their formal invitations, or else they came as guests to the banquets given. But so little was old Lady Jia in a fit state to turn her mind to anything that the two ladies, Madame Xing and Lady Feng, had to attend between them to everything that cropped up. But Pao-yü as well did not go anywhere else than to Wang Ziteng's, and the excuse he gave out was that his grandmother kept him at home to dispel her ennui. We need not, however, dilate on irrelevant details. In due course, the festival of the 15th of the first moon passed. But, reader, if you have any curiosity to learn any subsequent events, listen to those given in the chapter below. End of section 59. Recording by Cao Xueqin in Singapore. Section 60 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Yuqing in Singapore. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2 by Cao Xueqin. Translated by Bencraft Joly. Chapter 55, Part 1. The stupid secondary wife, Dame Zhao, needlessly loses her temper and insults her own daughter, Tan Chun. The perverse servant girls are so full of malice that they look down contemptuously on their youthful mistresses. We will now resume our narration with the Rong mansion. Soon after the bustle of the New Year festivities, Lady Feng, who, with the most arduous duties she had had to fulfill, both before and after the New Year, had found little time to take proper care of herself, got a miscarriage, and could not attend to the management of domestic affairs. Day after day, 2 and 3 doctors came and prescribed for her. But Lady Feng had ever accustomed herself to be hardy, so, although unable to go out of doors, she nevertheless devised the ways and means for everything, and made the various arrangements she deemed necessary. And whatever concern suggested itself to her mind, she entrusted to Ping-er to lay before Madame Wang. But, however much people advised her to be careful, she would not lend an ear to them. Madame Wang felt as if she had been deprived of her right arm, and as she alone had not sufficient energy to see to everything, she bestowed her own attention upon such important affairs as turned up, and entrusted, for the time being, all miscellaneous domestic matters to the cooperation of Weiyuan. Weiyuan had at all times held virtue at a high price, and set but little value on talents of any kind, so that she, as a matter of course, displayed leniency to those who were placed under her. Madame Wang accordingly bade Tan Chun combine with Weiyuan in the management of the household. In a month, she argued, Lady Feng will be getting all right again, and then you can once more hand over charge to her. Little, however, though one would think it, Lady Feng was endowed with a poor physique. From her youth up, moreover, she had not known how to husband her health, and emulation and conscientiousness had, more than anything else, combined to undermine her vital energies. Hence it was that although her complaint was a simple miscarriage, it had really, after all, been the outcome of loss of vigor. After a month, symptoms of emissions of blood began also to show themselves, and notwithstanding her reluctance to utter what she felt, everyone, at the sight of her sallow and emaciated face, readily concluded that she was not nursing herself as well as she should. Madame Wang, therefore, enjoined her merely to take her medicines and look to herself with due care, and she would not allow her to disquiet her mind about the least thing. But Lady Feng herself also gave way to misgivings, lest her illness should assume some grave face, and, much though she laughed with one and all, she was ever mindful to steal time to attend to her health, feeling inwardly vexed at not being able to soon get back her old strength again. But she had, as it happened, to dose herself with medicines and to nurse herself for 3 whole months before she gradually began to rally and before the discharges stopped by degrees. But we will abstain from any reference to these details which pertain to the future. Suffice it now to add that though Madame Wang noticed her improved state, she thought it impossible for the time being for Tanchun and LiIII to resign their charge. But so fidgety was she, lest with a large number of inmates in the garden, proper control should not be exercised, that she specially sent for Pao-ch'ai and begged of her to keep an eye over every place, explaining to her that the old matrons were of no earthly use, for whenever they could obtain any leisure, they drank and gambled, and slept during broad daylight, or they played at cards during the hour of night. "I know all about their doings," she said. "When that girl Feng is well enough to go out, they have some little fear, but they are bound at present to consult again at their own convenience. Yet you, dear child, are one in whom I can repose complete trust. Your brother and your female cousins are, on one hand, young, and I can, on the other, afford no spare time. So do exert yourself on my behalf for a couple of days, and exercise proper supervision. And should anything unexpected turn up, just come and tell it to me. Don't wait until our old lady inquires about it, as I shall then find myself in a corner with nothing to say in my defence. If those servants aren't on their good behaviour, mind you blow them up, and if they don't listen to you, come and lay your complaint before me, for it will be best not to let anything assume a serious aspect." Pao-ch'ai listened to her appeal and felt under the necessity of volunteering to undertake the charge. The season was about to close of spring, so Tai-yü got a cuff back again. But Xiangyun was likewise laid up in the Hengwu Yuan, as she too was affected by the weather, and day after day she saw numberless doctors and took endless medicines. Tanchun and LiIII lived apart, but as they had of late assumed joint management of affairs, it was, unlike former years, extremely inconvenient even for the servants to go backwards and forwards to make their reports. They consequently resolved that they should meet early every day in a small 3-roomed reception hall at the south side of the garden gate to transact what business there was, and that their morning meal over, they should after noon return again to their quarters. This 3-roomed hall had originally been got ready at the time of the visit of the imperial consort to her parents to accommodate the attendants and eunuchs. This visit over, it proved, therefore, no longer of use, and the old matron simply came to it every night to keep watch. But mild weather had now set in, and any complete fittings were quite superfluous. All that could be seen about amounted to a few small pieces of furniture, just sufficient for them to make themselves comfortable with. Over this hall was likewise affixed a placard, with the inscription in 4 characters, "Perfected philanthropy, published virtue." Yet the play was generally known among the domestics as the Discuss Matters Hall. To this hall, LiIII and Tanchun would daily adjourn at 6 in the morning and leave it at noon, and the wives of the managers and other servants who had any matters to lay before them came and went in incessant strings. When the domestics heard that LiIII would assume sole control, each and all felt secretly elated, for as LiIII had always been considerate, forbearing, and loath to inflict penalties, she would be, of course, they thought, easier to put off than Lady Feng. Even when Tanchun was added, they again remembered that she was only a youthful, unmarried girl, and that she too had ever shown herself good-natured and kindly to a degree, so none of them worried their minds about her, and they became considerably more indolent than when they had to deal with Lady Feng. But after the expiry of 3 or 4 days, several concerns passed through her hands, which gave them an opportunity to gradually find out that Tanchun did not, in smartness and thoroughness, yield to Lady Feng,
and that the only difference between them was that she was soft in speech and gentle in disposition. By a remarkable coincidence, princes, dukes, marquises, earls, and hereditary officials arrived for consecutive days from various parts, all of whom were, if not the relatives of the Rong and Ning mansions, at least their old friends. There were either those who had obtained transfers on promotion, or others who had been degraded, either those who had married, or those who had gone into mourning, and Madame Wang had so much congratulating and condoling, receiving and escorting to do, that she had no time to attend to any entertaining. There was, therefore, less than ever anyone in the front part to look after things. So, while Tanchun and LiIiI spent their whole days in the hall, Pao-ch'ai tarried all day in the drawing rooms to keep an eye over what was going on, and they only betook themselves back to their quarters after Madame Wang's return. Off at night, they whiled away the leisure hours by doing needlework, but they would, previous to retiring to sleep, get into their chairs, taking along with them the servants, whose duty it was to be on night watch in the garden, and other domestics as well. They visited each place on their round. Such was the control exercised by these 3 inmates that signs were not wanting to prove that greater severity was observed than in the days when the management devolved on Lady Feng. To this reason must be assigned the fact that all the servants attached, inside as well as outside, cherished a secret grudge against them. No sooner, they insinuated, has one patrolling ogre come, then they add 3 more Siberian sort of spring josses, so that even at night we've got less time than ever to sip a cup of wine and indulge in a romp. On the day that Madame Wang was going to a banquet at the mansion of the Marquis of Jingxiang, LiIiI and Tanchun arranged their coiffure and performed their ablutions at an early hour, and after waiting upon her until she went out of doors, they repaired into the hall and installed themselves in their seats. But just as they were sipping their tea, they espied Wu Xindeng's wife walk in. "Mrs. Zhao's brother, Zhao Guoji," she observed, "departed this life yesterday. The tidings have already been reported to our old mistress and our lady, who said that it was all right, and bade me to tell you, miss." At the close of this announcement, she respectfully dropped her arms against her body, and stood aloof without adding another word. The servants who came at this season to lay their reports before Tanchun and LiIiI mustered no small number, but they all endeavoured to find out how their 2 new mistresses ran the household, for as long as they managed things properly, one and all willingly resolved to respect them. But in the event of the least disagreement or improper step, not only did they not submit to them, but they also spread, the moment they put their foot outside the second gate, numberless jokes on their account, and made fun of them. Wu Xindeng's wife had thus devised an experiment in her own mind. As she had to deal with Lady Feng, she would have long ago made an attempt to show off her zeal by proposing numerous alternatives, and discovering various bygone precedents, and then allowed Lady Feng to make her own choice and take action. But in this instance, she looked with such disdain on LiIiI, on account of her simplicity, and on Tanchun, on account of her youthfulness, that she volunteered only a single sentence, in order to put both these ladies to the test, and see what course they would be likely to adopt. "What shall we do?" Tanchun asked LiIiI. LiIiI reflected for a while. "The other day," she enjoined, "that Xi Ren's mother died, I heard that she was given 40 taels. So now give her 40 taels as well, and have done." Upon hearing this proposal, Wu Xindeng's wife eagerly expressed her acquiescence by uttering a yes, and taking over the permit, she was going on her way at once. "Come back!" shouted Tanchun. Wu Xindeng's wife had perforce to retrace her footsteps. "Wait, don't get the money yet," Tanchun remarked. "I want to ask you something. Some of the old secondary wives, attached years back to our venerable senior's rooms, lived inside the establishment, others outside. There were these 2 distinctions between them. Now, if any of them died at home, how much was allowed them?
And how much was allotted to such as died outside? Tell us what was given in either case for our guidance. As soon as Wu Xingdeng's wife was asked this question, every detail bearing on the subject slipped from her memory. Hastily forcing a smile, "This is," she replied, "nothing of any such great consequence. Whether much or little be allowed, who will ever venture to raise a quarrel about it?" Tan Chun then smiled. "This is all stuff and nonsense," she exclaimed. "My idea is that it would be better to give 100 taels. For if we don't comply with what's right, we shall, not to speak of your ridiculing us, find it also a hard job by and by to face your mistress Secunda." "Well, in that case," laughed Wu Xingdeng's wife, "I'll go and look up the old accounts. I can't recollect anything about them just at this moment." "You're quite an old hand in the management of affairs," Tan Chun observed with a significant smile. "And can't you remember but come instead to perplex us? Whenever you've had anything of the kind to lay before your Lady Secunda, have you also had to go first and look it up? But if this has been the practice, Lady Feng can't be looked upon as being such a dreadful creature. One could very well call her lenient and kind. Yet don't you yet hurry to go and hunt them up and bring them to me to see. If we dilly-dally another day, they won't run you people down for your coarse-mindedness, but we will seem to have been driven to our wits' ends." Wu Xingdeng's wife got quite scarlet in the face. Promptly twisting herself round, she quitted the hall, while the whole bevy of married women stretched out their tongues significantly. During her absence, other matters were reported, but in a little while Wu Xingdeng's wife returned with the old accounts. On inspection, Tan Chun found that for a couple of secondary wives who had lived in the establishment, 24 taels had been granted, and that for 2 whose quarters had been outside, 40 taels had in each case been allowed. Besides these 2, others were mentioned who had lived outside the mansion, to one of whom 100 taels had been given, and to the other 60 taels. Under these 2 records, the reasons were assigned. In the one case, the coffins of the father and mother had to be removed from another province, and 60 taels extra had consequently been granted. In the other, an additional 20 taels had been allowed, as a burial place had to be purchased at the time. Tan Chun handed the accounts to Weiyuan for her perusal. "Give her 20 taels," readily suggested Tan Chun. "Leave these accounts for her for us to examine minutely." Wu Xingdeng's wife then walked away, but unexpectedly Mrs. Zhao entered the hall. Weiyuan and Tan Chun speedily pressed her to take a seat. Mrs. Zhao then broke the silence. "All the inmates of these rooms have trampled me under heel," she said. "But never mind. Yet, my child, just ponder, it is only fair that you should take my part." While ventilating her grievances, her eyes got moist, her nose watered, and she began to sob. "To whom are you alluding, Mrs. Zhao?" Tan Chun hastily inquired. "I can't really make out what you're driving at. Who tramples you underfoot? Speak out, and I'll take away your cudgels." "You are now trampling down yourself, young lady," Mrs. Zhao observed. "And to whom can I go and tell my grievance?" Tan Chun at these words jumped up with alacrity. "I would never presume to do any such thing," she protested. Weiyuan too vehemently sprang to her feet to proffer her some good counsel. "Pray seat yourselves, both of you," Mrs. Zhao cried, "and listen to what I have to say. I've had, like simmering oil, to consume away in these rooms to this advanced age. There's also your brother besides. Yet I can't compare myself now even to Xi and what credit do I enjoy? But you haven't as well any face, so don't let's speak of myself." "It was really on account of this," Tan Chun smiled, "that I said that I didn't presume to disregard right and to violate propriety." While she spoke, she resumed her seat, and, taking up the accounts, she turned them over for Mrs. Zhao to glance at, after which she read them out to her for her edification. "These are old customs," she proceeded, "enforced by the seniors of the family, and everyone complies with them. And could I ever, pray, have changed them? These will hold good not only with Xi but even when by and by Huang takes a concubine, the same course will be naturally adopted, as in the case of Xi. This is no question for any large quarrels or small disputes, and no mention should be made about face or no face. She's our Madame Wang's servant girl, and I've dealt with her according to a long-standing precedent. Those who say that I've taken suitable action will come in for our ancestor's bounty and our lady's bounty as well. But should anyone uphold that I have adopted an unfair course, that person is devoid of all common sense and totally ignorant of what a blessing means. The only thing she can do is to foster as much resentment as she chooses. Our lady, Madame Wang, may even give a present of a house to anyone. What credit is that to me? Again, she may not give a single cash, but even that won't imply any loss of face, as far as I'm concerned. What I have to say is that, as Madame Wang is away from home, you should quietly look after yourself a bit. What's the good of worrying and fretting? Our lady is extremely fond of me, and if, at different times, a chilliness has sprung up on her part, it's because you, Mrs. Zhao, have again and again been officious. Had I been a man and able to have gone abroad, I would long ago have run away and started some business. I would then have had something of my own to attend to. But as it happens, I am a girl, so that I can't even recklessly utter so much as a single remark. Madame Wang is well aware of it in her heart, and it's now because she entertains a high opinion of me that she recently bade me assume the charge of domestic affairs. But before I've had time enough to do a single good act, here you come, Mrs. Zhao, to lay down the law. If this reaches Madame Wang's ear, I fear I shall get into trouble. She won't let me exercise any control, and then I shall, in real earnest, come in for no face. But even you, Mrs. Zhao, will then actually lose countenance." Reasoning with her, she so little could repress her tears that they rolled down her cheeks. Mrs. Zhao had not a word more to say to refute her arguments with. "If Madame Wang loves you," she simply responded, "there's still more reason why you should have drawn us into her favor. Instead of that, all you think about is to try and win Madame Wang's affections, and you forget all about us." "However did I forget you?" Tan Chuan exclaimed. "How would you have me drag you into favor? Go and ask every one of them, and you'll see what mistress is indifferent to anyone, who exerts her energies and makes herself useful, and what worthy person requires being drawn into favor." Weiyuan, who stood by, did her best to pacify them with her advice. "Mrs. Zhao," she argued, "don't lose your temper. Neither should you feel any ill will against this young lady of yours. Had she even at heart every good intention to lend you a hand, how could she put it into words?" "This worthy senior dame," Tan Chuan impatiently interposed, "has also grown quite dense. Whom could I drag into favor? Why, in what family do the young ladies give a lift to slave girls? Their qualities as well as defects should all alike be well known to you people. And what have they got to do with me?" Mrs. Zhao was much incensed. "Who tells you," she asked, "to give a lift to anyone? Were it not that you looked after the house, I wouldn't have come to inquire anything of you. But anything you may suggest is right. So had you, now that your maternal uncle is dead, granted 20 or 30 taels in excess, is it likely that Madame Wang would not have given you her consent? It's evident that our Madame Wang is a good woman,
and that it's you people who are mean and stingy. Unfortunately, however, her ladyship has with all her bounty no opportunity of exercising it. You could, my dear girl, well set your mind at ease. You wouldn't, in this instance, have had to spend any of your own money, and at your marriage by and by, I would still have borne in mind the exceptional regard you had shown the Cao family. But now that you've got your full plumage, you've forgotten your extraction, and chosen a lofty branch to fly to. Before Tantrum had heard her to the end, she flew into such a rage that her face blanched, and, choking for breath, she gasped and panted. Sobbing, she asked the while, "Who's my maternal uncle?" "My maternal uncle was at the end of the year promoted to be High Commissioner of the 9 provinces. How can another maternal uncle have cropped up? It's because I've ever shown that reverence enjoined by the rights that other relatives have now more than ever turned up. If what you say be the case, how is it that every day that Huan goes out, Zhao Guoji too stands up and follows him to school? Why doesn't he put on the airs of an uncle? What's the reason that he doesn't? Who isn't aware of the fact that I'm born of a concubine? Would it require 2 or 3 months' time to trace my extraction? But the fact is, you've come to kick up all the hullabaloo for fear that people shouldn't be alive to the truth, and with the express design of making it public all over the place. But I wonder who of us two will make the other lose face. Luckily, I've got my wits about me, for had I been a stupid creature ignorant of good manners, I would long ago have lost all patience." Weiyuan was much concerned, but she had to continue to exhort them to desist. But Mrs. Zhao proceeded with a long rigmarole until a servant was unexpectedly heard to report that Lady Secunda had sent Miss Ping to deliver a message. Mrs. Zhao caught the announcement and eventually held her peace when they espied Ping making her appearance. Mrs. Zhao hastily forced a saturnine smile and motioned to her to take a seat. "Is your lady any better?" she went on to inquire with vehemence. "I was just thinking of going to look her up, but I could find no leisure." Upon seeing Ping enter, Weiyuan felt prompted to ask her the object of her visit. "My lady says," Ping smilingly responded, "that she apprehends, now that Mrs. Zhao's brother is dead, that your ladyship and you, miss, are not aware of the existence of an old precedent. According to the ordinary practice, no more need be given than 20 taels. But she now requests you, miss, to consider what would be best to do. If even you add a good deal more, it will do well enough." Tantrum at once wiped away all traces of tears. "What's the use of another edition when there's no valid reason for it?" she promptly demurred. "Who has again been 20 months in the womb? For is it forsooth anyone who's gone to the wars and managed to escape with his life, carrying his master on his back? Your mistress is certainly very ingenious. She tells me to disregard the precedent in order that she should pose the benefactress. She wishes to take the money which Madame once burned, so as to reap the pleasure of conferring favours. Just you tell her that I could not presume to add or reduce anything, or even to adopt any reckless decision. Let her add what she wants and make a display of bounty. When she gets better and is able to come out, she can effect whatever additions she fancies." The moment Ping arrived, she obtained a fair insight into Lady Feng's designs, so when she heard the present remarks, she grasped a still more correct idea of things. But perceiving an angry look about Tantrum's face, she did not have the temerity to behave towards her as she would had she found her in high spirits of past days. All she did, therefore, was to stand aloof with her arm against her side, and to wait in rigid silence. Just at that moment, however, Pao-ch'ai dropped in on her return from the upper rooms. Tantrum quickly rose to her feet and offered her a seat. But before they had had time to exchange any words, a married woman likewise came to report some business. But as Tantrum had been having a good cry,
3 or 4 young maids brought a basin, towel, and hand-glass and other articles of toilette. Tanchuan was, at the moment, seated cross-legged on a low wooden couch, so the maid with a basin had, when she drew near, to drop on both her knees and lift it high enough to bring it within reach. The other 2 girls prostrated themselves next to her and handed the towels and the rest of the toilet things, which consisted of a looking-glass, rouge, and powder. But Ping Er noticed that Shi Shu was not in the room, and, approaching Tanchuan with hasty step, she tucked up her sleeves for her and unclasped her bracelets. Seizing also a large towel from the hands of one of the maids, she covered the lapel on the front part of Tanchuan's dress. Whereupon Tanchuan put out her hands and washed herself in the basin. "My lady and miss," the married woman observed, "may it please you to pay what has been spent in the family school for Mr. Jia Huan and Mr. Jia Lan during the year." Ping Er was the first to speak. "What are you such a hurry for?" she cried. "You've got your eyes wide open, and must be able to see our young lady washing her face. Instead of coming forward to wait on her, you start talking. Do you also behave in this blind sort of way in the presence of your Lady Secunda? This young lady is, it's true, generous and lenient, but I'll go and report you to your mistress. I'll simply tell her that you people have no eye for Miss Tanchuan. But when you find yourselves in a mess, don't bear me any malice." At this hint the woman took alarm, and hastily forcing a smile, she pleaded guilty. "I've been rude," she exclaimed. With these words, she rushed with all dispatch out of the room. End of section 60. Recording by Cao Xueqin in Singapore.
Section 61 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Yuqing in Singapore. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, by Cao Xueqin. Translated by Bencraft Joly. Chapter 55, Part 2. Tanchuan smoothed her face. While doing so, she turned herself towards Ping Er and gave her a cynical smile. "You've come just one step too late," she remarked. "You weren't in time to see something laughable. Even Sister Wu, an old hand at business though she be, failed to look up clearly an old custom and came to play her tricks on us. But when we plied her with questions, she luckily had the face to admit that it had slipped from her memory. Do you," I insinuated, "also forget when you've got anything to report to Lady Secunda, and have you subsequently to go and hunt up all about it? Your mistress can't, I fancy, be so patient as to wait while she goes and institutes proper search." Ping Er laughed. "Were she to have behaved but once in this wise," she observed, "I feel positive that a couple of the tendons of her legs would have long ago been snapped. But, miss, don't credit all they say. It's because they see that our senior mistress is as sweet-tempered as a Pusa, and that you, miss, are a modest young lady, that they naturally shirk their duties and come and take liberties with you. Your mind is set upon playing the giddy dogs." Continuing, she added, speaking towards those beyond the doorway, "But when your mistress gets quite well again, we'll tell her all." "You're gifted with the greatest perspicacity, miss," the married woman, standing outside the door, smiled in chorus. "The proverb says, the person who commits a fault must be the one to suffer. We don't in any way presume to treat any mistress with disdain. Our mistress at present is in delicate health, and if we intentionally provoke her, may we, when we die, have no place to have our corpses interred in." Ping Er laughed a laugh full of irony. "So long as you're aware of this, it's well and good," she said, and smiling at a saturnine smile, she resumed, addressing herself to Tanchuan. "Miss, you know very well how busy our lady has been,
and how little she could afford the time to keep this tribe of people in order. Of course, they couldn't therefore be prevented from becoming remiss. The adage has it, lookers on are clear of sight. During all these years that you have looked on dispassionately, there have possibly been instances on which, though additions or reductions should have been made, our Lady Secunda has not been able to effect them. So, miss, do add or curtail whatever you may deem necessary, in order that, first, Madame One may be benefited, and that, secondly, you may too render nugatory the kindness with which you ever deal towards our mistress. But scarcely had she finished, than Pao-ch'ai and Weiyuan smilingly interposed. What a dear girl! They ejaculated. One really can't feel angry with that hussy Feng for being partial to her and fond of her. We didn't, at first, see how we could very well alter anything by any increase or reduction, but after what you've told us, we must hit upon one or two things and try to devise means to do something, with a view of not showing ourselves ungrateful of the advice you've tendered us. My heart was swelling with indignation, Tantrum observed, laughing, and I was about to go and give vent to my temper with her mistress, but now that she, Ping has happened to come, she has, with a few words, quite dissuaded me from my purpose. While she spoke, she called the women who had been with them a few minutes back to return into the room. For what things for Mr. Jia Huan and Jia Lan was the money expended during the year in the family school? She inquired of her. 4 cakes, replied the woman. They ate during the year at school, all for the purchase of papers and pens. Each one of them is allowed 8 taels. The various expenses on behalf of the young men, Tantrum added, are invariably paid in monthly installments to the respective households. For cousin Jia Huan's, Mrs. Zhao receives 2 taels. For Pao-yu's, Xi draws 2 taels from our venerable senior's suite of apartments. For cousin Jia Lan's, someone in our senior lady's rooms gets the proper allowance. So how is it that these extra 8 taels have to be dispersed at school for each of these young fellows? Is it really for these 8 taels that they go to school? But from this day forth, I shall put a stop to this outlay. So Ping when you get back, tell your mistress that I say that this item must absolutely be done away with. This should have been done away with long ago, Ping smiled. Last year, our lady expressed her intention to eliminate it, but with the endless thing that claimed her attention about the fall of the year, she forgot all about it. The woman had no other course than to concur with her views and to walk away. But the married women thereupon arrived from the garden of Broad Vista with the boxes of eatables, so Shishu and Suyun at once brought a small dining table, and Ping began to fuss about laying the viands on it. If you've said all you had, Tantrum laughed, you'd better be off and attend to your business. What's the use of your bustling about here? I've really nothing to do, Ping answered, smiling. Our Lady Secunda sent me first to deliver a message, and next because she feared that the servants in here weren't handy enough. The fact is, she bade me come and help the girls wait on you, my lady, and on you, miss. Why don't you bring Mrs. Bao's meal so that she should have it along with us? Tantrum then inquired. As soon as the waiting maids heard her inquiry, they speedily rushed out and went under the eaves. Go, they cried, directing the married women, and say that Miss Pao-ch'ai would like to have a repast just now in the hall along with the others, and tell them to send the eatables here. Tantrum caught their directions. Don't be deputing people to go on reckless errands, she vociferated. Those are dames who manage important matters and look after the house, and do send them to ask for eatables and inquire about tea. You haven't even the least notion about gradation. Ping is standing here, so tell her to go and give the message. Ping immediately assented and issued from the room, bent upon going on the errand. But the married woman stealthily pulled her back. How could you, miss,
the maid should go and tell them? They smiled. We've got someone here who can do so. So saying, they dusted one of the stone steps with their handkerchiefs. You've been standing so long, they observed, that you must feel quite tired. Do sit in this sunny place and have a little rest. Ping Er took a seat on the step. Two matrons attached to the tea-room then fetched the rug and spread it out for her. It's cold on those stones, they ventured. This is as clean as it can be. So, miss, do make the best of it and use it. Ping Er hastily forced a smile. Many thanks, she replied. Another matron next brought her a cup of fine new tea. This isn't the tea we ordinarily drink, she quietly smiled. This is really for entertaining the young ladies with. Miss, pray moisten your mouth with some. Ping Er lost no time in bending her body forward and taking the cup. Then, pointing at the company of married women, she observed in a low voice, You are all too fond of trouble. The way you're going on won't do at all. She, Tantrum, is only a young girl, so she is loath to show any severity or display any temper. This is because she's full of respect. Yet you people look down on her and insult her. Should she, however, be actually provoked into any violent fit of anger, people will simply say that her behaviour was rather rough, and all will be over. But as for you, you get at once into endless trouble. Even though she might show herself somewhat wilful, Madame Wang treats her with considerable forbearance, and Lady Secunda, too, hasn't the courage to meddle with her. And do you people have such arrogance as to look down on her? This is certainly just as if an egg were to go and bang itself against a stone. When were we ever so audacious? The servants exclaimed with one voice. This fuss is all the work of Mrs. Zhao. Never mind about that, Ping Er urged again in an undertone. My dear ladies, when a war falls, everyone gives it a shove. That Mrs. Zhao has always been rather topsy-turvy in her ways, and does things by halves, so whenever there has been any rumpus, you've invariably shoved the blame onto her shoulders. Never had you had any regard for any single person. Your designs are simply awful. Is it likely that all these years that I've been here, I haven't come to know of them? Had our Lady Secunda mismanaged things just a little bit, she would have long ago been run down by every one of you ladies. Even such as she is, you would, could you only get the least opportunity, be ready to place her in a fix. And how many times hasn't she been abused by you? She is dreadful, one and all of them rejoined. You all live in fear and trembling of her, but we know well enough that no one could say that she too does not, in the depth of her heart, entertain some little dread for the lot of you. The other day we said, in talking matters over, that things could not go on smoothly from beginning to end, and that some unpleasantness was bound to happen. Miss Tertier is, it's true, a mere girl, and you have always treated her with little consideration. But out of that company of senior and junior young ladies, she is the only so whom our Lady Secunda funks to some certain extent. And yet you people now want to look up to her. So speaking, Xueqin appeared to view. The married women ran up to her, and inquired after her health. Miss, they said, do rest a little. They've had their meal served in there, so wait until things have been cleared away before you go and deliver your message. I'm not like you people, Xueqin smiled. How can I afford to wait? With these words on her lips, she was about to go into the hall, when Ping Er quickly called her back. Xueqin, upon turning her head round, caught sight of Ping Er. Have you two, she remarked with a smile, come here to become something like those guardians posted outside the enclosing walls? Retracing at the same time her footsteps, she took a seat on the rug occupied by Ping Er. What message have you got to deliver? Ping Er gently asked. I've got to ask when we can get Pao-yu's monthly allowance and our own too, she responded.
Is there any such pressing matter? Ping Er answered. Go back quick and tell Siren that my advice is that no concern whatever should be brought to their notice today, that every single matter reported is bound to be objected to, and that even 100 will just as surely be vetoed. Why is it? Vehemently inquired Xueqin upon hearing this explanation. Ping Er and the other servants then promptly told her the various reasons. She's just bent, they proceeded, upon finding a few weighty concerns in order to establish, at the expense of any decent person who might chance to present herself, a precedent of some kind or other, so as to fix upon a mode of action which might help to put down expenses to their proper level and afford a lesson to the whole household. And why are you people the first to come and bump your heads against the nails? If you went now and told them your errand, it would also reflect discredit upon our venerable old mistress and Madame Wang, were they to pounce upon 1 or 2 matters to make an example of you. But if they complied with 1 or 2 of your applications, others will again maintain that they are inclined to favour this one and show partiality to that one, and that as you had your old mistress and Madame Wang's authority to fall back upon, they were afraid and did not presume to provoke their displeasure, that they only avail themselves of soft-natured persons to make scapegoats of. Just mark my words. She even means to raise objections in 1 or 2 matters connected with her Lady Secunda in order to be the better able to shut up people's mouths. Xueqin listened to her with patient ear, and then stretching out her tongue. It's lucky enough you are here, Sister Ping, she smiled. Otherwise, I would have had my nose well rubbed on the ground. I shall seize the earliest opportunity and give the lot of them a hint. While replying, she immediately rose to her feet and took leave of them. Soon after her departure, Pao-ch'ai's eatables arrived, and Ping Er hastened to enter and wait on her. By that time, Mrs. Zhao had left, so the 3 girls seated themselves on the wooden bed, and went through their repast. Pao-ch'ai faced the south, Tantren the west, Weiyuan the east. The company of married women stood quietly under the veranda, ready to answer any calls. Within the precincts of the chamber, only such maids remained in waiting as had ever been their closest attendants. None of the other servants ventured, of their own accord, to put their foot anywhere inside. The married women, meanwhile, discussed matters in a confidential whisper. Let's do our downright best to save trouble, they argued. Don't let us therefore harbour any evil design, for even Dame Wu will, in that case, be placed in an awkward fix. And can we boast of any grand honours to expect to fare any better? While they stood on one side and held counsel together, waiting for the meal to be over to take their several reports, they could not catch so much as the call of a crow inside the rooms. Neither did the clatter of bowls and chopsticks reach their ears. But presently they discerned a maid raise the frame of the portiere as high as she could, and 2 other girls bring the table out. In the tea-room, 3 maids waited with 3 basins in hand. The moment they saw the dining table brought out, all 3 walked in. But after a brief interval, they egressed with the basins and rinsing cups. Shishu, Suyun, and the Ying thereupon entered with 3 covered cups of tea, placed in trays. Shortly, however, these 3 girls also made their exit. Shishu then recommended a young maid to be careful and attend to the wants of their mistresses. When we've had our rights, she added, we'll come and relieve you, but don't go stealthily again and sit down. The married women at length delivered their reports in a quiet and orderly manner, and as they did not presume to be as contemptuous and offhandish as they had been before, Tantren eventually cooled down. I've got something of moment, she then observed to Ping Er, about which I would like to consult your mistress. Happily, I remembered it just now, so come back as soon as you've had your meal. Miss Pao-ch'ai is also here at present, so, after we 4 have deliberated together, you can carefully ask your lady
whether action is to be taken accordingly or not. Ping Er acquiesced and returned to her quarters. "How is it," inquired Lady Feng, "that you've been away such an age?" Ping Er smiled and gave her a full account of what had recently transpired. "What a fine, splendid girl Miss Tertia is!" she laughingly ejaculated. "What I said was quite right. The only pity is that she should have had such a miserable lot as not to have been born of a primary wife." "My lady, you're also talking a lot of trash." Ping Er smiled. "She may be Madame Wang's child, but is it likely that anyone would be so bold as to point the finger of scorn at her and not treat her like the others?" Lady Feng sighed. "How could you know everything?" she remarked. "She is, of course, the offspring of a concubine, but as a mere girl, she can't be placed on the same footing as a man. By and by, when anyone aspires to her hand, the sort of supercilious parties who now tread the world will, as a first step, ask whether this young lady is the child of a number 1 or number 2 wife, and many of these won't have anything to say to her, as she is the child of a number 2. But really, people haven't any idea that, not to speak of her, as the offspring of a secondary wife, she would be, even as a mere servant girl of ours, far superior than the very legitimate daughter of any family. Who, I wonder, will in the future be so devoid of good fortune as to break off the match just because he may be inclined to pick and choose between a wife's child and a concubine's child? And who, I would like to know, will be that lucky fellow who'll snatch her off without any regard to number 1 and number 2? Continuing, she resumed, turning smilingly towards Ping Er. "You know well enough how many ways and means I've had, all these years, to devise in order to effect retrenchment, and how there isn't, I may safely aver, a single soul in the whole household who doesn't detest me behind my back. But now that I'm astride on the tiger's back, I must go on, for if I put my foot on the ground, I shall be devoured. It's true, my tactics have been more or less seen through, but there's no help for it. I can't very well become more open-handed in a moment. In the second place, much goes out at home, a little comes in, and the 101 large and more things which turn up are still managed with that munificence so characteristic of our old ancestors. But the funds that come in throughout the year fall short of the immense sums of past days, and if I try again to effect any savings, people will laugh at me. Our venerable senior and Madame Wang suffer wants, and the servant abhor me for my stinginess. Yet, if we don't seize the first opportunity to think of some plan for enforcing retrenchment, our means will, in the course of a few more years, be completely exhausted." "Quite so," assented Ping Er. "By and by, there will be 3 or 4 daughters and 2 or 3 more sons added, and our old mistress won't be able, single-handed, to meet all this heavy outlay." "I myself entertain fears of the same score," Lady Feng smiled. "But, after all, they will be ample, for when Pao-yü and Cousin Lin get married, there won't be any need to touch a cent of public money, as our old lady has her own private means, and she can well work out some. Miss Secunda is the child of your senior master yonder, and she too needn't be taken into account. So there only remain 3 or 4, for each of whom one need only spend at the utmost 10,000 taels. Cousin Huan will marry in the near future, and if an outlay of 3,000 taels proves insufficient, we will be able, by curtailing the bandolier used in those rooms for smoothing the hair with, make both ends meet. And should our worthy seniors end come about, provision for everything is ready made. All that we have to do will be to spend some small sum for a few miscellaneous trifles, and 3,000 to 5,000 taels will more than suffice. So with further economies at present, there will be plenty for all our successive needs. The only fear is lest anything occur at an unforeseen juncture, for then it will be dreadful. But don't let us give way to apprehensions with regard to the future. You'd better have your rise and when you've done, be quick and go and hear what they mean to treat about in their deliberations. I must now turn this opportunity to the best account. I was only this very minute lamenting that I had no help in my disposal. This Pao-yü is true, but he too is made of the same stuff as the rest of them in here. Were I even to get him under my thumb, it would be of no earthly use whatever. Senior lady is as good-natured as a joss, and she likewise is no good. Miss Secunda is worse than useless. Besides, she doesn't belong to this place. Miss Quarter is only a child. That young fellow Lan and Huang are, more than any of the others, like frozen kittens with frizzled coats. They only wait to find some warm hole in the stove into which they may poke themselves. Really, from one and the same womb have been created two human beings, Tanchun and Jiahuan, so totally unlike each other as the heavens are distant from the earth. But when I think of all this, I feel quite angry. Again, that girl Lin and Miss Bao are both deserving enough, but as they also happen to be our connections, they couldn't very well be put in charge of our family affairs. What's more, the one resembles a lantern, decorated with nice bells, apt to spoil so soon as it is blown by a puff of wind. The other has made up her mind not to open her mouth in anything that doesn't concern her. When she is questioned about anything, she simply shakes her head and repeats thrice, "I don't know," so that it would be an extremely difficult job to go and ask her to lend a helping hand. There's only therefore Miss Tertia, who is as sharp of mind as of tongue. She is, besides, a straightforward creature in this household of ours, and Madame Wang is attached to her as well. It's true that she outwardly makes no display of her feelings for her, but it's all that old thing, Mrs. Zhao, who has done the mischief. For in her heart she actually holds her as dear as she does Pao-yü. She's such a contrast to Huang. He truly makes it hard for anyone to care a rap for him. Could I have had my own way, I would long ere this have packed him out of the place. But since she, Tanchun, has now got this idea into her mind, we must cooperate with her. For if we can afford each other a helping hand, I too want to be single-handed and alone. And as far as every right principle, eternal principle, and honesty of purpose go, we shall with such a person as a helpmate be able to save ourselves considerable anxiety, and Madame Wang's interests will, on the other hand, derive every advantage. But as far as unfairness and bad faith go, I've run the show with too malicious a hand, and I must turn tail and draw back from my old ways. When I review what I've done, I find that if I still push my tyrannical rule to the bitter end, people will hate me most relentlessly, so much so that under their smiles they harbour daggers, and much though we two may be able to boast of having 4 eyes and 2 heads between us, they'll compass our ruin when they can at any moment find us off our guard. We should, therefore, make the best of this crisis, so that as soon as she takes the initiative and set things in order, all that tribe of people may for the time lose sight of the bitter feelings they cherish against us, for the way we've dealt with them in the past. But there's another thing besides. I naturally know the great talents you possess, but I feel mistrust lest you should, by your own wits, not be able to bring things round. I enjoin these things then on you, now, for although a mere girl she has everything at her fingers' ends. The only thing is that she must try and be wary in speech. She is, besides, so much better read than I am, that she is a harder nut to crack. Now the proverb says, in order to be able to catch the rebels, we must first catch their chief. So if she is, at present, disposed to mature some plan and set to work to put it into practice, she'll certainly have to first and foremost make a start with me. In the event, consequently, of her raising objections to anything I've done, mind you, don't begin any dispute with her. The more virulent she is in her censure of me, the more deferential you should be towards her. That's your best plan. And whatever you do, don't imagine that I'm afraid of any loss of face. But the moment you flare up with her, things won't go well. Ping Er did not allow her time to conclude her argument.
You are too much disposed to treat us as simpletons, she smiled. I've already carried out your wishes, and do you now enjoin all these things on me? Lady Feng smiled. It's because, she resumed, I feared lest you, who have your eyes and mouth so full of me, and only me, might be inclined to show no regard whatever for her. That's why. I couldn't, therefore, but tender you the advice I did. But since you've already done what I wanted you to do, you've shown yourself far sharper than I am. There's nothing in this to drive you into another tantrum, and to make that mouth of yours begin to chatter away so much about you and I. I've actually addressed you as you, Ping Er rejoined. But if you be displeased at it, isn't this a case of a slap on the mouth? You can very well give me another one, for is it likely that this phiz of mine hasn't as yet tasted any, pray? What a vixen you are, Lady Feng said smilingly. How many thoughts will you go on picking out before you shut up? You see how ill I am, and yet you come to rub me the wrong way. Come and sit down, for you and I can, at all events, have our meal together when there is no one to break in upon us. It's only right that we should. While these remarks dropped from her lips, Feng Er and some 3 or 4 other maids entered the room and laid the small stove couch table. Lady Feng only ate some bird's nest soup and emptied 2 small plates of some recherche light viands, for she had long ago temporarily reduced her customary diet. Feng Er placed the 4 kinds of eatables allotted to Ping Er on the table, after which she filled a bowl of rice for her. Then, with one leg bent on the edge of the stove couch, while the other rested on the ground, Ping Er kept Lady Feng company during her repast, and waiting on her afterwards until she finished rinsing her mouth, she issued certain directions to Feng Er, and crossed over at length to Tan Chun's quarters. Here she found the courtyard plunged in perfect stillness, for the various inmates who had been assembled there had already taken their leave. But, reader, do you wish to follow up the story? If so, listen to the circumstances detailed in the next chapter. End of section 61. Recording by Cao Xueqin in Singapore. Section 62 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Yuqing in Singapore. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, by Cao Xueqin. Translated by Henry Bencraft Joly. Chapter 56, Part 1. The clever Tan Chun increases their income and removed long-standing abuses. The worthy Pao-ch'ai preserves intact, by the display of a little intelligence, the great reputation enjoyed by the Jia family. But let us pick up the clue of our story. Ping Er pulled Lady Feng company during her meal, then attending to her, while she rinsed her mouth and washed her hands, she betook herself, eventually, to Tan Chun's quarters, where she discovered the courtyard in perfect stillness. Not a stir was about, beyond several maids, matrons, and close attendants of the inner rooms, who stood outside the windows on the alert to obey any calls. Ping Er stepped into the hall. The 2 cousins and their sister-in-law were all 3 engaged in discussing some domestic affairs. They were talking about the feast to which they had been invited during the New Year festivities by LiI's wife, and various details in connection with the garden she had in her place. But as soon as she, Ping Er, appeared on the scene, Tan Chun desired her to seat herself on her food stool. What was exercising my mind, she thereupon observed, confined itself to this. I was computing that the head oil and rouge and powder we use during the course of a month are also a matter of a couple of taels, and I was thinking that what with the sum of 2 taels already allotted us every month, and the extra monthly amount given as well as to the maid, allowances are, with the addition again of that of 8 taels for school expenses we recently spoke about, piled, to be sure, one upon another.
The thing is true, a mere trifle, and the amount only a bagatelle. But it doesn't seem to be quite proper. But how is it that your mistress didn't take this into account? Xing smiled. There's a why and a wherefore, she answered. All the things required by you, young ladies, must be absolutely be subject to a fixed rule, for the different compradors have to lay in a stock of each every month, and to send them to us by the maids to take charge of, but purely and simply to keep in readiness for you to use. No such thing could ever be tolerated as that each of us should have to get money every day and try and hunt up someone to go and buy these articles for us. That's how it is that the compradors outside receive a lump sum, and that they send us, month by month, by the female servants, the supplies allotted for the different rooms. As regards the 2 taels monthly allowed you, young ladies, they were not originally intended that you should purchase any such articles with, but that you should, if at any time the ladies in charge of the household affairs happened to be away from home or to have no leisure, be saved the trouble of having to go in search of the proper persons in the event of your suddenly finding yourselves in need of money. This was done simply because it was feared that you would be subjected to inconvenience. But an unprejudiced glance about me now shows me that at least half of our young mistresses in the various quarters invariably purchase these things with ready money of their own, so I can't help suspecting that, if it isn't a question of the compradors shirking their duties, it must be that what they buy is all mere rubbish. Tanzhe and Weiyuan laughed. You must have kept a sharp lookout to have managed to detect these things, they said. But as for shirking the purchases, they don't actually do so. It's simply that they are behind time by a good number of days. Yet when one puts on the sprue within them, they get some articles from somewhere or other, who knows where. These are, however, only a sham, for in reality they aren't fit for use. But as they are now as ever obtained with cash down, a couple of taels could very well be given to the brothers or sons of some of the other people's nurses to purchase them with. They'll then be good for something. Were we, however, to employ any of the public domestics in the establishment, the things will be just as bad as ever. I wonder how they do manage to get such utter rot as they do. The purchases of the compradors may be what they are. Xing smiled. But were anyone else to buy any better articles, the compradors themselves won't ever forgive them. Besides other things, they'll aver that they harbour evil designs, and that they wish to deprive them of their post. That's how it comes about that the servants would much rather give offence to you all inside by getting inferior things, and that they have no desire to hurt the feelings of the managers outside by purchasing anything of superior quality. But if you, young ladies, requisition the services of the nurses, these men won't have the arrogance to make any nonsensical remarks. This accounts for the unhappy state my heart is in, Tanzhe observed. But as we are called upon to squander money right and left, and as the things purchased are half of them uselessly thrown away, wouldn't it, after all, be better for us to eliminate this monthly allowance to the compradors? This is the first thing. The next I'd like to ask you is this. When they went during the New Year festivities to LiI's house, you also went with them. And what do you think of that small garden as compared with this of ours? It isn't half as big as ours, Xing laughingly explained. The trees and plants are likewise fewer by a good deal. When I was having a chat with their daughter, Tanzhe proceeded, she said that, besides the flowers they wear, and the bamboo shoots, vegetables, fish, and shrimps they eat from this garden of theirs, there's still enough every year for people to take over under contract, and that, at the close of each year, there's a surplus in full of 200 taels. Ever since that day, is it that I've become alive to the fact that even a broken lotus leaf and a blade of withered grass are alike worth money. This is, in very truth, the way wealthy and well-to-do people talk. Pao-ch'ai laughed. But notwithstanding your honourable position, young ladies, you really understand nothing about these concerns. Yet, haven't you, with all your book lore, seen anything of the passage in the writing of Zhu Fuzi, throw not they self away?
I've read it, it's true, Tantrum smiled, but its object is simply to urge people to exert themselves. It's as much empty talk as any random arguments, and how could it be bodily treated as a gospel?
Zhuzi's work all as much empty talk as any random arguments? Pao-ch'ai exclaimed. Why, every sentence in it is founded on fact. You've only had the management of affairs in your hands for a couple of days, and already greed and ambition have so beclouded your mind that you've come to look upon Zhuzi as full of fraud and falsehood. But when you by and by go out into the world and see all those mighty concerns reeking in with greed and corruption, you will even go as far to treat Confucius himself as a fraud. Haven't you, with all your culture, read a book like that of Jizi's? Tantrum laughed. Jizi said in bygone days that when one descends into the arena where gain and emoluments are to be got, and enters the world of planning and plotting, one makes light of the injunctions of Yao and Shun, and disregards the principles inculcated by Confucius and Mencius. What about the next line? Pao-ch'ai insinuated with a significant smile.
I now cut the text short, Tantrum smilingly rejoined, in order to adapt the sense to what I want to say. Would I recite the following sentence and heap abuse upon my own self? Isn't likely I would, eh?
There's nothing under the heavens that can't be turned to some use, Pao-ch'ai added, and since everything can be utilized, everything must be worth money. But can it be that a person gifted with such intelligence as yours can have no experience in such great matters and legitimate concerns as these? You send for a person, Weiyuan laughingly interposed, and you don't speak about what's right and proper, but you start an argument on learning. Learning is right and proper, Pao-ch'ai answered. If we made no allusion to learning, we'd all soon enough drift among the rustic earth. The trio bandied words for a while, after which they turned their attention again to pertinent affairs. Tantrum took up once more the thread of the conversation. This garden of ours, she argued, is only half as big as theirs, so if you double the income they derive, you'll see that we ought to reap a net profit of 400 taels a year. But were we also now to secure a contract for our surplus products, the money we'd earn would, of course, be a mere trifle, and not one that a family like ours should hanker after. And were we to depute 2 special persons to attend to the garden, the least permission given by them to anyone to turn anything to improper uses would, since there be so many things of intrinsic value, be tantamount to a reckless destruction of the gifts of heaven. So would it not be preferable to select several quiet, steady, and experienced old matrons out of those stationed in the grounds, and appoint them to put them in order and look after things? Neither will there be any need then to make them pay any rent, or give any taxes in kind. All we can ask them is to supply the household with whatever they can afford during the year. In the first place, the garden will, with special persons to look after the plants and trees, naturally to improve from year to year, that there won't be any bustle or confusion, whenever the time draws nigh to utilize the grounds. Secondly, people won't venture to injure or usually waste anything. In the third place, the old matrons themselves will, by availing themselves of these small perquisites, not labour in the gardens year after year and day after day, all for no good. Fourthly, it will in like manner be possible to effect a saving in the expenditure for gardeners, rockery layers, sweepers, and other necessary servants, and this excess can be utilized for making up other deficiencies. I don't see any reason why this shouldn't be practicable. Pao-ch'ai was standing below contemplating the pictures with characters suspended on the walls. Upon hearing these suggestions, she readily nodded her head, assentingly and smiled. "Excellent," she cried. "Within 3 years there will be no more famines and dearths." "What a first-rate plan," Weiyuan chimed in. "This, if actually adopted, will delight the heart of Madame Wang. Pecuniary economies are, of themselves, a paltry matter, but there will be then in the garden those to sweep the grounds and those whose special charge will be to look after them. Besides, with the persons selected allowed to turn up an honest cash by selling part of the products, they will be so impelled by a sense of their responsibilities and prompted by a desire of gain that there won't any longer be any who won't acquit themselves with their duties to the fullest measure." "It remained for you, miss, to put these suggestions in words," Ping Er remarked. "Our mistress may have entertained the idea, but it is by no means certain that she thought it nice on her part to give utterance to it. For as you, young ladies, live at present in the garden, she could not possibly, unable as she is to supply such additional ornaments as well to make it more showy, contrariwise depute people to exercise authority in it, and to keep it in order, with a view of effecting a reduction in expenses. Such a proposal could never have dropped from her lips." Pao-ch'ai advanced up to her with alacrity, rubbing her face. "Open that mouth of yours wide," she laughed, "and let me see of what stuff your teeth and tongue are made. Ever since you put your foot out of the bed this morning, you've jabbered away up to this very moment, and your song has all been in one strain. For neither have you been any complimentary to Miss Tertia, nor have you admitted that your mistress is, as far as wits go, so much below the mark as to be unable to effect suitable provision. Yet, whenever Miss Tertia advanced any arguments, you've at once made use of endless words to join issue with her. This is because the plan devised by Miss Tertia was also hit upon by a Lady Feng. But there must surely have been a reason why she couldn't carry it into execution. Again, as the young ladies have now their quarters in the garden, she couldn't, with any decency, direct anyone to go and rule over it, for the mere sake of saving a few cash. Just consider this. If the garden is actually handed to people to make profit out of it, the parties interested will, of course, not even permit a single spray of flowers to be plucked, and not a single fruit to be taken away. With such as come within the category of senior young ladies, they won't naturally have the audacity to be particular, but they'll daily have endless rows with the junior girls. Lady Feng has, with her fears about the future and her misgivings about the present, shown herself neither too overbearing nor too servile. This mistress of theirs is not friendly disposed towards us, but when she hears of her various proposals, shame might induce her to turn over a new leaf. "Early this morning," Tantran laughingly observed, "I was very cross, but as soon as I heard of her, Ping Er's, arrival, I casually remembered that her mistress employed, during her time, such domestics as were up to all kinds of larks, and at the sight of her I got more cross than ever. But, little though one would have thought it, she behaved from the moment she came like a rat that tries to get out of the way of a cat. And as she had had to stand for ever so long, I pitied her very much, but she took up the thread of the conversation and went on to spin that long yarn of hers. Yet, instead of mentioning that her mistress treats me with every consideration, she, on the contrary, observed, 'The kindness with which you have all along dealt with our lady, miss, has not been to no purpose.' This remark, therefore, not only dispelled my anger, but filled me with so much shame that I began to feel sore at heart, and when I came to think carefully over the matter, I failed to see how I, a mere girl, who had personally done so much mischief that not a soul cared a straw for me, and not a soul took any interest in me, could possess any such good qualities as to treat anyone kindly." When she reached this point, she could not check her tears from brimming over. Weiyuan and her associates perceived how pathetically she spoke, and recalling to mind how Mrs. Zhao had always run her down, and how she had ever been involved in some mess or other with Madame Wang, on account of this Mrs. Zhao, they too found it difficult to refrain from melting into sobs, but they then used their joint efforts to console her. "Let's avail ourselves of this quiet day," they suggested, "to try and find out how we could increase our revenue and remove abuses so as not to render futile the charge laid on us by Madame Wang. What use or purpose is it to allude to such trivial matters?" "I've already grasped your object," Ping hastily ventured. "Miss, speak out. Who do you consider fit? And as soon as the proper persons have been fixed upon, everything will be square enough." "What you say is all very well," Tantrum rejoined, "but it will be necessary to let your lady know something about it. It has never been the proper thing for us in here to scrape together any small profits. But as your mistress is full of gumption, I adopted the course I did. Has she been at all narrow-minded, with many prejudices and many jealousies, I wouldn't have shown the least willingness in the matter. But as it will look as if I were bent upon pulling her to pieces, how can I take action without consulting her?" "In that case," Ping smiled, "I'll go and tell her something about it." With this response, she went on the errand, and only returned after a long lapse of time. "I said," she laughed, "that it would be perfectly useless for me to go. However could Our Lady not readily accede to an excellent proposal like this?" Hearing this, Tantrum forthwith joined Weiyuan in directing a servant to ask for the roll containing the names of the matrons in the garden and bring it to them. When produced, they all held council together, and fixing cursorily upon several persons, they summoned them to appear before them. Weiyuan then explained to them the general outline of their duties, and not one was there among the whole company who listened to her who would not undertake the charge. One said, "If you confide that bamboo tree for 12 months to my care, it will again next year be a single tree, but besides the roots, which will have been eaten at home, I shall be able, in the course of the year, to also pay in some money." "Hand me over," another one remarked, "that portion of paddy field, and there will, during the year, be no need to touch any public funds on account of the various birds, large and small, which are kept for mere fun. Besides that, I shall be in a position to give in something more." Tantrum was about to pass a remark when a servant reported that the doctor had come, and that he had entered the garden to see Miss Shi. So the matrons were obliged to go and usher the doctor in. "Were there 100 of you here?" promptly expostulated Ping. "You wouldn't know what propriety means. Are there, perchance, no couple of housekeepers about to push themselves forward and see the doctor in?" "There's Dame Wu and Dame Tan," the servant who brought the message replied. The two were on duty at the southwest corner at the accumulated splendor gate. At this answer, Ping allowed the subject to drop. After the departure of the matrons, Tantrum inquired of Pao-ch'ai what she thought of them. "Such as are diligent at the outset," Pao-ch'ai answered, smiling, "become remiss in the end, and those who have a glib tongue have an eye to gain." Tantrum listened to her reply, and, nodding her head, she extolled its wisdom. Then, showing them with her finger several names on the list, she submitted them to the perusal of the trio. Ping speedily went and fetched a pen and ink-slab. "This old Mother Zhu," the trio observed, "is a trustworthy woman. What's more, this old dame and her sons have, generation after generation, done the sweeping of the bamboo groves. So let's now place the various bamboo trees under her control. This old Mother Tian was originally a farmer, and everything in the way of vegetables and rice in and about the Daoxiang village should, albeit they couldn't, planted as they are as a mere pastime, be treated in such earnest as to call for large works and extensive plantations be entrusted to her care, for what they fare better if she can be on the spot and tend them with extra diligence at the proper times and seasons.
What a pity it is, Tantrum proceeded smilingly, that two places so spacious as the Hengwu Garden and the Yihong Court being no grit to the mill.
Things in the Hengwu Garden are in a worse state, Weiyuan hastily interposed. Aren't the scented wares and scented herbs sold at present everywhere in perfumery shops, large fairs and great temples, the very counterpart of these things here? So if you reckon up, you'll find how much greater a return these articles will give than any other kind of product. As for the Yihong Court, we needn't mention other things, but only take into account the roses that bud during the 2 seasons of spring and summer. To how many don't they amount in all? Besides these, we've got along the whole hedge, cinnamon roses and monthly roses, stock roses, honeysuckle and wisteria. With these various flowers dried and sold to the tea and medicine shops, they'd also fetch a good deal of money.
Quite so,
Tantrum acquiesced with a smile.
The thing is that there's no one with any notion how to deal with scented herbs.
There's Ying who waits on Miss Pao-ch'ai. Ping promptly smiled. Her mother is well versed in these things. It was only the other day that she plucked a few and plaited them, after drying them well in the sun, into a flower basket and a gourd, and gave them to me to play with. But, miss, can you have forgotten all about it?
I was, this very minute,
speaking in your praise, Pao-ch'ai observed, smiling. And do you come to chaff me? What makes you say so? Exclaimed the trio, in utter astonishment. It will on no account do, Pao-ch'ai added. You employ such a lot of people in here that they all lead a lazy life and have nothing to put a hand to, and were I also now to introduce some more, that tribe will look even upon me with utter contempt. But let me think of someone for you. There's in the Yihong Court an old dame Ye. She's Fei Ming's mother. That woman is an honest old lady, and is, furthermore, on the best of terms with our Ying'er's mother. So wouldn't it be well were this charge given to this dame Ye? Should there even be anything that she doesn't know, there will be no necessity for us to tell her. She can go straight away and consult with Ying'er's mother. And if she can't attend to everything herself, it won't matter to whom she relegates some of her duties. These will be purely private favours. In the event, too, of any one making any mean insinuations, the blame won't fall on our shoulders. By adopting this course, you'll be managing things in such a way as to do extreme justice to all, and the trust itself will also be placed on a most satisfactory footing. Excellent, ejaculated Weiyuan and Ping simultaneously.
This may be well and good, Tantrum laughed, but the fear is that, at the sight of gain, they'll forget all about propriety.
That's nothing to do with us, Ping rejoined, a smile playing about her lips. It was only the other day that Ying recognized Dame Ye as her adopted mother, and invited her to eat and drink with them, so that the two families are on the most intimate terms. At this assurance, Tantrum relinquished the topic of conversation, and, holding council together, they selected several persons, all of whom the four had ever viewed with impartial favour, and they marked off their names by dotting them with a pen. In a little while, the matrons came to report that the daughter had gone, and they handed the prescription. Their 3 mistresses then perused its contents. On the one hand, they dispatched domestics to take it outside, so that the drugs should be got, and to superintend their decoction. On the other, Tantrum and Weiyuan explicitly explained to the various servants chosen what particular place each had to look after. Exclusive, they added, of what fixed customs require for home consumption during the 4 seasons, you are still at liberty to pluck whatever remains and have it taken away. As for the profits, we'll settle accounts at the close of the year. I've also bethought myself of something, Tendron smiled. If the settlement of accounts take place at the end of the year, the money will, at the time of delivery, be naturally paid into the accountancy. Those high up will then, as usual, add a whole lot of controllers, and these will, on their part, fleece their own share as soon as the money gets into the palms of their hand. But as by these systems we've now initiated, you've been singled out for appointment. You've already risen so far above their heads that they foster all sorts of animosity against you. They don't, however, give vent to their feelings, but if they don't seize the close of the year, when you have to deliver your accounts, to play their tricks on you, for what other chances will they wait? Moreover, they obtain, in everything that comes under the control during the year, half of every share their masters get. This is an old custom. Everyone is aware of its existence. But this is a new regime I now introduce in this garden, so don't let the money find its way into their hands. Whenever the annual setting of accounts arrives, bring them in to us. My idea is, Pao-ch'ai smilingly suggested, that no accounts need to be handed even inside. This one will have a surplus, that one a deficit, so that it will involve no end of trouble. Wouldn't it be better, therefore, if we were to find out who of them would take over this or that particular kind, and let them purvey the various things? These are for the exclusive use of the inmates of the garden, and I've already made an estimate of them for you. They amount to just a few sorts, and simply consist of head oil, rouge, powder, and scented paper, in all of which the young ladies and maids are subject to a fixed rule. Then, besides these, there are the brooms, dust baskets, and poles, wanted in different localities, and the food for the large and small animals and birds, and the deer and rabbits. These are the only kinds of things required, and if they contract for them, there will be little need for anyone to go to the accountancy for money. But just calculate what saving will thus be effected. All the items are, I admit, mere trifles. Ping smiled. But if you lump together what's used during a year, you'll find what a saving of 400 taels will be effected. Again, smilingly remarked Pao-ch'ai, it would be 400 taels in 1 year, but 800 taels in 2 years, and with these we could purchase a few more houses and let them. And in the way of poor sandy land, we could also add several acres to those we've already got. There will, of course, still remain a surplus, but as they will have ample trouble and inconvenience to put up with during the year, they should also be allowed some balance in hand, so as to make up what's wanted for themselves. The main object is, of course, to increase profits and curtail expenses, yet we couldn't be stingy to any excessive degree. In fact, were we even able to make any further economy of over 200 or 300 taels, it would never be the proper thing, should this involve a breach of the main principles of decorum. With these courses duly put into practice, outside, the accountancy will issue in 1 year 400 or 500 taels less, without even the semblance of any parsimony, while inside, the matrons will obtain, on the other hand, some little thing to supply their wants with. The nurses, who have no means of subsistence, will likewise be placed in easy circumstances, and the plants and trees in the garden will year by year increase in strength and grow more abundantly. In this wise, you too will have such articles as will be fit for use, so that this plan will, to some extent, not constitute a breach of the high principles of propriety. And if ever we want to retrench a little more from where won't we be able to get money? But if the whole balance, if any, be put to the credit of the public fund, everyone, inside as well as outside, will fill the streets with a din of murmurings. And won't this be then a slur upon the code of honour of a household such as yours? So were any charge to be entrusted to this one, out of the several tens of old nurses at present employed in the garden, and not to that one, the remainder will naturally resent such injustice. As I said a while back, all that these women will have to provide among themselves amounts to a few articles, so they will unavoidably have ample means. Hence, each should be told to contribute, beyond the articles that fall to her share during the year, a certain number of diaos, whether she may or may not realize any balance, and then jointly lump these sums together and distribute them among those nurses early on service in the garden. For although they may not have anything to do with the control of these things, they themselves will have to stay in the grounds to keep an eye over the servants on duty, to shut the doors, to close the windows, and to get up early and retire late. Whenever it remains in torrents, or it snows hard, and chairs have to be carried, for you, young ladies, to go out and come in, or boats have to be punted, and sledges drawn, these rough and arduous duties come alike within their sphere of work. They have to labour in the garden from one year's end to the other, and though they earn something in those grounds, it's only right that they should be able to get some small benefits in the discharge of their legitimate duties. But there's another most trivial point that I would broach with less reserve. If you think only of your ease and don't share the profits with them, they will, of course, never presume to show their displeasure, but in their hearts they won't cherish you any good feeling. What they'll do will be to make public business a pretext to serve their own private ends with. They'll pluck more of your fruits than they should, and cut greater quantities of your flowers than they ought. And you people will have a grievance, but you won't have anywhere to go and confide it. But should they too reap some gain, they'll readily look after such things on your behalf as you won't have the time to attend to. End of section 62. Recording by Cao Xueqin in Singapore. Section 63 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Yuqing in Singapore. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, by Cao Xueqin. Translated by Henry Bencraft Joly. Chapter 56, Part 2. The matrons listened to her explanations, and finding that they would be removed from the control of the accountancy, that they would not be compelled to go and settle accounts with Lady Feng, and that all that they would be called upon to do every year would be to supply a few more diaos, were each and all delighted to an exceptional degree, so much so that every one of them exclaimed in a chorus that they were quite prepared to agree to the terms. "It is better," they said, "than to be obliged to go out and be squeezed by them, and to have to fork out our own money as well." Those two not entrusted with the care of any portion of land were also highly elated, when they heard that at the close of each year they would, though they had no ballot claim, come in for some share of hard cash. "They'll have to hear the trouble," they however argued, "to keep things in order, so it's only right that they should be left with a few cash to meet their various wants with, and how could we very well gobble our 3 meals without doing a stroke of work?" "Worthy dames," Pao-ch'ai smiled, "you mustn't decline. These duties are within your province, and you should fulfill them. All you need to do is to exert yourselves a bit by day and night, and not to be so remiss and careless as to suffer any of the servants to drink and gamble. That's all. Otherwise, I myself must have nothing to do with the control. But you yourselves know well enough that it's my aunt who appealed to me with her own lips 3 and 5 times to do it as a favour to her. Your eldest sister-in-law, she represented, has at present no leisure, and the other girls are young. And then she asked me to look after things. So if I now don't accede, it's as clear as day that I shall be the cause of much worry to my aunt. Our Lady Feng herself is seriously ill, and our domestic affairs can't hang fire. I'm really with nothing to do, so were even a mere neighbour to solicit my help, I would also feel bound to lend her a hand in her pressure of work. How much more, therefore, when it's my own aunt who invokes my aid? Setting aside the way I'm execrated by one and all, how would I ever be able to stare my aunt in the face, If, while I gave my sole mind to winning fame and fishing for praise, anyone got so intoxicated and lost so much in gambling as to stir up trouble. At such a juncture, remorse on your part will be too late. Even the old reputation you have ever enjoyed will entirely be lost and gone. Those young ladies and girls and this vast garden are alike placed under your supervision, purely and simply because one takes into account that you have been nurses to 3 or 4 generations, and that you have most scrupulously observed the rules of etiquette and propriety. It's but fair that you should try, with one mind, and show some little regard for what's right and proper. But if you contrariwise behave with such laxity as to let people gratify their wishes by guzzling and gambling, and my aunt comes to hear of these nice doings, a little scolding from her will be of little consequence. But if the various women who attend to the household get scent of the state of affairs, they will haul you over the coals without even so much as breathing one single word beforehand to my aunt. And venerable people, though you are, you will then, instead of tendering advice to young people, be called to account by them. As housekeepers, they exercise, it's true, authority over you, but why shouldn't you yourselves observe a certain amount of decorum? And if you do so, will they have any occasion to bully you? The reason why I've now bethought myself on this special boon for you is that you should unanimously strain every nerve to diligently attend to the garden, in order that the powers that be may, at the sight of your unrelenting care and zeal, have no cause to give way to solicitude. And won't they inwardly look up to you with regard? Neither will you render of no effect the various benefits devised for them. But go now, and minutely ponder over all my advice. All the women received her words with gratification. What you say is quite right, they replied. From this time forth, you, miss, and you, our lady, can well compose your minds. With the interest both of you feel on our behalf, may heaven and earth not spare us, if we do not display a full amount of gratitude for all your kindness. These assurances were still being uttered when they saw Lin Zhixiao's wife walk in. The family of the Zhen mansion of Jiangnan, she explained, arrived in the capital yesterday. Today they are going into the place to offer their congratulations, but they've now sent messengers ahead to come and bring presents and pay their respects. While she spoke, she produced the list of presents and handed it up. Tantrum took it over from her. They consist, she said, perusing it, of 12 rows of brocades and satins embroidered with dragons, such as are for imperial use, 12 rows of satins of various colours, of the kind worn by the emperor, 12 rows of every sort of imperial gauze, 12 rows of palace silk of the quality used by His Majesty, and 20 rows of satins, gauzes, silk and thin silks of different colours, generally worn by officials. After glancing over the list, Weiyuan and Tantrum suggested that a first-class tip should be given to the messengers who brought them, after which they went on to direct a servant to convey the tidings to Dowager Lady Jia. Old Lady Jia gave orders to call Weiyuan, Tantrum, Pao-ch'ai, and the other girls. On their arrival, the presents were passed under review, and this over, Weiyuan put them aside. You must wait, she said to the servants of the inner storeroom, until Madame Wang comes back and sees them. You can then lock them up. This Zhen family, too, old Lady Jia thereupon added, isn't like any other family. The highest tips should, therefore, be conferred upon the men, but as in a twinkle, they may also send some of their womenkind to come and take their obeisance. Silks should be got ready in anticipation. Scarcely was this remark concluded before a domestic actually announced that 4 ladies of the Zhen mansion had come to pay their respects. Upon hearing this, Dowager Lady Jia hastily directed that they should be introduced into her presence. The 4 women ranged from 40 years and over. Their clothing and headgear were not, in any material degree, different from those of mistresses. As soon as they presented their compliments and inquired about their healths, old Lady Chia desired that 4 footstools should be moved forward. But though the 4 women thanked her for bidding them sit down, they only occupied the stools after Pao-ch'ai had seated herself. "When did you enter this capital?" old Lady Chia inquired. The 4 women jumped to their feet with alacrity. "We entered the capital yesterday," they answered. "Our lady has taken our young lady today into the palace to pay their homage. That's why she bade us come and give you their compliments and see how the young ladies are getting on." "You hadn't paid a visit to the capital for ever so many years," Dowager Lady Chia smilingly observed, "and here you appear now, quite unexpectedly." The 4 women simultaneously smiled again. "Quite so," they said. "We received this year imperial orders summoning us to the capital." "Has the whole family come?" old Lady Chia asked. "Our old mistress, our young master, the 2 young ladies and the other ladies haven't come up," the 4 women explained. "Only our lady has come, together with Miss Tertia." "Is she engaged to anyone?" old Lady Chia asked. "Not yet," rejoined the quartet. "The 2 families, that of your senior married lady and that of your Lady Secunda, are both on most intimate terms with ours," Dowager Lady Chia smilingly added. "Yes, they are," replied the 4 women with a smile. "The letters received each year from our young ladies assure us that they are entirely dependent upon the kindness bestowed upon them in your worthy mansion for their well-being." "What kindness?" old Lady Chia exclaimed laughingly. "These 2 families are really friends of long standing. In addition to this, they are old relatives. So what we do is our simple bounden duty. What's more in favour of your 2 young ladies is that they're not full of their own importance. That's how it is that we've come to be on such close terms." The 4 women smiled. "This is mainly due to your venerable ladyship's excessive humility," they answered. "Is that young gentleman of yours too with your old mistress?" old Lady Chia went on to inquire. "Yes, he has also come with our old mistress," the 4 women retorted. "How old is he?" old Lady Chia then asked. "Does he go to school?" she afterwards inquired. "He is 13 this year," the 4 women said by way of response, "but all through those good looks of his, our old mistress cherishes him so fondly that from his youth up he has been wayward to the extreme, and that he now daily plays the truant. But our master and mistress as well don't keep any great check over him." "Yet he can't resemble that young fellow of ours," old Lady Chia laughed. "What's the name of your young gentleman?" "As our old mistress treats him just like a real precious gem," the quartet explained, "and as his complexion is naturally so white, her ladyship calls him Pao-yü." "Here's another one with the name of Pao-yü," old Lady Chia laughingly said to Weiyuan. Weiyuan and her companions hastily made a courtesy. "There have been, from old times to the present," they smiled, "very many among contemporaries and persons of different generations as well, who have borne duplicate names." The 4 women also smiled. "After the selection of this infant name," they proceeded, "we all, both high and low, began to give way to surmises. As we could not make out in what relatives or friends' family there was a lad also called by the same name, but as we hadn't come to the capital for 10 years or so, we couldn't remember." "That young fellow is my grandson," Dowager Lady Chia remarked. "Hello, someone come here." The married women and maids assented and approached several steps. "Go into the garden," Old Lady Jia smilingly said, and call our Pao-yü here, so that these 4 housekeeping dames should see how he compares with their own Pao-yü. The married women, upon hearing her orders, promptly went off. After a while, they entered the room, pressing round Pao-yü. The moment the 4 dames caught sight of him, they speedily rose to their feet. "He has given us such a start," they exclaimed smilingly. "Had we not come into your worthy mansion, and perchance met him elsewhere, we would have taken him for our own Pao-yü, and followed him as far as the capital." While speaking, they came forward and took hold of his hands and assailed him with questions. Pao-yü, however, also put on a smile and inquired after their healths. "How do his looks compare with those of your young gentlemen?" Dowager Lady Jia asked as she smiled. The way the 4 dames ejaculated just now, Weiyuan and her companions explained, was sufficient to show how much they resemble in looks. "How could there ever be such a coincidence?" Old Lady Jia laughed. "Yet the children of wealthy families are so delicately nurtured that unless their faces are so deformed as to make them downright ugly, they are all equally handsome, as far as general appearances go, so there's nothing strange in this." "As we gaze at his features," the quartet added, with smiling faces, "we find him the very image of him, and from what we gather from our venerable ladyship, he is also like him in waywardness. But, as far as we can judge, this young gentleman's disposition is ever so much better than that of ours." "What makes you think so?" Old Lady Jia precipitately inquired. "We saw it as soon as we took hold of the young gentleman's hand," the 4 women laughingly rejoined, "and when he spoke to us. Had it been that fellow of ours, he would have simply called us fools. Not to speak of taking his hand in ours, why, we daren't even slightly move any of his things. That's why those who wait on him are invariably young girls." Before the 4 dames had time to conclude what they had to say, Weiyuan and the rest found it so hard to check themselves that with one voice they burst into loud laughter. Old Lady Jia also laughed. "Let's also send someone now," she said, "to have a look at your Pao-yü. When his hand is taken, he too is sure to make an effort to put up with it. But don't you know that children of families such as yours and mine are bound, notwithstanding their numerous perverse and strange defects, to return the orthodox civilities when they come across any strangers? But should they not return the proper civilities, they should, by no manner of means, be suffered to behave with such perverseness. It's the way that grown-up people dote on them that makes them what they are. And as they can, first and foremost, boast of bewitching good looks, and they comfort themselves. Secondly, towards visitors with all propriety. In fact, with less faulty deportment than their very seniors, they manage to win the love and admiration of such as only get a glimpse of them. Hence it is that they've secretly indulged to a certain degree. But if they don't show the least regard to anyone inside or outside, and so reflect no credit upon their parents, they deserve, with all their handsome looks, to be flogged to death." These sentiments evoked a smile from the 4 dames. "Your words, venerable lady," they exclaimed, "are quite correct. But though our Pao-yü be wilful and strange in his ways, yet whenever he meets any visitors, he behaves with courteousness and good manners, so much so that he is more pleasing to watch than even grown-up persons. There is no one, therefore, who sees him without falling in love with him. But you'll say, why is he then beaten? You really aren't aware that at home he has no regard either for precept or for heaven, that he comes out with things that never suggest themselves to the imagination of grown-up people, and that he does everything that takes one by surprise. The result is that his father and mother are driven to their wits' ends. But wilfulness is natural to young children. Reckless expenditure is a common characteristic of young men. Antipathy to school is a common feeling with young people, yet there are ways and means to bring him round. The worst with him is that his disposition is so crotchety and whimsical. Can this ever do? This reply was barely ended when a servant informed them that their mistress had returned. Madame Wang entered the room and saluted the women. The 4 dames paid their obeisance to her, but they had just sufficient time to pass a few general observations when Dowager Lady Jia bade them go and rest. Madame Wang then handed the tea in person and withdrew from the apartment. But when the 4 dames got up to say goodbye, old Lady Jia adjourned to Madame Wang's quarters. After a chat with her on domestic affairs, she, however, told the women to go back, so let us put them by without any further allusion to them. During this while, old Lady Jia's spirits waxed so high that she told everyone and anyone she came across that there was another Pao-yü, and that he was, in every respect, the very image of her grandson. But as each and all bore in mind that there were many inmates among the large households of those officials with official ancestors, called by the same names, that it was an ordinary occurrence for a grandmother to be passionately fond of a grandson, and that there was nothing out of the way about it, they treated the matter as of no significance. Pao-yü alone, however, was such a hair-brained simpleton that he conjectured that the statements made by the 4 dames had been intended to flatter his grandmother Jia. But consequently he betook himself into the garden to see how Shi Xiangyun was getting on. "Compose your mind now," Shi Xiangyun then said to him, "and go on with your larks. Once you were as lonely as a single fibre, which can't be woven into thread, and like a single bamboo, which can't form a groove. But now you've found your pair. When you exasperate your parents, and they give you beans, you'll be able to bolt to Nanjing in quest of the other Pao-yü." "What utter rubbish!" Pao-yü exclaimed. "Do you too believe that there's another Pao-yü?" "How is it," Xiangyun asked, "that there was someone in the LiII state called Lin Xiangru, and that during the Han dynasty there lived again another person whose name was Sima Xiangru?" "This matter of names is all well enough," Pao-yü rejoined with a smile, "but as it happens, its very appearance is the counterpart of mine. Such a thing could never be." "How is it," Xiangyun inquired, "that when the Kuang people saw Confucius, they fancied it was Yang Huo?" "Confucius and Yang Huo," Pao-yü smilingly argued, "may have been alike in looks, but they don't have the same names. Lin and Sima were again, notwithstanding their identical names, nothing like each other in appearances. But can it ever be possible that he and I should resemble each other in both respects?" Xiangyun was at a loss what reply to make to his arguments. "You may," she consequently remarked, smiling, "propound any rubbish you like. I'm not in the humour to enter into any discussion with you. Whether there be one or not is quite immaterial to me. It doesn't concern me at all." Saying this, she lay herself down. Pao-yü, however, began again to exercise his mind with further surmises. "If I say," he cogitated, "that there can't be one, there seems from all appearances to be one. And if I say that there is one, I haven't, on the other hand, seen him with my own eyes." Sad and dejected, he returned therefore to his quarters, and reclining on his couch, he silently communed with his own thoughts until he unconsciously became drowsy and fell fast asleep. Finding himself in his dream in some garden or other, Pao-yü was seized with astonishment. Besides our own garden of broad vista, he reflected, is there another such garden? But while indulging in these speculations, several girls, all of whom were mating maids, suddenly made their appearance from the opposite direction. Pao-yü was again filled with surprise. Besides Yuanyang, Xiren, and Ping-er, he pondered. Are there verily such maidens as these? Pao-yü, he heard that company of maids observe, with faces beaming with smiles. How is it you find yourself in here? Pao-yü labored under the impression that they were addressing him. With hasty step, he consequently drew near them, and returned their smiles. I got here, he answered, quite listlessly. What old family's friend's garden is this, I wonder? But, sisters, pray, take me for a stroll. The maids smiled with one consent. Really, they exclaimed, this isn't our Pao-yü. But his looks, too, are spruce and nice, and he is as precocious, too, with his tongue. Pao-yü caught their remarks. Sisters, he eagerly cried, is there actually a second Pao-yü in here? As for the two characters Pao-yü, the maids speedily explained, everyone in our house has received our old mistress and our mistress' injunctions to use them as a spell to protract his life for many years and remove misfortune from his path, and when we call him by that name, he simply goes into ecstasies at the very mention of it. But you, young brat, from what distant part of the world do you hail, that you've recklessly been also dubbed by the same name? But beware lest we pound that frowsy flesh of yours into mincemeat. Let's be off at once, urged another maid as she smiled. Don't let our Pao-yü see us here and say again that by hobnobbing with this stinking young fellow we've been contaminated by all his pollution. With these words on her lips, they straightway walked off. Pao-yü fell into a brown study. There's never been, he mused, anyone to treat me with such disdain before. But what is it, in fact, that induces them to behave towards me in this manner? May it not be true that there lives another human being, the very image of myself? While lost in reverie, he advanced with heedless step until he reached a courtyard. Pao-yü was struck with wonder. Is there actually, he cried, besides the Yihong court, another court like it? Spontaneously then, ascending the steps, he entered an apartment, in which he discerned someone reclining on a couch. On the off side sat several girls, busy at needlework, now laughing joyfully, now practicing their jokes, when he overheard the young person on the couch heave a sigh. Pao-yü, smilingly inquired a maid, what, aren't you asleep? What are you once more sighing for? I presume it's because your sister is ill that you abandon yourself again to idle fears and immoderate anguish. These words fell on Pao-yü's ears and took him quite aback. I've heard grandmother say, he overheard the young person on the couch observe, that there lives at Chang'an, the capital, another Pao-yü, endowed with the same disposition as myself. I never believed what she told me, but I just had a dream, and in this dream I found myself in the garden of the metropolis, where I came across several maidens, all of whom called me a stinking young brat, and would have nothing whatever to do with me. But after much difficulty, I succeeded in penetrating into his room. He happened to be fast asleep. There he lay like a mere bag of bones. His real faculties had flown somewhere or other, whither it was hard for me to say. Hearing this, I've come here, Pao-yü said with alacrity, in search of Pao-yü, and are you indeed that Pao-yü? The young man on the couch jumped down with all haste and enfolded him in his arms. Are you verily Pao-yü? He laughingly asked. This isn't by any means such stuff as dreams are made of. How can you call this a dream? Pao-yü rejoined. It's reality, yea, nothing but reality. But scarcely was his rejoinder over than he heard someone come and say, Our master, your father, wishes to see you, Pao-yü. The two lads started with fear. One Pao-yü rushed off with all dispatch. The other promptly began to shout, Pao-yü, come back at once. Pao-yü, be quick and return. Xu Ren, who stood by Pao-yü, heard him call out his own name in his dreams, and immediately gave him a push and woke him up. "Where is Pao-yü gone to?" She laughed. Although Pao-yü was, by this time, aroused from sleep, his senses were as yet dull, so pointing towards the door, "He's just gone out," he replied. "He's not far off." Xu laughed. "You are under the delusion of a dream," she said. "Rub your eyes and look carefully at your reflection in the mirror." Pao-yü cast a glance in front of him, and actually caught sight of the large inlaid mirror facing him quite opposite, so he himself burst out laughing. But presently a maid handed him a rince-bouche and tea and salt, and he washed his mouth. "Little wonder is it," Silvi ventured, "if our old mistress had repeatedly enjoined that it isn't good to have too many mirrors about in young people's rooms, for as the spirit of young persons is not fully developed, there is every fear, with the mirrors casting their reflections all over the place, of their having wild dreams in their sleep. And is a bed now placed before that huge mirror there? When the covers of the mirrors are let down, no harm can befall, but as the season advances and the weather gets hot, one feels so languid and tired that is one likely to think of dropping them? Just as it happened a little time back, it slipped entirely from your memory. Of course, when he first got into bed, he must have played with his face toward the glass. But upon shortly closing his eyes, he must naturally have fallen into such confused dreams that they thoroughly upset his rest. Otherwise, how is it possible that he should have started shouting his own name? Would it not be as well if the bed were moved inside tomorrow? That's the proper place for it." Hardly had she, however, done before they perceived a servant sent by Madame Wang to call Pao-yü. But what she wanted to tell him is not yet known, so, reader, listen to the circumstances recorded in the subsequent chapter. End of section 63. Recording by Cao Xueqin in Singapore. End of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2 by Cao Xueqin. Translated by Bencraft Joly. Chapter 56.